the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it
8
brings
minutes
me to my knees.
Past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler will all join us at the top of next hour, and we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, the deadline for Fix Mama's Mouth is this Thursday, just a few days away, May 4th. And you want to make sure that you get Mama entered. If that's something that you've been procrastinating on, or you've been hearing us promote, just take a second, go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and then you'll see Fix Mama's Mouth with Dr. Thomas E. Dudney right there. You click on that, and it's just a couple of steps, nothing hard, just a few steps on how to enter Mama correctly. And the Dudney staff needs all that information so they can break it down to the top three, and then those top three will appear on our website at rickandbubba.com. We'll give y'all a week or so to vote, and then a winner that y'all pick out of the top three will be announced on Tuesday, May 16th with Dr. Dudney in studio right after Mother's Day. So that's kind of the timeline. Make sure that you get Mama registered at rickandbubba.com. Click on contest. All right, so as we get everybody in, over to my left is Mr. Michael Helms. How are you, buddy? You doing good?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. Oh, good. Well, it happened again. It was around dinner time, and I saw Greg Burgess on the caller ID. And I just said, "What's up now?" And that's kind of what I answered, and he laughed. He said, "Look," he said, it always starts, with the Burgesses. Hey, look,
yeah.
Hey, I'm ready to talk about.
That's
things.
their way of going. Hey, you need to listen.
Right.
Listen up.
Yeah,
it's important.
Hey, look, I think I'm just going to take the rest of the week. I hadn't had a vacation in a while, and I'm just going to eat up a week of vacation here and just handle business. He goes, Mama Millie, the dog, is coming out of surgery, and I'm supposed to pick her up in the morning. This was last night. We got 8 puppies at home. We got I think he was going to take a day towards the end of the week anyway for something else. So he's like, I'm just going to take. And I said, look, I don't blame you. We got a solid staff, and so I think all of us, if we need time, we got to take time and handle stuff. And so he said, I think that's just what I'm going to do. Versus, I'm in, I'm out, I'm having to leave early, I'm coming in late, I'm not sleeping. I'm just going to take the rest of the week and just chalk it up as some vacation time. He said, which I really won't be having, but at least I'll be home to not have to worry about coming here.
Sure.
So he handled it. We were looking at a lot of the things that he handles and getting a plan, and so I should just go do your thing, kid.
Amanda's concerned about Millie and her milk supply and it drying up.
Yeah, I know. And he, Greg went.
That was an actual conversation at our house last night.
Greg talked a little bit more about that yesterday when he was talking to the vet, because he was concerned as well.
Yeah.
So what if we get her back and she can't do her job?
Yeah.
What are we going to do then? He was really looking at that little multiple puppy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm not going to say it, but just that little thing you could buy.
Contraption.
Fill it up with milk that has teats around the side of it, and the puppies latch on. That might have to take place. But and so anyway, so that's the deal with Greg, and so he'll be back, Lord willing, next Monday, and we'll be getting updates through it from him too.
I was actually going to stop last night. I went by the pet store, and I was trying to figure out what's going on with Braden's car, which is a whole different discussion.
Yeah.
And so I was hoping that it would be a simple fix. Mm-hmm. I could get that taken care of. I was going to run it. I had all this planned out. If this is a simple fix, this was my mindset. I'm going to run his car through the wash. Okay. I'm going to vacuum it out for him and fill it up with gas.
Yeah.
It's just what dads do. Good dads anyway.
Right.
And then when I'm on the way home, I'm going to stop by the pet store and see if they have this thing for Greg so that I could go in and take it to him in the morning. Well, now the car situation didn't turn out like I wanted it to.
Took a little bit longer.
So I didn't go by the pet store, but I'm thankful I didn't now because he's not here. I wouldn't have anybody to give a teat contraption to.
No, then you'd have to be, how do I get it to him? All that kind of stuff. So anyway, so there's your update, but things are okay with him. He's just going to take the rest of the week and just eat up some vacation time that he hadn't taken and handle his stuff. So I don't blame him. Yeah. I mean, good night. It's not like he lives down the road. He's an hour and a half away. So Don't blame him for that. So anyway, so that's that. We talked about Fix Mama's Mouth, and so I think we've kind of set the table for the day. I know you just mentioned you had quite a day with Braden's car trying to figure out what's wrong. There's nothing more frustrating, and I know I'm speaking to all of you that have had situations with your vehicle where you see a sensor light or there's something weird going on with the car and you can't quite figure it out. Of course, I head right to YouTube or Google it.
That was my first stop.
Is there a video on how to fix it and all this kind of stuff? Reese said that he called me yesterday, actually. He said, "Hey, Dad, I got a project." And I said, "What you got?" And he goes, "I think I got a headlamp out." I'm like, "Okay, is it the bright beam? Is it the bright, or is it the normal?" He goes, "I think it's the normal." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, let's rock and roll." He said, "I've already gone on YouTube and kind of seen the process with his make and model and year on how to, the things to take off in order to replace the bulb or whatever." So I think that might be on the agenda later tonight, or this afternoon, I should say. But he saw that. He figured it out, had a buddy say, "Hey, big guy, you winking at me here. You got one light." But that's easy. That's something you can Google. But if you have weird things going on with a car like you do with Braden, it's tough to figure it out and know where to start. But I know that you had quite a day yesterday, so when we go to break, we'll come back and you'll set the table on how things played out yesterday. And maybe the audience, this is an amazing audience. Maybe they can help.
I'm sure they can, but I've already dropped it off at a place to check it out.
But you tried on your own first to see.
And I actually took it somewhere else to see if they knew. They kind of knew. Oh, well, they knew a lot more than I did. I got 7 items here. I want you to pick what we discussed.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Got you a free silver bar. Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, welcome in. It is 20 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Greg off this week, the rest of the week on vacation, back on Monday, Lord willing. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all will join us right after top of the hour. Helmsy over to my left, not my right today, but to my left. How are y'all? All right, so as we went to break, I know we talked about Braden's car and the mystery behind something that's happening. We set that up, but you said, Speedy, my day was much more than that. What you got?
I just happened to write down the things that entered my day yesterday, and,
Okay.
and we can talk about any of them, and some of them would take 10 seconds to talk about.
Okay.
Some of them may need a little more walking out.
All right.
I don't know, but these are things that I either thought about or went through yesterday.
All right.
Had to deal with a freight elevator.
Okay.
I have a shoe company question.
Okay.
Want to talk about a particular drink.
Okay.
Braden's car.
Uh-huh.
Compliance meeting.
Okay.
Title IX continuing education course.
Is there such thing as that Title IX still?
Yes.
Okay.
Believe it or not. And another trip to the airport.
Oh, goodness. Another player has to go home.
Everything that I just mentioned came into my world yesterday.
All right. I will start with a sports drink or a drink.
Okay. It's not a sports drink, but it's just a drink. So this is something that I was watching a television show last night, and I've always wondered this.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I watch a television show where a drink is ordered outside of alcohol, they will, hey, I'll take a club soda. Which essentially I think is sparkling water.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever ordered a club soda?
I have
actually
never.
said, I want a club soda.
I have
in a
never
restaurant.
said that.
I haven't either.
I have never said
I
that.
want to know who these people are that always order club soda.
Yeah.
I see it in the movies.
Sounds
I see
good.
I see it in these television shows. And I want to know why I never hear anybody around me in a restaurant order a club soda.
It looks somewhat refreshing in the movies, but I've never ordered one.
Nobody.
Ever.
I'm not, is that something that goes on outside of our little southeast corner here?
I don't know.
But I've
no
never
idea.
been with anybody or been around anybody that actually ordered a club soda. I'll take a club soda.
I have never. Now that I think about it, I'll take water. Give me some water.
That's what I
whatever
say. Water, or if it's a carbonated beverage like a Diet Coke or Coke or
Sprite
whatever.
or something. Yeah.
You know, I know the sweet tea gets a lot of play here, but in our part of the world.
Yeah.
But I've never been with anybody in a restaurant that ordered a club soda.
Yeah, me either.
All right, so that's I really that was a question I really wanted Greg here for, because I figure he understands that bar lingo. Not that he, you know what I mean. He's our beer expert,
right? He is,
and so a lot of times people order that when they don't want to go the alcohol route. But I've never heard anybody order one, and it just I always wanted to know that.
All right, I'm gonna go Braden's car next.
Okay, so the other day he left his lights on. He claims he didn't, but I know that's what happened because
his outside, like not his interior lights.
Yes, it was the interior lights.
Of his car.
He let on the interior lights for like days. You know, because they left and went to the.
Oh yeah,
I was out of town. That then came in. He was out of town, and so comes home to a dead battery. So
the whole time.
So I put on. We got one of those charger things. I put it on the charger and let it go for 20 or 30 minutes. Came back out there and cranked it up. Well, in the meantime, as I'm cranking it up, I'm thinking, okay, well, now that I'm trying to figure all this out, and by the way, I can't stand where it's a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and they put the battery underneath the seat of the car.
Interesting.
It's in the front passenger side car. That's where the battery's at, which is hard to get to, and
it's like
underneath the seat. So you have to take this. It's like a little panel. That you never know's there when you're sitting in the back or the front. You just pull the seat all the way up or all the way back, and you pull that panel, and then there's the battery. It's the strangest deal. It's very hard to get to. I don't know if I think you can. I think you can jump it off without doing what I did.
Right.
In the hood, like I think there's an actual place that you can do it, but there's some other things going on, so I wanted to see if all the wiring was connected properly.
Gotcha.
And that's the reason I went this route with jumping it off. Because I got in and I was like, well, his door locks are not working. That's strange. Like the automatic unlock lock's not working.
Right.
And then when you push the button on the remote of the key fob, the lights would flash, but it wouldn't lock or unlock. And you could do the alarm thing. It wouldn't do anything. The trunk wouldn't do anything. And I'm like, well, this is strange. So went ahead and jumped the car off, got it running, and drove it around for like 20 minutes just to kind of build everything back up. I don't know if that ever works, but I feel like it does.
Yeah.
So I made a little trip and just kind of went through some neighborhoods and came back home and hit the unlock button. It's still not working. Well, then I noticed something in the back seat that he needed. So I went to open the back door. Well, the back door won't open.
It's locked.
It's locked.
You can't unlock it.
And I can't unlock it. And it won't unlock from the inside of the door, from the inside of the car. And I'm like, this is the strangest thing. And so it's both sides of the back seat. Well, then I go around to the trunk. I think, well, I'll just open the trunk and I'll climb back there and grab it that way. Because where it was at, I couldn't reach around the seat. I was going to have to climb over. I thought, well, this will be an easier thing to do. Plus, there was something in the trunk I needed. Well, the trunk won't open.
What?
So the doors on the front, you can open those, but the back doors and the trunk will not open. It's almost like the child lock's on, but there's no way to fix that because the key won't work and the unlock and lock buttons won't work. So I've just said, I was told, hey, maybe check a fuse. Well, I don't know what that looks like. So I went up under the hood. I pulled this little thing and I saw a bunch of fuses and I'm like, well, this is the fuse box to this thing. And it had a nice little chart. But all the fuses, so I think it's called, there's fuses and there's relays. And I looked at all those and none of them looked burned up. I even went as far to Google what a burned up fuse would look like.
Right.
And I didn't have any of those. So then I took it to, of course, here's what I love. I said, Braden, can I ask you something? I said, so why have you been having this problem with your locks,
Right.
or is the battery going dead and then the car maybe resetting have done something? He goes, no, the locks. I've been meaning to tell you about the locks. The locks have been doing that for a while now.
And
I said,
that's
Braden,
nice.
so you haven't been locking your door, number one. Number two, how have you been getting stuff out of the back seat? I just been climbing back there.
Just climbing back.
I said, so, and so how have people been riding with you?
Oh,
well, they
that's
just
so
been
good.
climbing back there.
Just climbing. We're
So
all
your
climbing everywhere.
solution was to climb? That was your
Instead of
and
tell
not
Dad.
tell us what's going on. Well, it's just been a couple weeks. Like we had sectionals. It was going on then.
Yeah.
I think it was happening the week before, and then we went to state, and I kind of forgot about it. And so then that told me that it had nothing to do with the battery, because this whole time I thought, well,
You
maybe
thought
the
they were
battery
right.
reset. That's
Yeah.
probably what happened
Yeah.
with the locks.
Right.
But evidently this has been going on for longer.
And so,
And
so the doors aren't responding to
anything.
any
The back-
command
you
to unlock.
You can't physically open them from inside or out. The unlock lock button on the fob will not work at all. Now, I'm afraid, like if you locked the front doors manually, I don't think you could get them open because the key's not opening them at all, and it doesn't have a key to actually open the door.
Is there an auto lock or something on the in the
I don't
panel,
know.
the instrumental panel or something? I don't know.
I
I don't even know what I'm talking about. But
I know I can't. We can't. So I just dropped it off, and I wrote on. It was silly what I wrote on the little, the Dropbox thing.
I got to
said-
know what you wrote.
I said, back doors and trunk locks will not work, and do not lock the front doors because I don't believe you could get in the vehicle if you did.
You put that on in the key drop.
Yeah, and I told them.
So
to check
somebody's going to go to work today.
And I said, while you're at it, check engine light. Let's figure that out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And of course, it's made right here in the USA. And folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. I am Speedy. Over to my left, not my right today, is Michael Helms. Greg taking the rest of the week, vacation week, to handle puppy duties, as well as Mama Millie, the dog, getting out of the vet where she had surgery. And that's this morning. And so wisely, he said, instead of back and forth and not knowing when I'm coming in and when I'm leaving, I'm just going to take some vacation days and take the rest of the week. So he's doing that. Lord willing, be back with us on Monday. Don't forget, Fix Mama's Mouth, the deadline is Thursday. So if you're one of those that's been wanting to do that, you've got just, the rest of the day tomorrow, and the deadline will be Thursday. And so make sure that you get that in. Just go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and all the information's right there. Click on Fix Mama's Mouth, and it gives you some simple instructions on what we need to send Dr. Dudney the information, and he and his staff can make the best decisions on getting it down to the top 3. And then y'all vote for a week on the website. And then on the 16th of May, Dudney will be in, and we'll announce the winner there right after Mother's Day weekend. So that's quickly approaching, so don't procrastinate any longer. All right, so lots of email coming in from the last segment where you informed the audience that Braden's car doors won't respond to the unlock commands. It's like it's just not responding at all. We have found articles and different things about it as well, and people are chiming in on what to do. But for me personally, we've all done the key drop box to the local garage on where you want your car worked on. And a lot of times you've either communicated with the mechanics or whoever runs the office manager. Yeah. Hey, this is why I'm dropping the car off, and they know. Yeah. But there's sometimes that they don't know, and you're writing a message in there. Yeah. Like we used to have where we worked. across the street, we had an oil change place, and they would put tires and oil change and stuff like that
many times. Yeah,
and I'm bad about not rotating tires and stuff. So to stay on schedule, I would make sure I drive just a different car in every now and then, and I would write a note, hey, this is my name.
Yep.
Please oil change and rotate tires or whatever. So you're telling me you wrote them a note.
And let me tell you, I love
the doors not unlocking.
Yes, and I love their setup because they had a really good pin.
Yeah, they did.
And a lot of times they put up some halfway pin that hardly writes.
Yeah.
They had the nice envelope that actually fit the key in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a bunch of different options for check boxes. Now, they didn't have a check box that said the doors would not lock or unlock and you can't get in the back seat. That was not an option.
Right.
But I wrote that in the notes section.
Yeah, I love your side note, though. And don't lock the front door either because you might not be able to get back in.
See, I don't know. I don't want to test that out.
But we think we might. I don't know. I hope some of the information we have found will help you, but I know that's a mystery, and so people are calling in, and some know. They're like, "Hey, it's I got you right here," but it's already been dropped off, and they got the keys, so it's too late.
I called Amanda and I said, "Listen, I'm not having any luck." I said the person I went to one auto parts store, and they were about as much help as that golden ticket seat over there.
Okay,
I mean zero.
Yeah.
And so then I went to, and now they recommend, which I don't understand this at all. I said, do you know who could help me out with this? Well, you could go right across the street. They'll probably help you out. It's the same type company. Like, you just sent me to a place, and I'm going to tell you, he was right. They rolled out the red carpet. They had my hood up. They were looking at this. They were looking at that. They wanted to help me. And so I was caught off guard by that. I'm like, why don't you just go over there and work? It seems like a happening place.
Right, and y'all do the same.
They're actually doing something.
Y'all do pretty much the same thing.
Have the exact same items. It's just got different names on it. Like, what in the world?
Right, bottom line, they didn't want to help you.
They didn't. They did not want to help me. And so so they were very helpful. But I called Amanda. I said, listen, I think we probably just need to drop it off.
Yeah.
I don't have time to mess with this. You don't have time to mess with this.
Right.
I can't. I've done all I can do at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And so we took it to our little spot. Now, I've never dropped a car off before that you couldn't lock.
Mm-hmm.
So Amanda said, is there anything in it? I said, it looks like, this is funny. It looks like there's a poker chip set back here in the back seat.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
And his golf clubs are back here.
Okay.
But I'm not climbing. If some robber is willing to climb all the way back in the back of this and get his glove, well done. I mean, I'm not climbing back there and getting those.
All right.
So
there it is. Well, maybe they open early and they'll get on it.
And
I just love the mechanic that's coming in, and he doesn't know right now, or she doesn't know.
No clue.
And there's going to be a note in the drop box. My doors won't.
And there was a Nerf gun under the seat.
Okay.
It's interesting.
I know what that's about.
Yeah, it's that game they were playing.
Yep.
It was interesting what you find.
Well, what's this about a freight elevator yesterday?
So had to get in a freight elevator yesterday. I've never been in a freight elevator.
Okay.
Now I'm 45. Okay, I feel like I've lived a full life, but I've never been in a freight elevator until yesterday. One of the players had asked me if we could use my truck and take something to their storage unit.
Wow.
I said, yeah, that's not a big deal.
But if you're not going to the airport, you're going to a storage
unit. I went to the airport yesterday, too. Dropped off a Spaniard. And so the Bolivian wanted me to ask me about this. And I said, yeah, that's fine. I said, I got a compliance meeting at 1. So we can either go before or after. And I got to take Carlos to the airport at 12. So where's the storage? Like, is it close by?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, yeah, it's just a mile away. And I said, okay. He didn't know what he's talking about. He said a mile away. And so so we get the items in the truck, and we go to this store. And it was a very cool place. Of course, trouble finding it. I said, what's the address? I don't have an address. I just know where it's at. And we're in downtown Birmingham, okay? A lot of streets, a lot of one-ways, a lot of,
a lot of turns.
A lot of traffic.
Yep.
And so he said, it's right up here. He kept saying, it's right up here. And I said, right up, are you wanting me, when you say right up here, are you wanting me to keep going straight or take a right?
Yeah.
Because he kind of kept pointing in this kind of direction, like an in-between. And I'm like,
yeah, we're going left
right
or
up
right.
here. And I said, buddy, I can't go right here. This is a one-way, and everybody's going left. And he said, well, let's go up a street. I said, well, yeah, that's what we have to do.
Yeah,
we'll kind of have to go back around.
Yeah.
And so we get in the area in which he thinks it's at. It's not there. And I'm like, what are we doing?
He doesn't know because he doesn't know the address. He just knows where it's at.
And so he's like, I promise it's around here somewhere. And I said, you think? I said, but right now I don't see it. And I happen to look up, and there's this big, huge building that says, and on the side of it, it says storage. And I said, okay, is that it? And he goes, that's it. That's it, Mr. Michael. And so,
Mr. Michael.
Yeah, and I said,
they didn't call you Bullethead?
No.
Okay.
And so, we find it, we pull in, really interesting building. So evidently it was either an old apartment or an old office building one day, but it's a gigantic building, but they've turned it into this storage unit.
Okay.
Or storage units downtown. And there's like 5 or 6 levels of it.
Huh.
The freight elevator is gigantic. So you can pull anything in there. So we got everything in there. And I'd never worked a freight elevator, and there was a sign on it that said that was like stop,
the steps.
And here's the steps. And so we're going through. He had been on it, thank goodness.
You doing the chain thing?
So we're doing the chain thing and all that. And I'm all nervous. I'm like, we're gonna get locked in here. And he's like, no, it's good. And so we hit the button and we start moving. And I wish they were a little quicker than they were. Right. They're slow. So we go on up and we get stuff, put it in, and then we come back down and we fix it, and we come down, and I'm like, I was like relieved. I was like, oh, whew,
we got out of that.
We got out of here. I mean, and it was, but I'd never been on a freight elevator. It was my first time.
Well, I would think some of these moving places, storage places, I should say, that are multi-level like that, they need, sure enough, good elevator to get up and down.
And it was a really interesting place. I was like, okay. I got into asking questions to.
Like, how'd you even find the place?
Exactly. And of course, the owner, I guess it was the owner. There's a sign that out front that says that right out front. It's right next to a restaurant. Maybe I don't know if it's like it's a fish place. It may be a fish market or something. Let's just for what I said to him, let's call it fish market.
Okay.
They've put signs in where you park and for the storage, and there's a sign in front that says only for storage, not these restaurants.
Yeah, right. Because I'm sure a lot of people.
So what do you think the first thing I did when I pulled up and walked in? I said, "Hey, can you tell me how to get to the fish market?" And he saw me get out of the truck, so he started laughing. But then I thought, that's the influence of you guys.
Oh yeah, well we got to do that.
Every day.
We got to do that because we can't go anywhere without that.
But how about that? I got in a freight elevator for the first time.
Well, look at you, little man. Huh?
I may order a club soda later.
If you can get those doors fixed, you have a good day.
I want that off my plate.
I really do. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 15 minutes until top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, I got a confession to make. I was afraid to cancel cable, but once I did, I couldn't believe I took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a habit. I wasn't getting what I wanted, I never knew where to find any of my shows, and the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called pileup. For just $25 a month, I can watch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, VH1, Discovery, Lifetime, AMC, Hallmark, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. And I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Add Philo's unlimited DVR and up to 3 streams at once, and it's truly the best deal on TV. I wish I hadn't waited so long. But once I did, I couldn't believe I took so long to do it. Sounds too good to be true? Well, don't take my word for it. Try it out for yourself. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and use promo code WATCH50, that's WATCH50, to get 50% off your first month.
Hey, did you know nacho fries are back at Taco Bell? But they're not going to hang around forever, so don't wait, or you might miss out on these hot, crisp fries covered in all those bold Mexican spices with delicious nacho cheese sauce. Or wait and just settle for flavorless fries. Regular, bland, spiceless, flavorless, flimsy, non-nacho fries. Just an absolute bummer of a fry.
Nacho fries are back. Get them today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Boot Barn honors a Western legacy built by those who persevere through resourceful determination. Harriet honors that same legacy by bringing innovative technology to classic pieces. Driven by a dedication to the craft, Harriet blends timeless Western artistry with advanced performance features for the modern cowboy and rodeo athlete. Out west, ingenuity is second to none. Harriet at Boot Barn.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without them, brother.
All right, we're rolling back. It is right at 9 minutes until top of the hour. Quick reminder from our national sales team in SSI, if you're in the market of trying to get your word out on what you specialize in, maybe let the audience know, hey, this is kind of what we do. You're looking to grow your business? Well, look, we have some loyal listeners and viewers ready to successfully impact your business, and they sell this program and another popular program they syndicate as well to help you accomplish those goals. You can email us, Rick and Bubba, spell out and, at syndicatedsolutions.com, or you can call 203-431-0790. We have over 60 radio affiliates. We've also got the YouTube, Blaze TV, the TuneIn.com digital radio channel, the social media platforms, podcasting, the opportunities at rickandbubba.com. So check us out. You can email or you can call, either way. And then if you also want to just advertise in one of our local markets, you don't need a national campaign, still send us an email, and you can email any of the staff by going to rickandbubba.com, click on contact, and then we can get you in touch with that local sales team because they do a fabulous job. All of the markets do that carry the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so Greg off until Monday, taking the rest of the week, having a vacation week. And so he is going to be back with us on Monday. Rick, Bubba are here. Adler will join us soon. Helmsy discussing some of his day yesterday, and I'm gonna tell you what the battery question or the doors not unlocking has really stirred the audience up. They're sending a ton of emails on what's the problem. I know you're getting some information.
Some of them I'm not liking either because it looks very expensive.
It does. Not sure if you should have taken it where you did, and you can't get your keys back now. They're in the Dropbox.
Yeah, you're right. I do have another key, so I could go get it and leave that key there. But
put another note in there that says, "Never mind, I'll be back."
Yeah. I want to do a little exercise.
An exercise? Yeah. I hate exercises.
I just want you to read these 4 companies. Read those company names out loud for me. That's all I want you to do.
Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Asics.
Okay. There are people that actually...
Did I pass?
You passed. Okay. Well, and I'm glad that's what you said. And so Asics is what I was getting at.
Okay.
There is a big chunk of the world that calls that company Asics.
Really?
Yeah. And I had never heard that. And so one of the kids had asked me, when that's the shoes that most of the guys wear, and we keep in stock.
Gotcha.
And so I was asked all year for a pair of Asics, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Excuse me.
And
watch your mouth.
They're
son.
like, Asics, and I'm like, Asics, and don't you mean Asics? No, I mean Asics. And I said, well, we call it Asics here in the U.S.
And I might be saying it wrong.
Well, we call it Asics. And I'm like, okay, I guess I guess this is one of those companies that you can call it either way.
Right.
So then I thought, no way, this is right. I mean, I've never heard anybody say Asics.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started looking up, Googling videos and stuff and doing like tennis and Asics and, these type of things. And I'll be dog if some people are saying Asics.
Really?
Yeah.
So which one's right?
I don't know. I guess it's one of those you can say either way. And you'll have somebody doing an interview about the company, and one of them will say Asics and one of them will say Asics. And I'm like, what in the world? Y'all can't come to an agreement on a name? And so I know it's an international thing, and but I'm gonna continue to call it Asics.
Yeah, I think I am too.
And I'm certainly gonna do that when Greg's around.
Yeah, we definitely can't do that.
But
he's an Asics.
I had never heard of that company pronounced Asics until this year. So
that is interesting.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that either.
I tried to argue with them, but turns out they were right.
You've talked about some handles you had yesterday.
Yeah, what'd you have?
And I got just
we all have handles.
Yeah, we do.
This life gets in the way, doesn't it?
But then you see stories like this, and you're like, well, probably don't have a big one. This is a big one, just in life.
Okay.
I mean, there's other things going on, but did you see the interstate crash in Illinois?
No.
Have you seen that?
I have not. You told me about this in the break, and goodness gracious, and it's got people dying, killed in it, and it's an awful situation.
Helmsy, it was 72 vehicles in Farmersville, Illinois. It happened yesterday morning, if you're listening live, and today is May the 2nd. At least 6 people are dead, 37 people injured. Gosh. And according to the Illinois State Police, the surviving victims, who age ranged from like 2 to 80, were transported to local hospitals with various injuries, some of whom said that they were in critical situation. About 10:55 a.m. So imagine the live show's over. We're off into doing, different things. You're headed to
a compliance meeting.
Yeah. And there was a crash on the northbound Interstate 55. And at the same time, there were numerous crashes on the southbound Interstate 55, right around the milepost 76, the mile marker 76, in that area. The crashes occurred within a 2-mile stretch from roughly like mile marker 76 and 78. I hope I've painted that picture now.
Yeah.
Well, reports show that they just started piling up. I'm talking about major pile, and the dust you couldn't see. And they're saying that's what contributed to this. Once the interstate, was finally cleared, the Illinois Department of Transportation said they inspected the road before reopening, and it seemed to be fine. At least 2 of the tractor trailers caught fire that were in the crash. People are saying that all of this, there was zero visibility at the time.
Unreal.
And they're saying they think that all of this came from farmers plowing dry fields and the dust that it caused. I guess the wind took it over the interstate and nobody could see.
So
that's what the reports are saying.
What if you're that poor farmer or farmers that were just doing their job, probably had some headphones in, listening to some Morgan Wallen, just hammering those crops.
Boy, you'll go to Morgan Wallen in a second.
Well, I'm just trying to set the scene, and probably listening to last night, that or ain't that some, and all this is going on, and they have no idea. They're just doing their job.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
They're saying that some of the farmers had kicked up the dust, but there's also reports from the state police that are saying the crash was caused by a windstorm that kicked up clouds of dust from the neighboring fields.
Okay.
So there's confusion. All right,
well, the farmers probably
did they kick it up, or we were at
it's horrible.
Where were we? I think we were at Calhoun watching JC. That's up in the Decatur, North Alabama area, and the wind, I think they said, was 25 to 30 miles an hour. I mean, I felt sorry for the American flag pole in center field. I'm like, is it going to go at any second? It was struggling. And the dust storm that it created from the field, it was blowing from center field, so it was all in our eyes. And at one point, the pitcher stepped off because it was just like the infield was just a dust ball. So I could see maybe dust, the wind kicked up the dust. So, but 72 vehicles and 6 dead, and we'll have video and pictures that we'll show today when we talk about it on the main show. You can't see. It's the classic snowstorm, icy interstate, and people just start sliding into each other. That's what happened in Illinois yesterday. So does that help you feel better about your day that you had?
Yeah, sure does.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us as well as Adam.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you just keep running down the options till something goes.
Well, I've realized if I'll do that, I'm almost indefensible. Because one of them's going to fire. So there you go. The day is set out before us, man. We have another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm watching a number of things that have happened since the last time we were together. One of them I heard y'all talking about. So the Nike commercial with Colin Kaepernick is now rolling. Is that out there?
Yeah, you can see it. It'll air tonight. It's the NFL kicks off.
Well, I was just all the different people taking the Colin Kaepernick print ad.
Oh, I know.
That's out there in the digital world on social media and putting different people's faces on it. I don't know why that wrecks me so much as a grown man, but it just does. I know.
Look, I love a good comedy piece, don't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, and to me, the ones you can get that just seem to, if you can find the right picture of the person, then it really, really works. And of course,
it just jumps off the page, doesn't it?
I will say our friends at Babylon Bee have really turned it around too. I worried about them when they lost their creator. He sold it and moved on. And I think they hit a lull, but undoubtedly they've found some new writers, or the ones that were there inspired again. Boy, they have really, I can't even tell you how many good headlines they've had lately. I laughed pretty hard when it says church volunteers accidentally feed youth pastor at homeless outreach because the way the youth pastor dressed, and he showed up and they offered him food. The guys, that. And then, of course, the one we've been talking about forever, this one's out there today, is that college football has been revealed as America's #1 religion. So that's good. That's really good. And
dead on.
Yep. And so college football now nation's largest religion. And, of course, the pictures they grab. And I will tell you on Babylon B, and I'm relatively new to this part because, there's, sometimes if something's too long, you don't want to read it. If you'll take the time, the headlines are great. If you'll go ahead and read the article a lot of times offers just all sorts of gold. So, anyway, there's a number of them here today, so be sure and check on that. And I love introvert hires personal representative to engage in church small talk.
Yeah, they stay up late with some of that, don't they?
So we'll look into that today. Your phone calls will roar in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll always see where you're going. I know that tonight we have a real game in the NFL, right? We're done with preseason. So the first game, a Thursday night NFL game that I know Greg loves, Thursday night games. Oh, yeah. And then we'll get that Nike commercial in the middle of all that.
Yeah, the Eagles and the Falcons.
Yeah, and then Bubba was telling me before we went on the air that Nike, their stock went down. We have to come back and say something that makes you look like you didn't do the wrong thing.
Right.
Now they're saying, well, but wait a minute, and I don't know where they came up with this number, $73 million of free advertising.
Right. Well, there's the old saying.
I don't know where they got the number.
Publicity is good or bad, but that's back when people made fun of your hair color or what kind of shoes you were wearing.
Yeah.
As Adler pointed out in the kitchen, I don't know if you heard him mention it or not. He said that's nothing. Harvey Weinstein got $300 million worth of free advertising.
That's a good line.
So I don't know that that's always the right way to look at things.
Well, I think it's become a line that people use when
we're getting bad publicity.
They're getting bad publicity, and it's almost people think if you say that, then nobody can say anything. How about this? It's just back to the superpower of common sense. It just isn't true that all publicity is good publicity. That just isn't true. To the point Adler made, I don't think Harvey Weinstein would agree with that.
No,
and I don't really want $73 million worth of free propaganda that's making a lot of people think that I hate my country. I don't like that.
Yeah, long term,
I don't really want to be that guy.
Long term, we'll see how it plays out. The NFL still with no policy on kneeling.
That's fine.
Now they're going to have Colin Kaepernick running in commercials. I mean, I think there's a point where a lot of the football fans are just going to go, to heck with it. And I hate that. It's part of our country now, unfortunately. But
yeah, well,
it's kind of sad.
Well, it's just like everything else. We're free market people. If these are the decisions, the NFL apparently, I wouldn't say they're making decisions. They've decided not to decide. Yeah. And if that's what they want to do, and then let the audience and their customers decide whether that product is still okay with them, warts and all, or it's now kind of soured them on it, and they're going somewhere else for similar entertainment. I always think what's bad news for the NFL is good news for college football.
Yeah, and we love the game, but there's a point where you just get tired of it. I won't watch it more than 15 minutes at a time, and I'll change the channel so they won't get credit for it. It's my new plan. And by the way, I have a new spoof off of Colin Kaepernick's print ad that I'll show you.
You got another one? Okay. Yeah, okay. I love them. Well, you guys had made me aware. This is the new thing now. Go out and run for office. Cynthia Nixon is an actress, I guess, she's been in a number of things, but best known as being one of the main characters on the TV program Sex and the City. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
There was a time when you couldn't name a show that, much less have what was in the show. Actually, you couldn't even use that name. It would be no way.
Right.
But it's now, of course, not a big deal, sadly. But and a very successful show. And now she is running to be what office? Governor
of New York.
Of New York, of the state.
She's
of New York.
running against Cuomo.
Because I'm running against Cuomo. And, of course, now she is as liberal as you could possibly be. Now, it is 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour has begun from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. We got our stapler right here in case you need it. We start this hour with our national anthem. 8 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we move. Glad you're here. We have Speedy, we have Helmsy. They've given you the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience where you can watch the show live, or you can catch the archive daily or the best of hour either on our YouTube channel or Blaze TV. So here's the deal. If you would like to subscribe to the YouTube channel, do so. That way you get alerts every time the show goes live or the Wednesday Bible study goes live or we decide to go live for any reason. You'll know that and get those alerts. Doesn't cost anything to do that. So if you're a YouTuber or you like to have that in your arsenal, go ahead and do that. That helps us too on our end. You also have other options, live and archived. Of course, the live option on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, America's boldest radio stations. We thank them for carrying the program. They've been there the longest. Some new things. If you don't have an affiliate, you got a TuneIn app. Just go to TuneIn, download that for free, and then search Rick and Bubba Show. You get a 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel. Get you the live show every day and archive shows as well. On the archives, you also get our fully audio archive of the show every day, a best of hour on our podcast channel. And I had someone yesterday email me. That's kind of understood, but I appreciate you making that known. Says, you know, when you add the options, don't forget Spotify. Well, Spotify actually plays the podcast archive, so it's really the same thing. But thank you for pointing out that he says every single day I listen to the show on Spotify. So thank you for that, sir. That's all the different platforms that may carry our audio archives. It should be there. So you got all kinds of options to hear the show, watch the show live or on your own time. So we missed one. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Yeah. It's survival in the city. Somebody say in the city. In the city. There he is. When he hangs out with the Eagles, that's Joe Walsh in the city.
Saw him do that live one time.
Yeah. How about the background and the talent of the Eagles? You can tell I spent time with Dad yesterday, which means we have to listen to the Eagles. You know, they do 5-part harmony a lot, and you know, 4-part is impressive, but 5-part, good gracious.
You got somebody climbing that ladder.
I mean, I'm telling you. So anyway, we will unpack another one today. We do not have Greg. I talked to a very beat down, frustrated baby brother late yesterday afternoon. Ever since this stray dog came into their lives, late afternoon calls from my brother have become the norm.
Yeah.
And in the agreement, you know, everybody here has vacation time. Everybody here pretty much takes off time whenever they need to, within reason. And Greg said, I guess I'm just gonna spend my vacation time feeding stray puppies. And I said, no. Well, Greg, I wish you the best. He said, I've got everything handled as far as all fair, and I'll just try again Monday. So that is last I heard, the mother dog, of course, that was stray, that birthed 9 puppies, 8 survived, and now was unable to feed them after passing out during the birth process and then having an infected womb. now has had a pet hysterectomy. The dog had not returned to them yet. They hope the dog will return and be able to nurse again. That still, by the way, is not known. And in the meantime, Greg and his wife every 2 hours feed 8 puppies with syringes.
Just hearing you, we're all speechless.
Or like the Dayline, or do they?
and keep in mind, not a family friend, not a dog they chose, not old Maggie that raised the kids with them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And no, this is just a dog that wandered up that Greg, before she had 8 puppies, had never even been able to pet. Mm-hmm. So they
Rick, I told you.
I'm curious what the vet bill for a
I asked him. I
hysterectomy.
I asked him that yesterday. He goes, I hadn't even asked. And I said, okay.
I don't know what receipts they give you, what invoices you get on a removal of a uterus of a stray dog. I have no idea, but I know it's not free. That I know.
We will.
I don't even know what to say. That
I know.
Rick, I told you.
Just take care of your business, buddy.
I told you in the commercial break.
Mm-hmm.
I had someone come up to me a few weeks ago, and they were asking me about how I'm allowed to take so much time off from here, and I said, well, I'm using my vacation days, and they said, I can't think of anything worse than using your vacation to go to work, and I said to do another job, and I said, no, and I enjoy this. Like, I'm taking vacation because I love doing this.
Yep.
But their point was, I can't think of anything worse than taking vacation days to go work.
Yeah.
Well, now I can.
Right. I think something worse now.
I can. Yeah. I can think of something worse now.
Mm-hmm.
I've got an answer for that person.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we have a lot to cover today, and we'll certainly be looking into to Greg and Puppyville more.
Yeah, I don't know what to add to what was just
there's
said there.
nothing to add.
I don't know.
There's some
well done on your front.
The frustrated call I got from him, it was such a beat down man.
Yeah.
And that frustrated Greg voice, which I love, and I told him. And Lisa, did he tell you this? Lisa she said, Greg, I know we're going through a lot, but man, it's great for the show. And I said, that's a great wife right there.
It does give us some material. And one thing he said, they've crossed off their list. Everybody's into trying to find side hustles now because, the cost of everything and our dollar's crashing.
Yeah.
So you better find a way to make more money. And Greg said, let me tell you what we've crossed off the list, and that is being a puppy farm.
Yeah.
He said, what people have to do that are breeders and deal with puppies, he said, I don't want. He said, I can tell you everything about the birth process, though. Yep. He said, also, it has strengthened my belief in God when you watch what animals do and you don't know how do they know to do what they do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He said, I said, well, it's probably just happenstance. He said, yeah, anybody believes that's an idiot.
Yeah.
So that one kind of stands on its own. We can reference back to it and do one-liners, for the next week, which I'm going to do. You can count them.
We have USFL news today. We must investigate. We have a Hollywood writers' strike, which means there will be no late night TV. They all will be on hiatus.
We've had that before.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
New numbers on Bud Light coming in. Hey, great move on their part.
Yeah, that went well.
I can't announce it, but I know we will mention Gordon Lightfoot today.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay,
but I can't announce it.
Yeah, you can't do it. Okay.
And the modern father of artificial intelligence has spoken out. He has left his job, and he has some pretty interesting comments about what he started.
Okay.
Sounds a little bit like Oppenheimer.
Yep. All right. You know what? And that was Elon Musk's little warning, wasn't it?
Yep.
And there's one I thought about over the weekend that you introduced me to that I think is very dangerous. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
New York, for you to, we already have communists in that have been elected in New York. There in New York City, but New York State, still pretty liberal. But so now the governor, Cynthia Nixon, is playing what seems to be a classic
candidate for governor.
Candidate for governor, running for governor. That she seems to be playing this classic liberal mindset. And this is not the first time we've heard this logic.
No. Yeah. But Rick, it's amazing to me that someone could get to this level of politics. Now, she doesn't have any chance to win against Cuomo, okay? Let's just face it. He's entrenched there, and I don't think that anybody's giving her much hope. But she's going through the process, and she's having a debate with him and all this. Now, she is really pushing for New York to go to a single-payer health care. Mm-hmm. Now, this is the liberals, one of their absolute golden eggs that they want to get.
This is like, for a liberal, this is like a baseball fan finally getting to see the Cubs play at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And we saw a version of that with Obamacare. We know how well that has worked out.
I'm not talking under the lights. I'm talking about old school, an afternoon game.
So she is proposing in the race that she is in now that New York go to completely paid for everybody. That means the universal health care would be for everyone in the state, undocumented immigrants, everybody to have single-payer universal health care.
Wow, I guess that would be great.
Now, the problem is, and this is her quote on this, she says, pass it, then we'll figure out how to fund it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Now, I'm going to say that won't even work running a household, much less a state.
No. Right. No.
And I honestly, it shows the intelligence of a kindergartner.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't see who in their right mind can even utter those words in public. It doesn't work. It never has worked, and it never will work because the numbers are so extreme. Now, even liberal organizations who have studied this have said to get close to this, the state would have to increase its revenue by 156%.
Say that again.
156%. Rick, it would have to double it and go again a half just to get close, and that's favorable estimates because the health care cost would go through the roof because there would not be enough people to supply it. It would be free. It would be abused. The whole thing will collapse on itself. It'll never work. It never has. That's why we've never had it.
You're talking about every time anything remotely close to this has been tried, including Obamacare, it doesn't work?
No, it doesn't work, Rick. There's just nowhere we can ever find that it works.
Like you said, she has the mentality of a child that doesn't know where their food comes from.
You know, they're playing.
They don't know how farmers work. They don't know any of that.
It's all Christmas morning.
Right,
Let's just open a gift and be happy about it. Don't worry about where it came from, how we pay for it, any of that kind of stuff.
Right.
It doesn't work. You would absolutely bankrupt the entire economy for New York to do it. And you still wouldn't help anybody because there wouldn't be enough services to go around. You couldn't get in. There would be rationing. It always happens. There's a I wish the tide didn't change and come in and come out either, but it does, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I wish that we could make water on its own with no help run uphill, but you can't.
I know.
But here's another thing on this too. This sounds really, it is a crazy statement, and everything you've said and everybody's chimed in on it is correct. But remember, Nancy Pelosi said the same thing about Obamacare.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's just pass it, then we'll see what's in it.
Then we'll read it later.
Exactly.
I mean, how do people get away with statements like that?
Well, we have Bernie Sanders basically proposing a version of this on the national level.
You're right.
Now, Cuomo has said, no way New York can pay for it. But what's funny, he says, this is something that should be handled at the national level. Well, the feds need to take care of this, not New York.
It will crumble the state, but I'm sure the country will be fine.
Let's crumble the entire country.
I mean, do you hear what you're saying?
Well, and a lot of people.
And again, this goes back to insurance again. This idea that we can cover pre-existing conditions. I just wish we all could have candy and eat sugar all day and not get fat. I wish we could.
Yeah, we've tried.
I wish everybody had a new car. I wish everybody had a new house. It don't work that way. It never will. It never has. You can't.
Let's go. Thanks for being with us today. No, Greg, he's finally given up and said, I'm just taking vacation. So Lisa and Greg's Puppy Farm is rolling on.
Is he going to be off for the next 6 weeks?
He'll be off for the next 6 to 8 weeks when the puppies will be weaned. So hopefully they can get Mama Dog back rolling again or make some sort of arrangement or buy that rubber cup thing we found for him yesterday. Anyway,
that should be here tomorrow, by the way.
Thanks to the kind folks at CBS 42 out of Alabama. They cover a number of Alabama markets. They dropped by Bubba to visit the show yesterday about this story that we have touched on, but we'll touch on again, about future automobiles. I thought it was just electric cars, but is it future automobiles that are any kind of car that they will not have AM radio?
Well, I think the electric car thing is kind of driving this discussion.
That opened the door.
And some of our friends in the media have been that this is a conspiracy, that they're out to get talk radio, which is heavily conservative in nature. And there may be some of that. I'm not saying there's not, but I also do think that there is some reception problems with EV cars because of the motors. And, AM radio is harder to pick up in the house. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that's because of your house wiring and the motors and the HVAC and all that kind of stuff. So I think there is a technical issue there. Now, can they work around it? Can they work it out? I don't know. And it really spilled into a broader discussion. Do we need AM radio? Mm-hmm. And I think we do. I mean, it's kind of the backbone where it all started. And the listenership obviously is not as great as it once was. But you get outside metro areas, you can still pick up AM stations very well. And, a lot of local communities, that's what they're based on is AM radio.
Well, you made points in the interviews that we did. And if you have CBS 42 as your CBS affiliate, you should see that. They've already run one of the stories already today if you're listening live, and I think they're going to, Bubba said they're going to continue to do that. So it was kind of them to come by and include us in that. But we, I realize that now you have access to streaming, you have access to archives and podcasts, but again, back to that still needing something. You have satellite radio, you have FM, but if you're in a place where access to these things don't exist, and you lose the FM, as you said, due to FM's limitations, which that's been on a straight line and needing a tower.
Yeah,
like you were saying,
you have to be up on the mountain.
Yeah, and so, but to remove it and not have access to it. And there are certain scenarios where that would be, and plus, like I said, there's unique programming that AM still runs that nobody else is going to give you.
Yeah. And like you were saying, in an all-out emergency, if you have towers that are damaged and you have, access limited through storms, through ice storms, all that kind of stuff, if a tower goes down from an FM station, they're off the air.
Yep.
Unless they have a separate site where they can, where they're set up with a backup. With an AM, if you have that, you literally can get out with some baling wire and get it back on the air.
Yeah, and I know this is not the reason why things continue on. They need to continue on for their merit, not from their nostalgia. But from a nostalgia standpoint, you and I just, looking back, I my first time to ever get to figure out how to be on the air was a campus radio station at Jacksonville State University, which was a small FM.
Yeah, educational FM.
But the first time I was ever given a check was from AM 1390 WHMA, and that's the first time I ever had a commercial radio job, and that's where I learned the ropes of the business. And really, that AM wonderful local AM station in my hometown, it was funny because so many things come back around. I was allowed at a very young age to do a 2-hour show that's a lot like this show.
Yeah.
And at the time, that was considered to be cutting-edge programming for you to have a 2-hour talk show where the people talked about anything they wanted to,
right.
And it had no format. It was just called On the Air. And
that was it.
That was what that was the name of it.
Yes.
And a legendary broadcaster,
Rex Gardner,
had done it, and he passed away, got sick. And then another fellow, George Salmon, who went on to play a key role and giving me a lot of opportunity. He filled in, but he didn't enjoy it the way Rex did.
Right.
And so George,
Rex was good.
George was looking for somebody to take that slot.
Yeah.
And George ran upon a young, aspiring 20-something-year-old that had that attitude of "I'll do anything at this radio station."
That's right.
And he was like, "You think you could do this 2-hour show?" And I said, "Well, I'm only 23 years old." And he said, "Well, let's not talk about that. Why don't you just do the show?" And so I had to talk to old ladies about their gardens and poems and farm reports, swap shop. I got this for sale. I'm upset with the Democrats. I'm upset with the Republicans, but not overly political, but a little bit of that in there. And it was 2 hours of filling time, no commercial breaks. All the commercials were read live during the show. And now people are getting back to that, doing commercials within the programming as if it's new.
Yeah, I know.
That's the way it used to be done.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
And, my past same way. Started at the college radio station, 92J at Jacksonville State University, and my first paid gig was at AM 1280 WPID in lovely Piedmont, Alabama. Working on the weekends.
Yep.
And, it's, again, I don't think you hold on to it just for nostalgia. But there are some issues there that make it still very important.
Yeah.
I think the FCC could have technically helped AM radio out a long time ago, and they're in action. We're seeing the benefits of that now.
Yep.
Now, a lot of the AM stations, they have given them FM translators.
Right.
With very low power FM they can broadcast on too. But they could have digitized that band and made some things happen. Plus, the other thing, an FM signal is going to be limited to about 50 to 75 miles in any direction, even on a big tall mountain. And you have these clear channel AM stations at night that go thousands of miles.
Yeah.
And that's hard to beat. You can't replace that.
Yep. And we've got AM stations on our radio network, and if they go away, some people won't have us.
I know it.
We'll be
we
back.
Don't like it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Insure somebody for a pre-existing condition, because insurance only works, and insurance is a type of socialism, but it's a voluntary socialism. But you have to bring people into the system who are going to pay for it, who are not going to be using it. That's how you pay for the people who have to use it. That's the idea. Some of the time you're in it, you don't need it. That's how you pay for people who do need it.
Right.
So if you come into the system needing the money already, you're already a drag on the system. And if everybody does that, it won't work. Y'all realize that?
Cynthia Nixon went on to say she's also spitting in one hand and wishing in the other, and thinks the wish hand's going to fill up.
Yeah. I got news for you.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We do have an update from the world of space.
One of the Russian compartments that are on there. They've come back now and said that they've dismissed that theory, and they say it looks like it may have been drilled out from inside or something, which would mean, Rick, sabotage.
Or somebody tried to put up a picture of their wife and went, uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah.
I just drilled it. Oh, gosh, did that go through?
I'm going to...
And then what do? Clear the area.
I didn't do it.
Unless someone has...
Set it up and blame it on your brother.
Yeah, unless someone is on a suicide mission here, it wouldn't be too wise to be drilling holes in the space station.
That's
they
kind of
sealed it. They have a protocol for that. But, I'm going to say more than likely somebody was moving something and it got away from them and knocked a hole in it. But I don't know. That's just my theory on it. You know how we've all scuffed the wall up when you're moving something?
Oh, no.
Bringing in or out something. You go, put a little hole in the sheetrock.
Yeah, somebody knows exactly that they did it, and they've cleared the area.
Yeah.
When horseplay breaks out, you clear.
That's right.
Something gets wrote, you clear it, set it back up. Your brother comes in, he touches it, and you go, look what you did. I mean, some people do that.
Yeah.
They're saying that possibly, while some work was being done, that a hole was drilled in the wrong spot accidentally and patched up, and then just kept it quiet.
Y'all.
Yeah.
But Rick, hey, who's got the DeWalt drill on here? Shouldn't we be able to track that down?
Would you like to sit down and have a discussion with a guy they're describing, and I can't say his name, no way, in this story as a Russian cosmonautics expert? Would you love to talk to him?
I bet he's I bet he's up on it. Huh?
He said he's extremely skeptical of theories that the hole was drilled deliberately from space. He's like us. He said, why should any of the crew try to do that? He said, I don't like to use the word nonsense, but all this doesn't fit very well with logic. Why would anybody be drilling into the space station knowing that this could happen?
Well, let me ask you this. And Rick, I hear they put that black tape on it that you can put on a boat if it's made out of screen. Make it float.
That guy's got a new commercial. There's a new Flex Seal commercial coming.
Was it a Flex Seal?
Or Bubba, was it maybe something from out in space?
Well, they ought to be able to tell which way the hole was drilled.
Oh no!
Maybe it wasn't human hand at all.
Rick.
Maybe somebody didn't like us out there infringing on the area. You thought about that? Cosmonauts aren't saying anything.
Well, let me ask you this: How many drills are on the space station? Shouldn't we be able to check that and go, "Hey, who had the drill last? Was you trying to mount something and missed? I mean,
right? If I didn't want,
we've all put a hole in something accidentally and had to patch it up.
Sure. And now I'll tell you one thing: if I'm the guy who accidentally drilled a hole in the International Space Station, you're never getting it out of me.
No. Well, there's not that many people to choose from. There's only a handful. There was it 3 or 4.
When everybody says they didn't do it, then what other conclusion can we come to? Unless it really wasn't drilled from the inside at all.
It was sabotage.
And again, who had the drill last? That kind of, I think they probably know who did it. I think all of them are being quiet about it.
What if they looked at it and they said, this actually looks a lot like maybe it was a really long fingernail claw of some sort.
E.T.
Or is that on the table right now since nobody's admitting it?
Well, Rick, until we know who did it or how it was done, I guess everything's on the table, isn't it?
Speaking of that, did you ever get the guy from Mississippi? Is he not going to talk to us?
You know, Calvin Parker, I'd like to try him back. I've called and left. Greg witnessed the other day. I said, this is my daily call to Calvin. And I get his voicemail.
Don't keep to yourself,
I think
Calvin.
you might want to punt.
But hey, don't easy.
But why would he?
You don't give up on him.
I'm not.
He's one we really
I'm in.
want.
I got a cell. I call him. Let's call him live.
No,
let's do that.
Let's bring him to the studio. I'd really like to talk to him.
I will.
First, let me get him to call us back.
I will tell you this: if you are a person who claimed you encountered aliens, now was he taken up by the aliens or just counted?
Oh yeah.
By the way, I saw one and it is very, very funny. Very funny. HelixSleep.com. We're handed our video list from Adler. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Would you like to have a mattress that you lay down on that is customized for the way you sleep? Well, the only place you're going to get that is going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and they're going to ask you some questions about how you sleep. Do you prefer to sleep on your back, your side, your stomach? What type of mattress do you like? You want it to be real soft? Do you want it to be somewhere in between, medium? Or do you want it to be really firm? They'll take care of that, and they'll customize it. They've got 16 different styles to look at, including some luxury models. Kids, mattresses made just for kids. We even have the big and tall if you need a little extra room. So go right now to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You'll answer those questions. It won't take long. Greg and Lisa, back when they start sleeping again, they will actually sleep on one of these and have been for a couple of years now. So get yours by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Everybody's unique. Everybody sleeps differently. So make sure that your mattress is set up for the way you sleep. And they'll send it right to your door. That's right. It comes to the door. You'll take the box off of it, out it'll come, and then you sleep on it for up to 100 nights, and then you make your final decision. After 100 nights, if you don't like it, you get a full refund. They take it back. That's not likely to happen. You're going to love it. So it was the #1 mattress voted by GQ and Wired Magazine. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Your new mattress will ship right to the door. We'll save you 20%. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Again, saves you 20%. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors that has the correct link as well. All right, so Bubba, we've weighed in on AM radio where you and I began our journey as far as doing this for a living, actually getting paid. And now we get into something that you and I have dabbled in.
Yeah, I think that story's running right now.
Is it really? Yeah. We've dabbled in spring professional football. You and I at one time worked for the XFL.
Yes, we did.
As play-by-play announcers for the Birmingham Stallions. No, the Birmingham Bolts. We have
run that list.
Yeah, we have. We've had every professional spring league the world has ever known come through Birmingham. None of them for very long. I remember my grandparents. I was a little boy. My grandparents taking me to see the first attempt at this, the Birmingham Americans.
Yep.
The Birmingham Americans. I couldn't believe they had Paul Warfield. How in the world did they get him at wide receiver?
I know.
And, of course, because he was old and he was looking for a way to try to keep getting paid to play football. But, and I remember that Zonka played for one of those teams
Memphis.
in the World
Yep.
FL, Jim Kick for a little while. Some big names at the end of their careers. And I remember my grandparents were so excited. Birmingham was so excited about their professional team. If I remember correctly, the Americans actually won the World Football League.
They did. Yeah, first time.
Yeah, and so and now
Then changed the name to Vulcans the second year.
Yeah, and then it didn't make it through. Then it didn't make it through the whole season. But anyway, so none of them have made it very long. So now not only is the USFL back, but so is the XFL. They're both playing right now in the spring, and Birmingham has a team again in the USFL. The Stallions, and an odd story came out yesterday, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing when y'all began to send it to me.
Well, Rick, I think it was I kind of blame myself under the, hey, you can't have nothing.
Yeah, right. Did you
because
start thinking
I
you could
started thinking after watching a couple of games in the second season, hey, this is becoming a pretty good product.
Yep.
The Stallions were doing very well, and I thought, this thing may be all right when all's said and done. Then we have the story hit yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The USFL has filed trademark applications for 12 team names last week. All but 2 were names of teams that operated in the original USFL 40 years ago.
Right.
One of those exceptions, the Dallas Stallions.
Mm-hmm.
The USFL, former or current, have never had a team with a Dallas moniker.
No.
But the USFL does have a team called the Birmingham Stallions that's in its second season.
Mm-hmm. And that was the name of the team in the original USFL.
The USFL officially termed the trademark filings as legal housekeeping to protect legacy intellectual property that was transferred to Fox Sports, not a precursor to franchise relocation. The USFL is owned by Fox Sports, which televises league games along with NBC. The league is headquartered currently in Birmingham. It's just a little strange to me, though. Why do you file a patent for the Dallas Stallions?
But they've been doing this, right? That's not something new.
I don't know.
No,
when he says legal housekeeping, this is something they've always done with that name, correct?
No, this is the first time that has showed up on anything.
Dallas Stallions.
And you don't like their response
on
to this.
Tuesday, the USFL filed trademark applications for the terms Austin Wranglers, Baltimore Stars, Boston Breakers, Dallas Stallions, Denver Gold, or Gold Gunslingers, Los Angeles Express, Oklahoma Outlaws, Portland Breakers, San Antonio Gunslingers, and Wranglers. The USFL intended uses of the words include entertainment services, namely professional football and football exhibition games, providing ongoing television and radio programming in the field of football as well as clothing.
This is the statement that gets me. While the Dallas Stallions were never a team, the name was in existence as a concept with the other teams that were part of the trademark application.
Right. So they're just protecting.
So is that what they're saying? Is it's always been there, and we're just continuing this legal housekeeping of protecting all of them because that's what we've always done?
Yeah, it says here.
That's what I took out of
the next
the story.
line. It says no one should read into this as anything other than legal housekeeping to protect old IPs.
Mm-hmm. And you read that a minute ago, Bubba. But that statement I read makes me think it's always been a part of that trademark application.
They never used it, but they've always had it.
Correct.
Yeah, and they want to make sure nobody else.
Well,
gets
right.
I'll tell you
there's
this.
already some other teams named the Dallas Stallions. There's the basketball leagues has a Dallas Stallions that's copyrighted. So I don't know.
Yeah, well,
it's just fine. I find it strange. Here's the thing too, and if you've ever dealt with copyright issue, and we've had very limited dealings with it here, but some. You file an intent to use. You can't just file and get something and put it on the shelf indefinitely. You have to be intending to use it. And then when you use it, you actually go back and get the actual part where you get the little R to go behind it, where it's actually registered.
Yeah, I don't know enough about this, but you are right on that, Bubba. But what maybe they're doing is saying, yeah, you're right. At some point, we can't just hold Dallas Stallions, but we can still hold it a little longer, and we're gonna hold it as long as we can. You know, and whatever that length is, you can have it without using it.
Right.
Maybe they haven't reached that yet, but you're right. At some point, they can't hang on to it if they don't use it.
But why would you be holding on to it?
I don't know. But here's another thing I've noticed. So in the
you wouldn't want to go head to head with the Cowboys, I don't think.
Yeah, in the original USFL, there was no Austin Wranglers, so that's a name that's never been used, and they're not using it now, are they?
Is this nothing more than it was a part of the application process to begin with, and they didn't want to start over, so they just kept redoing it?
They definitely had the Los Angeles Express because they won.
Or was that
that was the XFL that had the Los Angeles team that won it, and I thought they were called the Express.
Yeah, I did too. That's what I was thinking. I thought some of these look like XFL names.
And I do remember the Denver Gold in the original USFL because they actually they participated the first time.
Right.
And the Gunslingers must be another option for them to have a mascot if they wanted to go another way.
Right. The Portland Breakers.
They were part of it,
but they're in New Orleans now.
But they used to be Portland. So I don't know. It's a weird thing.
It does sound like, though, that even though Dallas Stallions for the USFL have never been an official team, it was part of the whole concept, and they're just protecting.
Yeah, and that may
name.
be, but Bubba does make a point. You just can't continue to protect things indefinitely and not use them because that unless the law has changed. But it's one time.
Well, I guess somebody would have to come in and challenge that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so
maybe you can't just hang on to it forever. But
nobody's challenged it. So
it'll run out.
Yeah.
Or if somebody challenges it, so hey, you're not using it. But like I said, there's already some teams with that name, so that was kind of.
But different sports.
Yeah.
So because we have that all the time.
Does that go back to T-shirts and stuff? Remember, you have to tell them. You can't copyright a certain name to be used anywhere, anytime for anything.
Right. You have categories, and I don't know if different sports would be different categories, or you would just have sports as a category.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
But it just didn't look real good.
Nobody liked it. Well, and the reason why nobody likes it is because every single professional football spring league that has ever existed. It's like dating that woman that keeps breaking your heart. People
it's coming.
People are afraid to commit because of the reputation of this woman.
Right.
You know, and but she's so pretty, everybody just keeps falling for her for a little bit of time. Right. You know,
Dallas has a team already. All right, it's called the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if you've heard of them.
Right.
But we need the Stallions, and they're not taking the Stallions from us.
And
we found out about it because y'all didn't think we'd found out. We found out. I'm mad about
it. We found out. Oh, well, there you go. And again, it may be nothing, but there's no way it's not going to be a story because of everything I just said.
You know, one of the things I do wish that USFL would do would be put together their radio network, even if they just simulcast the TV audio.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are out moving around in the spring.
I want to listen to an AM radio.
Yeah, I do too.
But
both of them did experiments on it.
If there's a place you want to come where you can have a comfort zone and you're with friendly folk, we're his kind of people. Mm-hmm. I understand why
there's not a more friendly environment for investigating this whole thing than right here.
I know you don't want to go on CNN. I certainly understand that.
Got that.
And Marco Rubio says don't go on Alex Jones.
No,
right.
But as far as coming, and I can't wait to do that story. But as far as coming here. There couldn't be. If you're some guy from Mississippi that encountered aliens, this is your show.
Yeah, I mean, especially since we were both born in the same hospital.
Yeah, you and him.
Come on.
Isn't that something?
You know, Bubba, would it be the greatest pontoon boat ride ever if you went out on the lake and you had Calvin Parker sitting there with you and y'all were just riding around in your pontoon boat and you could ask him anything?
No, he took you what if he took you to the spot where
I would be afraid they'd come back for
I started to say, I don't want to carry this too far to the extreme. I mean, he may have a homing beacon in him or something, right. You know? I mean,
homing beacon.
I mean, they may come back to see how he's doing.
That's it. I'm calling him again in the break.
Well, Speedy, to the point.
Speedy, I believe he's not coming.
According to the things that they do to check out human bodies, they could put a beacon in you and you'd never know it.
Yeah. There's always a probing.
What if Bubba came back in on like a Monday morning and said, guys, y'all ain't gonna believe this?
I've been on the pontoon with Calvin, and I don't mean Wilbur. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And two got a hold of me, and one got a hold of Charlie, and they took us inside. They did an examination. So when they examined us, we was probably in there, I'm going to say 45 minutes. I'm not real sure. I didn't have a watch or nothing at the time. They put us back out at the same place we were, facing the water, and I was froze, you know, in one spot. And originally, I didn't want to talk about it no more, so Charlie just said, you know, play like you passed out in there and you won't have to say nothing too much. So that's what I did. I kind of went along with that. When it took off, it didn't make hardly any noise at all. You just heard like a zipping noise. It went zip, and that was it, and it was gone.
There's the words of Calvin Parker. We'll talk to him in the next segment. We're just going to get versed on the story again so we'll know what we're talking about here at the bottom. And that was, in a nutshell, what he alleges happened. And Charles Hickson corroborated the same story, saying that that's exactly what happened. No one really knows what happened, but the reason why we've always been intrigued with this one and a few others, that obviously, first of all, when you're trying to get through all this, and I think I'm going to put Charlie Hickson and Calvin Parker in the final category, but there's the category that I don't think they're in, and that's the people making up stories. It was a scam from the beginning. I just want attention. Then you have what I think these guys are in, and that is, I don't know what happened to them, but something did. And now, does that mean alien beings from another world? I certainly don't know that. I don't think they know that. But, is this something in the spiritual realm? I always tend to lean there because I know that's real. That is something that I 100% believe, have experienced, and am told in God's Word it does exist. I don't know, but I do think something happened to them, and we'll talk to Calvin about it at the bottom of the hour.
Rick, huge in my world. I remember when this story happened when I was a kid, and it started and ushered in for us the UFO time when we really got into this and started looking at it, because nobody really heard a whole lot about it up to that point for us as a kid. But it's an amazing story, and as you said, they really did not try to profit off of that story. They tried to kind of stay out of the limelight for a long time. Calvin is now 60-something, and he has wrote a book now about it. Charles Hickson has passed away, but it's just very interesting the things that happen, and trying to prove what happened or didn't happen is interesting.
Yeah, and obviously, anytime you're in the limelight over things like this, and it's not a lot of fun, you have the people that believe you, and then you have the people that do not, and they certainly have had both. People who have said that they don't believe that anything happened to them, and they are skeptics, and they think that they were some believe that they just completely made it up, and they didn't. They thought the polygraph test, as you said, Bub, in the break, was administered by an inexperienced operator, which 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. To the big lake they call Get You Goomy. Lake, it is said, never gives up her dead when the skies in November turn gloomy. 6,000 tons more go. Wait empty. She's too heavy, y'all. Too heavy for November. The gales of November came early. So, Bubba, you cannot announce it. Gordon Lightfoot, a Canadian rare talent, dies at 84. Gordon Lightfoot went on in. The wreck of the Eben Fitzgerald is we've talked about it on the show. It's one of these things that we reference on the show often.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It's a spooky song, isn't it? It's spooky. Give me the creeps. You doing it right then?
Yeah. And do you remember? And I know YouTube, y'all can't hear all this, so I'll try to be short. But I'm giving Bubba. Do you remember this? Do you remember this one too?
Oh yeah.
I remember as a little boy listening back to AM again. Listen to AM radio. When Gordon crank out Sundown, baby. And the opening line, I was too young to understand it, but as I got older, I thought, now this is a great line right here.
I can see her lying back in her satin dress in a room where you do what you don't confess.
Yeah, as a kid, I was like, what's that mean? Sadly, I know exactly what that means now. So, everybody say, fine, you've been sneaking around my back step. So Gordon Lightfoot at 84. Do you remember If You Could Read My Mind by Gordon? It's another good one. He would do a song that made you feel strange. You know, I mean, he used those chord progressions.
Oh yeah, I remember.
What a tale my thoughts could tell.
So, and there's a documentary about him. I mean, when he was really old and still going on. I watched it on wherever it was. I don't remember who had it, but it was a. Do you remember Carefree Highway? Oh, you do. You remember, you remember it.
Picking up the pieces of my sweet shattered dream.
Yeah, I remember it. Oh, yeah.
I wonder how
Carefree Highway. Yeah. Sorry, me, Mom. I didn't know that was in there. But this is the hook. You remember that?
Yeah.
Carefree Highway.
Oh yeah.
So,
a lot of hits.
So Gordon Lightfoot went on in.
He had 5 Grammy nominations during his career, and he won the Canadian equivalent to that, the Juno Award, 17 times.
Yep. I've also
Can I ask a question real quick about celebrity deaths?
Yeah, sure.
Something disturbing happened in the break with Bubba, and this is just a confirmation on why he doesn't do celebrity deaths.
And you know what? He's made it very clear you shouldn't, and I really shouldn't either because I usually say they're dead when they're not.
Well,
it's two extremes right now.
There was
really
there is, and this kind of goes to both of them. So on one of the TVs here, Gary Coleman they kept showing pictures of Gary Coleman.
I know, we didn't understand.
And Keyshawn Johnson and all that. They were doing something with that show. And I said, Gary Coleman's dead. And Bubba argued with me and said, no, he's not. And I said, he's dead, Bubba. Why, they're not, because he said they must be having him on. And I said, Bubba, they can't have him on. He's dead.
Right.
He died in 2010.
Yeah.
I guess he did then.
Well, you'll bring people back.
Bubba thought he was doing a live interview.
Rick, I know you had him dead because you hadn't seen him. You hadn't seen him in over 6 months.
I had him dead when the show was still on.
What you talking about, Willis?
But it's Bubba is Bubba will bring Bubba
I
really
keep him alive. You put him away.
You were so convincing, though.
Which honestly, though, see, you offend living people. I don't.
Isn't that odd? Well, Bubba, I will say though, you're a bit of a celebrity zombie. You have them walking. You have them walking around out there.
I want to think they're still with us.
Right. Yeah. So anyway,
I thought Gary Coleman was still alive. I did.
Do you realize, though, that there are people that can listen to this show and not fully listen? And either I've put somebody down or Bubba's brought them back alive. And if you don't listen to both of us, you don't know what to do.
You're all over that. I thought he was still hanging out with Kid Rock.
Yeah. So remember this next. Remember, I will say this. I did think Gordon Lightfoot had gone on in.
Well, that's why we carefully handle those, and I have voluntarily taken myself out of announcing their deaths.
And 1 year from today, Bubba will announce his death again. So that's the two extremes.
Well, say I don't do them anymore.
Yeah, well, that's right. We stopped that. Yeah, you're right. By the way, we've been talking about all this stuff with Greg, and I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself. Allison Hill, I am mad at myself for not having this joke on my own, and that you had to bring it up. What does Greg Burgess and Pete Buttigieg now have in common?
Oh, yeah.
They both have taken paternity leave.
Oh, wow.
God, what a good one.
God, it's great is what it is.
I added the Buttigieg, but she brought up the point that Greg's basically taking paternity leave.
Yeah. I didn't want to
you adding that.
I didn't want to get that brutal, Rick. You know what I mean?
Well, I do. That is So Greg's new nickname, Buddha Greg. Both of them taking paternity leave.
You don't think that right there loves it?
You like that, don't you, Adler? You got a lot of material for your nemesis.
That is solid. Guys, if Greg takes off this whole week, he will have taken off more time for these puppies than I took off for my son, Ezra. That's not a joke.
That really brings it home.
Well, let me. And one of the reasons, because Greg says, he said, well, normally, I just use the few days that we get on when you and Bubba are gone, because I don't do every best of show, so I just consider that. I've never taken like a full week of vacations because we don't ever go anywhere. And I'm like, so you're going to use it for this? He goes, I guess.
I guess.
Oh no, you're using it for this.
Yeah, he said at least it takes that off of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, I wish them nothing but the best, and I won't say on the air. I won't say on the air because I'm trying to do better to present myself as the nice one on the show.
All right, that's good, Rick.
But y'all all know how this is going to end.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hoping it doesn't, but
right.
But yeah.
I mean, sometimes nature can be cruel.
Oh yeah.
Good night.
But
It is cruel.
But it's doing its job.
Yep.
You made a great point the other day because, especially the left, when they're so inconsistent about how they claim to love animals, but then they do these weird things about it. Is we'll take a runt, which creation, if you don't believe anything other than the natural order, creation is saying that one you don't want that genetic to be passed on.
Right.
So nature will take them out. We'll keep them alive and then breed them and start doing offspring from them.
Oh yeah. We take runts
and think everybody loves it.
And get runts and runts and runts and breed them all together.
Right.
And then we wonder why these dogs have all these exotic problems now.
And then turn around and claim to worship nature.
Yeah.
Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big's our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's talk a little bit about this new product. We don't treat our livers very good, and I know that hits a little close to home right now, but sorry about that, Bubba. I know that's a bit of an ouch over there, but what you're talking about is a little bit different. But the latest data that we've got from the American Heart Association indicates that adults with fatty liver were 3.5 times more likely to have heart failure than those without, and the American Liver Foundation says that 100 million Americans have fatty liver. That means a lot of people watching and listening to this show right now are at risk. And think about the things that we throw at our liver. I mean, me, for example, my family genetically has very high cholesterol on one side of the family. And, of course, thankfully, due to some of the statins, I finally have that number down. But for many years, my liver was being pounded by high cholesterol. For some people that, you let things get out of hand, you drink more than you should, you're throwing that at your liver. Alcohol, the toxins that we throw at our liver, overtaking of Tylenol, and statin drugs. Some of the side effects for statins actually are bad for the liver. Cigarettes, awful for the liver. This is why many people are sluggish. They have fatty liver. You gain weight, you lose energy, and it could be tied to fatty liver. For decades, your liver, of course, helps us with 500 key functions every day. It is a must for the body to operate at its peak performance. So there is a liver health formula that you can get right now. Try Liver Health Formula, and we'll also give you a bottle of blood sugar formula to reduce sugar cravings when you order today. This is an all-natural supplement. It has 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect your liver. It's manufactured right here in the USA, and it is approved by American doctors, and you'll see them on the website. This is the website. We had some people get the wrong website, so get the right one. GetLiverHelp.com/Bubba. GetLiverHelp.com/Bubba. If you go there and get the Liver Health Formula, the blood sugar formula will be a free bonus gift. Again, GetLiverHelp.com/Bubba. say Hickson did pass, who was the guy who was with Calvin. And people say, well, it wasn't a good polygraph, and he refused to take another one. I think he realized that was a road that, the people who didn't believe him weren't going to believe it no matter how many he passed.
Right.
And then they questioned the person administrating it. Some people say the story got altered or embellished when there were some appearances on television shows. And this is mainly all around Hickson. Parker's never really talked to anybody much about it.
Well, I think the reason that has been said, if you heard him a minute ago, he didn't want to talk about it.
Right.
And it was very disturbing to him. So initially he just said he passed out. And Charles Hickson, who was older than he was, gave him that advice. Said, just tell him you passed out and you won't have to give him any details about it.
Well, sadly,
and since then he has come out and said, no, I said that to mislead everybody so I wouldn't have to give these details, but now he wants to talk about it.
Yeah, well, like they said, the problem is on that strategy. Some people come back and say, well, he said he was passed out.
Right.
And
now you're changing the story.
Yeah, and so there's even a suggestion that that they did have something happen, but it was not alien beings. It was some hallucination of some kind, or I don't know how you could do that while fishing. Because there's no evidence that they were partaking of anything that would alter the mind. So anyway, we'll talk to Calvin about that himself, and we'll ask about the things that he experienced and what he saw. We've been trying to do this interview for a long time, and we'll get it directly from him. And he's now has the book that chronicles this. But this is you have the Barney and Betty. And to me, those
Barney
are
and Betty Hill.
Yeah, those are the ones that not rubble. But those are the ones that I think I don't know what happened to these people, but they just don't seem like they're trying to scam anyone because I don't know what they're gaining from it. Now I'm not saying that aliens come from another world and spaceships and all that, but I'm just thinking something happened to them. I don't know what. And there's some Bigfoot people that are like that.
Yeah, Travis Walton. That's also one. It's very intriguing. The movie Fire in the Sky.
Yeah,
was based
I've
on.
moved Travis down to 3. I used to have him higher because I'm realizing there were a lot of drinking and stuff going on. and that story.
Right.
I've kind of moved him. I've kind of moved Calvin ahead of him and Betty and Barney ahead of him, just because they were partying a little bit, and that moves him down to me a little bit.
The Betty and Barney Hill story is intriguing because they were a mixed race married couple, and at that time when it happened, they probably were not seeking the headlines because our country was not fully open to that type of marriage yet, and it would cause them more trouble to be brought out. And the fact that under hypnosis, Betty was able to tell things that were done to her scientific test that had not been invented yet, but we do use them today. So I thought that was intriguing. And the fact that she was able to recreate a star chart and show people where they came from.
My story, Cal. Donovan, Speedy, Helmsy, Adler here. Greg, our Buddha Greg, out on puppy paternity leave. He is taking vacation time this week. So your phone calls will happen this hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Today, if you are listening live, is May the 2nd. We must have your mama's information turned in for Fix Mama's Mouth by Thursday. May 4th is the cutoff. So if you haven't gathered Mama's things and you have not gone to the contest button and you have not followed those instructions, you got 48 hours. 48 hours. And then the mamas that are in, that's who we're going to pick from. So get that done this week if you've forgotten about it and you're like, now when's that deadline? It is Thursday. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Speedy?
Yes, I love technology, but not as much as you see.
Hey, tech update. Tech me.
Do you have something you want to hit before that?
No, I don't want to mess this up. Just the emails coming in on Gary Coleman are funny. with the history of this show and what we did when he passed away, and the segments we talked about and speculated on, and how did his wife kill him, and we made the biggest deal out of it, and nobody can remember.
I do remember that now. I do,
Rick.
I do.
In fairness,
I remember that thing.
I asked if he was still alive because it was up there. I couldn't figure out what they were doing.
Right.
No.
I didn't have a debate that he was and make an argument.
Bubba, you told me he was still alive. You've already forgotten that?
No,
that actually happened in the break. That's why I told the story.
I think you misunderstood what I was saying.
I was just thought
it really doesn't.
I just thought it was funny because I couldn't remember either way, and the fact in 2010 we did a big deal on him passing away. I thought that was funny because I can't remember.
Guys, I'm really concerned because you said, "Is he on live?" And I said, "No, he's dead," and you said he's not dead. That's exactly the conversation.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. And then
now I'm concerned.
I just thought this was a funny email.
I feel like I've done something wrong.
I thought I had asked if he was still alive because I really couldn't figure out why they had a picture of him up there and all that stuff. But I don't remember doing the story.
Yeah,
so it's possible.
Yeah, do y'all remember?
It really doesn't matter.
Have y'all seen the Jeopardy episode where those people don't know anything about football?
Yeah.
No, let's play it. Let's play it.
So, check update.
Yes, I love technology.
Geoffrey Hinton. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Does that name ring a bell with you at all?
I know Kenny Hinton. I went to high school with him.
Right. Well, this is a different clan of Hintons.
Yeah.
He is a Google engineer widely considered the godfather of artificial intelligence.
Wow.
He has quit his job and is now warning of the dangers of future AI development.
Guys.
Sounds like Elon Musk.
Hinton worked at Google for more than a decade and is responsible for a 2012 tech breakthrough that serves as the foundation for the current AI platforms like ChatGPT. He announced his resignation from Google in a statement to the New York Times saying he now regrets his work. I console myself with a normal excuse. If I hadn't done it, somebody else would have, he told the paper. It sounds like he's going a little bit down the Robert Oppenheimer road, the father of the atomic bomb.
Yeah, I mean, we have in 2B him talking. Do you think it's creepier to hear him actually say it?
Let's hear it.
But I mean, basically, what you just read is all we need to know. But do y'all want to hear his creepy voice say it?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, here he is. All right, here we go.
Some of your former students and experts in the industry have said that the risks that you're describing are still hypothetical. So where are we right now? Have we already gone too far with this technology?
We don't know. I think if you stop developing it now, this existential risk would be mitigated. I don't think the things as they are now will take over. But obviously we're going to develop them much further because they're so useful. And then we have to worry about what's going to happen. And that I've really gone public to encourage people to think very seriously about what they're going to do to make sure that if we develop things more intelligent than us, they don't gain control.
That was creepy.
That
was very creepy.
He said, and he said it's hard to see how you can prevent the bad actors from using it for bad things.
Well, isn't there a movie that it's just come out, or it's about to come out, or has it already been out about the atomic bomb and Oppenheimer?
Well, it's coming out this summer.
Oh, this
and
summer,
it's called
okay.
Oppenheimer,
Yes.
and they say it is really good.
Yes,
I've seen the trailer for it. And it's really good.
And that analogy,
Really?
and look, what I'm going to say next, just hear me out, okay? I actually was very, very blown away by it, what you sent me about the Bible stuff and the artistic pictures and all that.
Right.
But I will tell you what he's talking about. Having AI interpretations of the Bible is highly dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about how easy it would be to take the scriptures and get that AI to put out a false version of the Bible for people who don't know any better and start telling them the Bible says things it does not say.
Well, anything online could do.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But I'm just talking about, when there is a danger to us saying, well, look, because like you said all along, whatever you tell it to do, which is Elon Musk's concern, if you tell it, we need you to do everything that you write and say from an angle that human beings are dangerous to the earth,
Right.
to the world, that can be bad. If you decide, of course we have, false teachers anyway, but if people start going back, well, no, wait a minute. I mean, you said that person's false, but I got this new Bible right here. This AI stuff's got all these pictures, everything in it. It says the same thing that pastor's saying. So what do you mean it's not in the Bible? I mean,
man.
how about more than ever? You got to know, because this has always been a problem, but it's just going to, and we know this if we believe what the Bible actually says.
Yeah.
The church at some point will become completely apostate, completely, because when none of it is correct. So of course there would be steps that we would start moving toward, and we're already there. There's already things being preached in churches and things that are being allowed that are people saying, well, you can't really trust that the Word of God is truly the Word of God. You can't really trust that. Well, now once we leave that, then,
let's Katie bar the door then anyway.
But the Bible says that is going to happen, so we shouldn't be surprised either.
Well, Bubba, all these warnings about AI from this guy here and Elon Musk and others, I mean, what's the average citizen just going to work today that has no control over this technology? What do they do? How do you protect yourself?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I do.
Well, because we really don't know exactly what the dangers are. That's the problem.
Right.
I mean, we know it can produce fake audio, fake pictures, fake video.
Mm-hmm.
So then can you believe what you see, hear, and your senses are no longer, the final word on everything. Now, there's good parts of it, too.
Sure.
Like we have
there
this.
always is.
When it comes to answering medical questions, can AI, and specifically ChatGPT, do a better job than a human doctor? It appears to be possible, according to results of a new study passed in the JAMA Internal Medicine, led by researchers from the University of San Diego. The researchers compiled a random sample of nearly 200 medical questions that patients posed on Reddit, which is also a social media site, and they entered the questions in a ChatGPT and recorded the response. A panel of health professionals then evaluated both sets of responses for quality and empathy. For nearly 80% of the answers, the chatbots won out over real doctors in a blind test. So, when you have immense computing power, and that's what all the AI is really about.
It's supposed to be about.
It can do good things. It can do bad. Like I say, I dealt with some of this in my diagnosis, where doctors are making the final decision, but they go to an AI algorithm that looks at thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of patients all over the country that would match your profile, age, weight, history, and look at how their tumors reacted and how they performed given the same set of circumstances, same cell type, same location, same size, and it can give you a prediction on how you should treat that. And then they use that. The humans have the last say in it, but they use that as a diagnostic tool, which, is amazing. You humans just can't go through that amount of data that quick to give you those kind of answers.
Yeah, so really it's a tool to gather data so quickly to give you, because the data still comes from human beings and all the different case studies.
Yes.
They just it just says, I can't go find all these people's and all these writings, so you go find it for me.
Right.
So that's great. The problem is when you start using it to advance an agenda and people, the thing that...
And that's what Elon's worried about. Who's writing the code? Who's giving it the final set of circumstances it has to work around.
My concern, and I'm sure everybody's, is because what you say is, well, educate yourself so that you can spot counterfeit. But if we get to the point that the places you go to educate yourself are also unreliable,
what do you do?
Well, then where are you learning? And that's why the things that are reliable and are true, you better hang on to. And that's usually the reason why tyrannical places start burning things that are originals and they give you a new version.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you got to hang on to the originals.
A little rewrite.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 866 We Be Big right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, Calvin Parker standing by.
No, believe it or not, the fishing never stopped. I enjoy it so much that anytime I got a chance, I'd go jump in a boat and go fishing.
years old at the time, and they were abducted by aliens while fishing there near Pascagoula. And Calvin, thank you for taking time to be with us today.
Oh, you mighty welcome. I enjoy it.
Well,
it's a beautiful day outside, but still too stormy to fish, so this is a good place to be.
Well, I was going to ask you if you will ever fish again.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be like, I don't know that fishing would be the same for me after what you went through, but was it hard on you for a while? Was there a time period where you're like, look, I can't go back out to the lake for some time?
No, believe it or not, the fishing never stopped. I enjoy it so much that anytime I got a chance, I'd go jump in a boat and go fishing or off a bank or in a pond. It didn't matter where I was as long as I could fish.
Calvin, this is Bubba here. When your story first came out, I was a kid, and I want to tell you, for many years after that, anytime I was in the neighborhood after dark, I ran home as hard as I could because your story had us all scared to death.
You know, and I hate that, but it scared the living daylights out of me also. I mean,
good at it.
I'm just now, after 45 years, getting where I could kind of quote with it. You know, this is something I never talked to my family or friends about up until just here lately. And that's when I done the book, and I really didn't want to do the book. It was just one of them things that happened.
Calvin, let's go back and talk about some of those events. And I know sometimes details get changed and whatever. You guys were out fishing. You had a object approach you. You said there were 3 things that came out of this kind of floating, and they took you on board. And one of you had said that, if I believe I had this right, that you think they gave you something to calm you down because you both were kind of frantic at the whole incident to begin with?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. And even when I went to the hospital the next day and they did their blood work and examination, they found puncture marks on my arm, and they believe it was some kind of injection site. I don't know how the blood work ever came back. Everything got top secret, and we got busy after that. I left and went back home to Laurel, and so I never really followed up on that. But the publisher of the book now, he's trying to get all this information he can because, you know, it's a big demand for it. Believe it or not, the book is doing really well.
Oh, I bet it is. I was just checking out online how well it was doing, and so there's a lot of people, you know, that because there's a lot of stories we talked about, and we've said this about you and Mr. Hickson for a long time. You know, there's a very small category of people that I don't know and can't explain what happened to you, but I believe something did, because I just don't think you're making this story up out of thin air. Now, I don't know whether that means these were true alien beings that came from another world. I don't think you know either, but I do believe that something happened to you, and I think that's why there's intrigue in this. And I never knew till just now when you said that they did blood work on you, that nobody ever came back with the results of what they found in the blood work. I mean, that would be of interest, I think.
No, and you know, a lot of the stuff got destroyed during Katrina. Back then, they just kept hard copies. There wasn't too many computers, so you couldn't send it off somewhere and put it in a file and save it for later. Most of the hospitals and all had hard copies, and when Katrina come, about 80% of the coast got underwater and destroyed a lot of this. So he's having to dig this up piece at a time. But believe it or not, he's found things that I didn't realize he found.
Really?
And I'm still looking at stuff this morning that he sends me that he's found out. He's like a detective.
Yeah, he's working on
any of that you can share with us at this point?
Well, he come up with the true polygraph test, and then where they was taken, and then where Dr. John Allen Hynek, which was over Project Blue Book, had came down for a visit. Well, he come up with that information.
22 minutes now past the hour. Phone troll, 30 seconds a pop. If you want to get in, Helmsley's got phones right now, and we'll do 30 minutes. 30 seconds, Rick, not minutes. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll get to another caller, unless you're given a timeout by the indecisive Speedy or Bubba. And if not, we'll keep moving. Of course, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions or anything like that. This is all about comments, questions as you program the program. Robert in Greensboro, North Carolina. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggin.
Hey, buddy.
I got a suggestion. Why not have played Mr. Lucky, the world's greatest garage band, during the breaks on YouTube?
Well, let me break that to you. You won't believe this. We actually tried that, thinking, well, this is a band that was formed by us and songs that were written by, me and Greg and Ryan Greenwood, and so we thought that would do it. And we got flagged for playing Mr. Lucky. We actually got shut down for playing our own music. So it did not work because there's still these people who publish it to the digital domain, and so they have it protected. So even if we play it, then right out of we got flagged anyway.
Yes, I have done appeals on YouTube saying this is our show. We are playing our own show, so please please don't demonetize this video. Because this is us. Right. We are us. This is us.
That's them in that the music is them.
That is Rick and Bubba.
Right.
And even like looking for a city and things like that will show up because those were big on the CDs, on the best of CDs.
Yeah.
That's where it's competing, is the best of CD world.
Yeah.
And then our YouTube broadcast.
Yeah. So anything that involves us will go back out because, right now you can get Mr. Lucky, you can get Best of Bits, you can get the children's CD. All that's out there on all the streaming services and all the stores. So because it is, and there's a group that publishes that for us, they flag us. So believe it or not, that actually won't work. Landon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys? Look,
Buddy.
I got my bucket hat, my Rick and Bubba hat in the other day.
Yeah.
And I went to the senior citizens home the other night, and let me tell you, I had to cinch the cord up on that hat because I couldn't get them off of me, Rick.
Oh, really?
The women were just flocking.
Yeah, well, you see that a lot.
Yeah, you do. You wear a Rick and Bubba bucket hat, then
that's not an isolated incident.
No, you're right. It's on. Let's go to Steve. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I don't know if y'all have discussed this yet or not, but Biden's new thing that started yesterday, went into effect yesterday about mortgages, people who are getting mortgages now who have good credit scores have to pay a little extra to subsidize. I didn't know if y'all had talked about that or not. What y'all's thoughts were.
Well, we haven't done the story yet, but I saw 27 states have already pushed back and are demanding that I don't know what they're demanding, but they're furious about it.
Well, yeah, it's basically the housing bubble all over again.
Right, it's like you don't learn anything from 2008.
Yeah, we're trying to somehow, credit score minus errors, and those do happen.
Sure.
Is a numbers game. Okay, it doesn't take into consideration personalities, race, where you live. It's a numbers game, and it gives lenders an idea on your ability to pay something back. And there's some people that don't qualify for whatever reason. Maybe they don't have enough income for what they're trying to do, or they've had a bad history of handling money, or whatever. They've had some problems, been through a rough patch. We've all had that.
Yes. That's great.
And now this idea that if these people, we could just get them in this house, everything would be okay. But again, the risk involved there, you're trying to spread it out and put it in. It's, your heart's in the right place, but the math of it does not work out. It's like saying, I want 2 + 2 to be 5 so bad. It hurts, but I just can't make it to be 5. And so what it is, they're basically making people with high credit scores
over 680.
They're penalizing them and making them pay a surcharge so that people with low credit scores can qualify for some of these mortgages. It's the same housing bubble we did before. It's just another way of doing it.
Well, here's what I don't get on that note. And on what you said
it was
about
a disaster. It almost crashed our whole economy.
And what you said about I want so much for 2 + 2 to be 5. What I don't get about the left is when you come to them and say, we tried to make it 5 and it was a disaster, and they go, well, we'll try to make it 5 again.
Yeah.
You come to them and go, what you're doing caused a housing bubble that destroyed our economy, and it was a major ordeal. And they just go, well, let's try it again.
Thomas
why would
Sowell,
you try again what doesn't work?
Yep.
Thomas Sowell is a famous conservative, happens to be African-American, but he's very, very wise. And one of his great quotes, and I'm going to paraphrase it because I don't have it in front of me, but he basically said the thing about liberals that just, you just can't get over is they keep trying failed policies over and over again.
I don't understand.
And they never move on. They just back up and try it again. It's like running into a brick wall.
I've had ideas that didn't work, but when they didn't work, it wasn't. My heart was in the right place. It looked like a good idea,
and you move on.
I don't even fault people for having the idea originally,
right?
But when it doesn't work, you got to learn something from that.
Yeah,
Robert.
And I will say this too on that. That was done at the agency level. It was not done at the congressional level.
Right.
And several of the senators and congressmen have asked for a congressional review of that. I'm really not familiar with the procedure, but they basically can hold up administrative policies that they think that Congress should have a say in.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, several states have stepped in already to block that. So I don't know that it's in full effect yet, but it was supposed to go into effect.
Yeah, the story I saw yesterday, and pardon me, I didn't follow up on it. It said 27 states, whatever they're doing, that they rose up to revolt against it. And I don't know what all that means or how that all plays out. But there's been strong pushback on it because of
it just doesn't make any sense.
What Bubba just said, it's not like we don't know this is going to be a disaster. We know it will.
Isn't it something that
not that we think it will, we know it will.
That effect took effect yesterday, which was May Day.
Boy, wow.
Isn't that funny?
Well, once again,
the communist holiday.
Once again, the left always thinks the government is the answer, and the government, as Reagan taught us, is actually the problem. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
The use of objective standards is so critically important. And I see this move across the country that somehow we're going to make the lives specifically of minorities better by eliminating objective standards in everything, in education, in credit scores. And that, to me, is insulting as an African American, that the only way for me to be competitive is for you somehow to eliminate the thresholds. That's ridiculous. I can't think of anything more ridiculous than that.
A tape where I was hypnotized, and I had no idea I was even hypnotized in '93 by Bud Hopkins. And Bud Hopkins is a top researcher in hypno, whatever you call it, people.
Hypnotherapy type stuff?
Yeah. And he had put a post-hypnotic suggestion in my head where I wouldn't remember it till I got where I was able to remember it, a little piece at a time. And I tell you what, I read some of that, and it just kind of scares the hell out of me.
Right. Well, let's go.
Yeah, Calvin, let's go back to actually when these three things approached you guys. You said they were humanoid looking, but they had crab-like hands.
Yeah, now I'm pretty sure this was robots or something because they were so mechanical moving. When they come out, picked us up, two of them got a hold of Charlie and one got a hold of myself. And if it hadn't been for the injection or whatever they gave me to settle me down, I would have probably just went ahead and passed on to the happy hunting ground.
Right.
But they took us aboard, and, well, I can just account for mine because I was numb. I couldn't see nothing but just see forward. So they took us aboard the ship and put me on an examination table, and then a different one that looked kind of human come out and examined me. And I think she was a doctor, and I believe these three that took us aboard was like soldiers and all. But
now you said she. Why did you refer to the doctor as a she?
Well, it kind of looked feminine and all. If it was a man, they.
Could have been Caitlyn
I
Jenner.
couldn't tell. Well, I really couldn't tell what it was. I'm just calling it a woman because it looked kind of feminine.
Like what did it look like? I know you've done drawings, but can you, just for folks listening now, would you kind of describe it?
Well, of course, the big ugly ones, they kind of look like just mechanical, had skin kind of like a manatee and just gray wrinkled skin. But she looked different. It looked different. He had facial features, built kind of like a human, had nose, eyes, and mouth, although I never seen the mouth open or anything, or the eyes blink, because they were so narrow. But I've seen pictures here lately that people's drawn, and they had big eyes, but mine didn't look nothing like that. It looked a little better than them.
So what you're saying is, because this is the first time I've gotten this, the things that came out with the crab-like hands that looked robot-like and were gray, they're almost like they were sent out to retrieve you and Charlie and bring you into the ship. When you got into the ship, then another type being came out to actually do the examination, and you said had, to use terms that we can understand, some facial features, and the eyes were not big, and it looked somewhat human.
Exactly right. These others, I figured was soldiers or something like that. I don't even think they was real live. I know I'd hate to fight one of them, but
yeah. So it was almost like somebody sending a big robotic type weapon to come get you that would be almost like lynchmen type things.
Exactly right. Somebody asked me how I felt. I said, well, look, if you're sitting in your house watching TV, somebody drives up in a van and kicks your door down, drags you out to the van, rips you apart, pretty much puts a whooping on you. You've been abducted then. You've been a home invasion. I said, that's about how it is, and it's scary.
And there was nothing you could do. You couldn't have gotten away from them. No way.
No. There's absolutely no way I could get away from them. Now, it came out in hypnosis when Bud Hopkins, and I'm just finding this out. I try not to read where he hypnotized me because I want to remember it on my own.
Understood.
So the other day I did break down and read a part of it where I had got in a confrontation in there, and there was some blood, and I remember my face and all being scarred up and scratched up. But they had put something in my nasal cavity.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us. Some things you need to know about. First of all, coming up this Saturday night, I'm fired up to be in Phoenix City, Alabama. Somerville Baptist Church, Man Church. If you want to join us, they do want you to register so they know how many people are coming. And that'll be coming up this Saturday night, Phoenix City, Alabama, Somerville Baptist Church. Looking ahead, the show goes on the road May the 10th. Regions Tradition Celebrity Pro-Am coming up this Monday. Your chance to be the one who donates the most money to the charities that benefit from Regions Tradition. The Champions Tour, of course, coming to Birmingham, Alabama. We're part of the Celebrity Pro-Am. Speedy and Bubba will be going out with the group and with other celebrities, and you can be part of their group if you donate the most money. The show will be on location. If you're coming to the Celebrity Pro-Am, come by and say hello. Also that week, and I mentioned this yesterday, Tom Lehman is going to be doing an exhibition that is a free event. It's going to be at Pelham's Ballantrae Golf Club on Monday, May the 8th. It'll be from 5 till 8. They'll have free drinks, a hot dog or hamburger for the first 500 people. There'll be live music, putting contest, a hole-in-one contest, and also they're going to do frisbee throwing and cornhole tossing. It is to bring awareness to colon cancer, which is one of Tom Lehman's charities that he tries to bring awareness to. So you can come and be there together, spend some time with Tom Lehman, and also have a great time on Monday afternoon, the week of the Champions Tour coming to Birmingham, and that is free. All you have to do is just be there from 5 till 8 on Monday, May the 8th. And then on the 18th of May, Bubba and I will be in Montgomery, and we'll be there with WLWI I-92 Country Night. If you're listening to I-92, you can be one of the ones to join us for a little pregame dinner, and also we'll go out. Bubba will throw out the first pitch, and we'll be there. If you want to be part of that, keep listening to I-92 WLWI. So all that coming up in the month of May. So, Bubba, as we come back, I saw this, and we have the clip. You know, Jeff Dunham, it's like Joe Biden's presidency just fell in his lap. and Jeff Dunham, you know, has Walter, the character that looks exactly, or I should say, Joe Biden looks like Walter.
Yeah, he does. Walter was there first.
Because Walter looked this way first, and Biden has aged into Walter.
Yep.
And Dunham, it's just a comedic gift that he's been given. So now he does part of his show where Walter is pretending to be Biden and thinks he's the president based on what he's seen. And he's got the aviators on and everything.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing how much he looks like him.
And this conversation is hilarious. So here it is.
Good evening, Mr. President. Hello, Jerry. Jeff.
God, looks just like him.
We were happy to have you here. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's great to be here. Yeah, and I must say, sir, you look really good. Thank you. And yes, that's all that really matters, Jeff. Well, you should look good, but you also have to do a good job running the country. Oh, of course. That's as easy as riding a bike. And as president, did you know that I had done the impossible? No, sir. What did you do? I fell up a flight of the stairs. 3 times in 10 seconds. First senator to ever do that, President. I think my son Hunter wants me to give up cycling for skiing. Really? Yeah. He keeps saying the powder's great.
All right.
Okay.
Sure. That kid is the smartest man I know. Really? Yeah. Which tells you one thing. What's that? I know a lot of dumbasses.
Oh, all right.
You know, I didn't see your motorcade driving here tonight. Nope. Why not? The price of gasoline. Have you seen it? Yeah. Someone should do something. Don't look at me. I just read answers. You know, a lot of folks are wondering why we don't just produce the oil that's already in the United States. Wait, what? We can do that? Aren't you familiar with our country's oil production? Yeah, it's falling and it can't get up. Walter, I want to pause here just for a minute. What, you realize you're not really the president? Yes, I am. No, you're not. Come on, everybody says I look just like him. Yeah, and somebody else is always telling me what to say.
There you go. That's a lot of sad truth to that. Boy, if you're Jeff Dunham, when you saw Biden slowly turning into Walter, and
you've had Walter a long time.
Oh yeah,
I mean, he just, like I say, he just morphed right into him.
Well, it's sad, but unfortunately, there's too much there that is not really funny, and it's, as you're laughing, you're doing that.
Yeah. It's
so,
a defense mechanism.
Bubba, you said something. I want to caution you about saying it because you're putting yourself in the crosshairs of two evil empires. But you said, and I'm sorry, you may be correct. It's hard to, and I know what we're about to say sounds outlandish, that it is possible that the Bidens are more corrupt than the Clintons. Now, what a statement. But I'm not so sure that may not be true. I mean, when you look at all the different arms and the reachings of Biden and his brothers and his son and all the things they've done and how long they've been there. I mean, he's been a senator, since 72?
Yeah, forever. I don't know.
I know it's dangerous to say such a thing, but I mean, I don't know. Would the Clintons be mad if you took the spotlight off them? They might be happy, right? But then the Bidens get you.
I think you're going to see a lot of their financial history coming out in the next few months.
Right. Well, now they're but they give a lot, Bubba. They're big hearted.
Yeah, I know. Probably 2-3%.
Right. Yeah.
Or did they break 1% this last year?
I think they did get to almost to 2%.
I don't know if you've been following the Hunter Biden child support case.
Oh yeah, sure.
This judge in Arkansas is clearly fed up with the games they're playing.
Oh yeah.
And he was supposed to bring in financial. Child support is a math issue. It's you look at income, it's a percentage, all that. And he's playing all these games with his income. He brought the papers, but his lawyers had redacted out the numbers that the judge needed.
Yeah, you said.
I mean, you can. What are you doing? Yeah. What do you think's going to happen with that?
Yeah, you said the judge that's presiding over this ripped into him.
Oh yeah,
for
and the lawyers too,
and the redacting that you're talking about his financial information, and
keep in mind the strangest thing about this: the FBI has investigated, DOJ has investigated all this. We have a family court judge in Arkansas that's getting to more answers than they have.
Right.
What a state.
And the irony upon irony of this, you know who started this proceeding? It wasn't conservatives. It wasn't Republicans. It wasn't people out to get the Bidens. It was Hunter Biden himself that petitioned the court to lower his payment. He started this mess.
Right.
Is that not incredible?
Well, and I would ask those that, again, I guess part of, and I never thought it was true anyway. I always thought it was, but there's propaganda from the left that they're the party that stand up for women, which is always I've found to be completely outrageous, but that's what they say. Well, one of the things that I thought that everybody was real passionate about was deadbeat dads,
right?
Who produce children and then don't support them and leave women to raise their children without any help whatsoever. I thought that was something that really should be bipartisan, but I thought at one time the left claimed that they cared about that more than anybody in the whole wide world.
Well, and Hunter has sued to keep the girl from using his last name,
right?
Which he said it was the girl was not his. That's been proven it is.
Yeah.
You heard Joe Biden get up and make reference to his grandkids the other day. He didn't count this one.
Right.
I mean, it's just incredible, the hypocrisy of the whole deal.
And Hunter Biden can afford $50,000 in rent per month to his dad, but he can't afford to support his 4-year-old daughter.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's another
1 month.
That's
give
another
him, give
shell
him 1
game.
month. My goodness.
Well, at some point, if you're, care about women or you are a woman, at what point and I'm not talking about those of you that have already made that decision, but those of you that keep voting Democrat, and you're doing that solely because you think, they've told you that conservatives are awful and, don't want you to be able to accomplish anything. But they keep showing you over and over and over again that they don't really live out what they try to get you to go vote for them for. Does that ever get old to you? I mean, do you ever think I'll try something else? I mean, can the Biden administration look any single mom in the eye and say dads need to take responsibility for their children? Honestly, I mean, can they? I just don't think they can. And
they will, but
yeah, right,
yeah,
right. And if you vote for us, we're gonna look after you. You see what they really believe about how they actually live.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Say what you want to. Actions speak louder than words.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Or trying to, and this is when the fight took place. So, but I hadn't got no further than that. I hadn't read any, and I don't remember any further, but I do remember that.
So when you do remember them, and what I'm picturing in my mind is they're trying to examine me, and when I get a little bit of freedom, they're trying to stick something up my nose, and maybe you started resisting that, trying to move it where they couldn't do it, and then you got into a little bit of confrontation.
That's right, with the little one, but I think the old big ugly one come back in there and got a hold of me and straightened me out a little bit.
Okay, so the one that was going to examine you was not as overpowering, but then when you got to where you were resisting, the big one came back in.
the big one came back in. Yeah, but this little one had some kind of power, you know, because I think in the injection they gave it, you know, you pretty much couldn't do anything.
Right.
Just lay there and look, and that's the kind of power that she had. But I was watching a deal on mind control the other day on the History Channel, and that's pretty much how it felt, like mind control in a way.
All right, we'll come back. Calvin Parker's with us.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Hang on, we want to hear more of this.
We're going back to 1973. The book is now out, My Story, Calvin Parker, the Pascagoula encounter with some sort of beings that cannot, that's never been seen before. And we're getting more details on the story with Calvin Parker. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Calvin. Calvin Parker. Recounting straight from his own account of what happened back in 1973. What is alleged is you guys were fishing. You saw. Now, tell us about the craft. You said an alien craft. Did it just come out of nowhere? Where did it? How did it appear?
Well, you know, I don't know how this thing appeared because we was fishing and facing the river, and I remember looking across the river. There was a Coast Guard boat that was made out of steel, and I was thinking to myself, you know, this thing is. How does it float? It's made out of steel. And then I seen the lights, blue hazy lights coming from behind us across the river. And I turned around and looked, and it was there. So the door opened up, and it was just blinding. It was blinding lights coming from the inside, bright. But I didn't see when it came. Now, I did when it left, and it just shot up in the air a little bit and took off, and it was gone.
Calvin, when you were in being examined, did they communicate with you in any way, either audio-wise or telepathically? Did they tell you to calm down or tell you to do this, or did you feel like you were communicating in any way?
I did. At one time, I was getting nervous, and I felt like that little shot they gave me was probably wearing off. And I was thinking to myself, I'm going to grab her by the neck, and I'm going to drag her out, and I'm going to put a trophy on my wall, show everybody this happened.
That's what I would have been thinking as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but then all of a sudden, she didn't say it, but she just kind of looked at me real strange. And I knew what she was thinking. For some reason, she said, calm down, we're not going to harm you. We're going to let you go. And I was more or less paralyzed again. So, that...
So the
end that.
Okay, so the beings were the robot type lynchmen that came out to get both you and Charles, and then the examiner. Did you see any other beings other than those?
That's all I've seen.
Okay.
Did
I just
go ahead, Cap?
No, I just seen the three big beings, but I wasn't with but one of the big ones and the little smaller one.
I wonder if Charles, when he was still with you, I wonder if they just felt like Charles was a bigger fella and they needed two for him and only one for you since you were just 19.
Well, I tell you, I'm pretty sure that they knew all that because, you know, Charles had fought in North Korea and all. He was battle trained, if I might say, and he was still a younger man. And I just figured they probably knew that, and that's the reason they got him, because he would be more likely to resist than what I would. He was a little older.
When you were being examined, were you and Charles in different rooms?
We were. Matter of fact, they put me on the ship. I went in, and I didn't see him no more because I couldn't turn my head to look to see where he was. But he wasn't in the room I was in.
We're back. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. You're America. Walking together through the promised land. Bubba, the ever updated, disastrous story of a marketing team that was hired by Bud Light to say, help us with the youngsters. And they chose to go with trans woman Dylan Mulvaney to reach to beer drinkers everywhere to say, make Bud Light your beer. It has not gone well. It has not gone well. Of course, I don't know who was in that conference room, but even as a Baptist, I could have said that's probably not going to work.
I started to say, for a Baptist, we've kept up with Bud Light more than I have my whole life here the last few months. Mm-hmm. How about these numbers are in? Bud Light sales down 26.1%.
That's down.
Coors Light up 13.3. Miller Light up 13.6. So that almost matches identically to what Bud Light has lost. Mm-hmm. It has been picked up by Coors Light and Miller Light. Also a story today. Bud Light appears to be fed up with a backlash after the company disabled YouTube comments on a new countrified ad in the wake of the ongoing controversy. Bud Light's newest advertisement shows a young group of friends drinking beer in the rain at a country music festival as Chicken Fried by the Zac Brown Band plays in the background. Excuse me. Rain or shine, it's always easy to enjoy a Bud Light, the caption says. But they're getting so much negative feedback, they have disabled the comments.
Well, once again, I will say this. Human beings, usually the only thing they hate worse than you making a bad decision you won't just simply apologize for is when you try to patronize them and think they're stupid. And then they really get mad. And the way you presented it, the Bud Light crowd came to the conclusion they do not love Zac Brown as much as they dislike Dylan Mulvaney.
Mm-hmm. Well, didn't you guys say Anheuser-Busch owns Coors Light?
No, I think it's Miller that they own. Because I don't think they own Coors Light. I don't know because again I'm Baptist. I'm not. We need Greg.
So
right now,
they gained on one hand, lost on the other. But I'm sure they don't want Bud Light, their flagship beer, to be down 26%.
Yeah, I don't think Anheuser-Busch owns Coors or Miller.
Really? Because I knew there were people who, I'm like Bubba, I saw on people commenting going, well.
I thought Greg said they owned them.
Did he? I don't remember.
Maybe. I know that I think they own different brands or, but I don't know if it's these major ones. I know it's different beer.
Oh, no, it could be wrong. It could be incorrect, but there's no doubt there were people, of course, they could be uninformed, that were saying, well, if you move to Miller Lite, you haven't done anything because they sold to Anheuser-Busch as well. That may not be true, but there were people saying that.
When you Google who owns Miller Lite, Miller Brewing Company is what comes up.
Yeah, and Anheuser-Busch doesn't own Miller Brewing Company now?
According to this, no.
Okay.
But again, I'm just that's a 5-second Google.
Right. I don't know
and
why
Coors Light was the other one you asked about.
Yeah, and I know that
I'm almost certain Greg said they own one of them.
Yeah, maybe we just don't have the right brand. I don't remember. But the bottom line is, it's easy to do the story to say the Bud Light brand has been damaged.
Yes.
They definitely own Michelob, Stella, Budweiser, obviously, and Busch.
Okay.
That hurts.
Bush.
That hurts. So maybe that's just wrong. Maybe Miller still is Miller, and Coors is still Adolph Coors in the gang, and so people that were saying you're not doing anything by moving to those two brands, maybe they're just wrong.
And just think about this: no marketing scheme that Coors or Miller could have come up with, no amount of advertising they could have done would have got them a 13% bump in sales.
Yeah, the marketing team for this move goes into the Hall of Marketing Shame along with the new Coke people.
Oh boy!
Yeah, remember that? Remember we thought it was a brilliant campaign, and we were told in confidence, well, not in confidence because everybody knows because there's been documentaries on it. No, it was not a campaign to make classic Coke. Literally, somebody's son got moved up through the company and thought they would be sharp and change the formula of Coca-Cola when we were number one. Because Pepsi had gained a little ground,
right.
But you don't when you're number one, you want to keep on being number one. But I'm not sure changing the product that made you number one or doing something that tarnishes it is the way to go. But anyway, this continues to be a marketing disaster.
Yeah, look at Bud. Now we had the story yesterday. The trans activists are going, why ain't you supporting us? Why ain't you coming out and making a statement supporting us? Mm-hmm. So they find themselves straddling the fence, so to speak.
And the Anheuser-Busch people, they're not in the position to tell the truth, because the truth would be to all the trans people screaming at you is, well, we tried to love you and it really cost us.
Yeah.
So if we make another stand, I tell you why we don't want to make another stand with you, is because people keep throwing our beer away.
So what was really the wise move here? Let's just rewind this.
Don't even go into it.
If I could travel from the future back to talk to the people at Anheuser-Busch days before this, you go, why get involved? Just get away from it. There's no need to step out on the limb and try to bring this social issue into your marketing.
You know what you say if you're Bud Light and you have no conviction other than you want people to have a great beer, as you say, we don't care what your choices in life are, we got beer.
Yep.
And we do not discriminate about anybody on beer purchase. If you're you don't even have to say anything. We're beer. You could even do a rhyme. We're beer and we're here.
It's like
let me be clear,
Rick. It's like there's fresh poured,
I like all that.
Right. Fresh poured concrete, and I run out in the middle of it.
Right.
And then I realize I'm out in the middle of concrete. So what am I going to do? Run through it again to get back?
No.
Am I going to stand here?
Great point.
What am I going to do? Yeah. So why even go?
Right. So the trans, you're not going to get Bud Light to stand for you, because that's like telling, to Bubba's point, another analogy, tell that dog that just got hit by a car, go back out to the highway again and tell cars that you don't appreciate them. It's like, I think I'm going to stay in the yard now.
I have someone that's must be knowledgeable on this, said that Coors actually owns Miller.
Okay, so that's where the confusion came.
Yeah, that's where.
Okay. I also got a text from I can't say this, but he said, I just didn't expect this coming from this guy.
Sure.
My good buddy is head of marketing on the East Coast for Miller and Coors. You should hear him talk about this. And he said, unfortunately, he can't come on the air to talk about this, but it's been really good for them.
Oh yeah, it has. It's like looking up and you're just seeing beer sales just falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
And of course,
you couldn't have done anything to get there.
Yeah, of course, the way beer usually treats people, it's probably coming up from the ground. But it can be problematic. But it is interesting. I've never seen so many Baptists in my entire life make a stand for beer.
Nothing like this ever happens to me. Good fortune that somebody else did.
Oh no,
you know what I mean?
No. All I do is I keep something up because I made a dumb decision. Nobody's other dumb decisions ever helped me.
No, none of that. Never.
Like this guy could have been sitting in his office Monday morning trying to figure out what he needs to do, stressing over some things, and this just falls in his lap.
Yeah.
Somebody's in charge of those two brands, and they said we need to get up about 26%.
Yeah.
Can you come up with a plan?
A lot of pressure and stress.
He's trying to come up with an advertising campaign, and Bud Light just hands it to him.
Golly.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Figured they put him in a different examination room somewhere.
Did he say he experienced a being like you did that was examining him?
Nah. I really never talked to Charlie about that. When we got out, we sat down on the thing. We sat there and agreed not to tell nobody nothing. And then he jumped up and wanted to call Keithler Air Force Base. And they sent us, Keithler sent us from there, told us to call the local authorities, which is Sheriff Department. And we seen called the Sheriff Department. They come out and checked us for drinking and drugs and everything else, looked at us, took us to the station, put us in separate rooms, interrogated us. Then they put us in one room together, and that's where they got what they call the secret tape. There was a tape recorder in that room we didn't know about, and we was sitting there talking to each other and talking about our experience together, but we was talking soft enough that we didn't think they could hear us. I didn't know they was taping us, though. When you're young, you get kind of stupid. You don't realize a lot of this stuff.
Right.
Well, but didn't that tape actually help because you guys had no agenda of any kind at that point, and you were still saying the same things? Y'all said the same things separate as you said in the same room, that there was never any part of the story where one seemed to not jive with the other, right?
That tape is what really set the whole thing in motion right there. And that's like I told somebody, if you don't believe the story, buy the book, read it, be open-minded about it. And I believe you'll read it because there's testimonies in there. There's eyewitness accounts. There's a polygraph. There's voice stress tests. There's all kind of witnesses in there that'll stand up in a court of law. So if you don't believe all this, just buy the book, look at it, read it.
Calvin, let me ask you this too. You said that the one examining you felt like could almost read your mind and communicated with you. Did you ever wonder or ask them or did they communicate back maybe where they were from or why they were doing this?
No, to be honest with you, I thought they was probably some kind of weird-ass experiment they was doing at the shipyard down there. And two of the old local rednecks got out in that thing having fun and come and abducted us. But come to find out that wasn't the story at all.
Yeah.
So
well, that's one thing to consider. Now, did they rule out alcohol and drug use? You guys were not doing anything like that?
100% ruled it out. Now, Charlie did have one little drink out of a Jim Beam bottle he had brought. And to be honest with you, if I hadn't been driving, I would have probably drank me a few drinks myself.
Understood.
Back then, I didn't drink back in.
Right. But I'll tell you, did you start drinking after that encounter?
No, not really. I drank a few. I drank a little bit now. Somebody else will buy it if I'm drinking their beer. I mean, I'm a cheap today. So.
Yeah, well, you are from Pascagoula.
Yeah, I started to say, we run into that with
Smart
Speedy.
man, Calvin.
Our Calvin.
Speedy.
So when they decided to let you back, okay, we're up against the break. I got it.
All right, so
talk to him all day.
Oh, I know.
Calvin, can you stay on, or have you got to go?
No, I can stay on.
All right,
That's my buddy.
All right, Calvin Parker. My story, Calvin Parker, Pascagoula, The Closest Encounter is the name of the book, and it is available everywhere. This is a legendary story from 1973, and we're talking to one of the first-hand witnesses right here.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Here we go. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Bama to the world. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler here. Greg out on puppy paternity leave.
What's his new name?
Huh?
What'd you call his new name?
His name is Buddha Greg. Buddha Greg. He's on puppy paternity leave. What about this right here, though?
More days than Adler was out. When Adler brought up that fact this morning, that was, boy, that hit home.
Well, yeah. He's Adler's having the time of his life. His nemesis is down, and Adler's kicking like a little MMA fighter.
It's what is it? 7 puppies?
It's 8.
8 puppies.
Yeah.
So there you go. So I only had one son, so that's why I took off less time for my puppy.
How's Ezra doing, by the way?
Ezra's amazing.
We've had Ruby updates. We haven't had an Ezra update in a while. And I know for a period of time they just basically feed and sleep. But I mean,
yes.
But he's getting to the point now there ought to be a little bit of personality popping up.
Yeah, he's starting to give us smiles on a regular basis. If somebody walks into the room, he's like checking them out.
Yeah.
He hangs out with Mom more during the day and me more so in the afternoons. And when I pick him up, he's like, "Wait a second, where'd the person that smells good? Where did they go?"
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of that, but man, he's awesome. He's just this little potato that's starting to wake up more and squirm more. I actually had both kids to myself for all of Sunday and Sunday night for the first time. He's only 3 months old, so Erin's been around, but she went to Atlanta to
she was far away
to go to a concert.
She go to the Taylor Swift concert?
She went to the Taylor Swift concert.
She was 3 hours away if traffic's bad.
Yeah, so it was all me, guys, and it was great. It was great. We did good.
Adler, how are the dogs adjusting to 2 kids?
Because
I haven't heard much about Kevin and the crew lately.
You remember back when you thought they were super important?
It's weird. They don't get as much attention anymore.
Who would have thought that human beings would actually be more important?
Yeah, so crazy.
Yeah, I know.
But they're they're good. Frank and Kev are doing good. They're not requiring any surgeries. So hey, as long as they keep doing that, I'm good with them.
Yeah.
As soon as that time comes, we're gonna really have to crunch some numbers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And frankly, like a normal person would do with a dog.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
So,
I don't even want to follow this narrative. I don't know where you're going with this. I mean,
well, they're old. I showed Speedy and Greg a video.
He's going
to
give them to Greg.
Yeah, I'm going to give them to Greg. Yes,
yeah, that needs to be everybody's new plan. I should
do it.
I should have given Buddy to Greg, not a listener.
I showed a video to Speedy and Greg yesterday, and Greg was like, "Oh, Kevin's getting gray."
Oh yeah,
yeah, he is a little bit.
Yeah, Greg, he is.
As we see, Greg has a soft underbelly for dogs.
He really does.
Pets.
Yeah,
no dog
in the video, it showed both your kids, and he commented on the dog. Let's just say that.
Yeah, what was up with that?
Yeah,
well, no.
Yeah,
you were multitasking to the 10. I can tell you.
Yes, I was cooking. Ruby was on her scooter. Little man was in his bassinet. Franklin and Kevin were trying to get the food that I was cooking, and I was making it all happen. A lot of plate spinning.
When you grill out, do you give the dogs any treats of what you're cooking? Like
Absolutely not.
No.
I gave them some stale tortilla chips.
Okay.
This past week, and Aaron was like, "What is it? Their birthday? What's going on?" I was like, "Yes." I gave them some stale potato chips. So there you go.
That's probably not good for them.
They'll be fine.
Rick, they eat things out of the road.
I know, my goodness. The things that Franklin chooses to eat while I'm waiting for him at the butt crack of dawn.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like, dude, you're wasting my time and you're eating deer stuff that you found in our backyard. Please.
Yeah, well,
I'm not talking about deer corn.
I know, and see that was
give Daddy a kiss.
Yes.
Indirectly you are, but the
My goodness.
and that's always you're now bringing up some of the things that give me just a little bit, gives me that repulsive instinct when animals are in the house, is I know what they do out there, and it seems like we built the structure to keep all that from coming in here.
Yeah.
And then here they come.
Here they come.
They spend a lot of time on the deck. They spend a lot of time in the basement. They don't spend a lot of time in the house. They're never in the kitchen.
Yeah.
They're never on the couch. They're never in the living room.
That's the closest I had to a house dog. Was Buddy was on the screened-in porch, and he would be allowed in from time to time, but he didn't live inside. That's just,
mine are your worst nightmare.
I know.
Because mine stay outside all day. and then come.
Oh, that's as bad as it gets.
Yeah, I know. Mine is your worst nightmare.
Mine stays
Burgess.
in and just goes out when they have to.
I remember the first time that Sherry said, "Why do you think he has such bad breath?" I said, "You don't want that answer." Because I can
It's
answer.
that diet.
I can answer that because I took him out just not too long ago.
Don't eat that.
Right.
But we still love our fur babies.
Sure
Rick.
you do. Yes. Just don't call them that, please.
Yeah, stay away from that.
I don't understand why it's never enough for us. Can we not just call them dogs?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that
Pets?
precious? I love my
Pets.
dog.
I love my pets.
I love my puppies. I'm feeding them with syringes.
Here's the deck party.
When did calling it a dog and a puppy not be be
know.
a cat, a kitten?
Look at that.
She's
riding good on the scooter.
Yes,
She's
she
getting
is.
good. Ruby's getting real good. That was her
There's
big.
Franklin.
That was her big.
Yes. What's up, buddy?
That was her big girl present for her 3rd birthday. She got a big scooter.
What are you cooking over there?
I'm cooking some chicken thighs.
Yeah, baby.
Chicken cooking them up. Yeah.
Chicken fried.
Chicken fried thick chicken thighs.
Hey, look at
Hey,
that.
look at
Got a
her.
crash helmet on. Just sure.
Justin, well.
She actually likes the helmet. I haven't been pushing the helmet.
Oh
frankly,
my gosh. I think Greg's stray dog looks in better shape than poor old Frank.
Greg's getting old, y'all. He's getting old.
Well, what am I talking about? Apparently, Greg's stray dog was young. We just saw the
1
evidence.
year old,
Yeah, we just saw the evidence of that, didn't we?
Yeah, and there's the dogs trying to get the food again. I'm having to call them off.
Well, they don't know any
They
better.
smell it.
They smell it and they want it. They think
know
food's
it.
in the area.
Yeah, you'll notice I'm doing the camp stove outside. I like high heat. I like to get that. What's that Maillard effect? Whatever, browning.
No idea what you're saying. Yeah.
Maillard. So, anyways, it's when you brown meat, and you know that brown is flavor. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
baby.
It's flavor.
Yeah.
And so, in order to get that, I like to take it out on the back deck because otherwise, oil is going everywhere. The whole house stinks for a long
and
time.
wherever I don't know if you have one of those islands or what you have or a counter, it just gets everywhere.
It's all on the ground.
Yeah.
Can I ask a cooking question?
Yeah.
I know we have grills. Some are gas, some are charcoal.
Correct.
We have the green egg and all that kind of stuff that we have some experience with. Are any of y'all? And I know we've had meals cooked on these before. These is it Brookstone?
Yeah.
Grill or
Don't you-
griddle?
Yeah,
Is
I've
that
got a griddle.
Yeah,
Blackstone.
Helmsy got it.
Blackstone,
Like
is that the name of it?
You like Cuz hat?
You like it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That looks it's almost like having Waffle House in your backyard.
It is.
Yeah.
Right there on the porch.
You can do hash browns.
How does it cook different? I guess because you keep the juices up there with it and all that stuff.
I don't know any of that, Bubba.
It's just a huge cooking surface.
It's all the picture. You know what it really is, honestly. And I know I'm oversimplifying this. It's like instead of having a small, iron skillet, you've got a really giant one.
Yes,
It's like,
absolutely.
that's a perfect example of what my grill would look
Yeah,
like. You
baby.
get meat and vegetables, and I mean, you could do. I like the rice and the Japanese
Come on with
steakhouse
that.
stuff. So you can do all that
You do the
hibachi
volcano,
stuff. Oh,
the onion,
absolutely.
and all that.
You
You do
do
breakfast
all
on
that.
that?
Oh, do breakfast,
yeah.
eggs and pancakes.
Does
all
a man
that.
just stand at the door
goodness.
like at Waffle House and just scream everybody's order to you?
Yeah.
You know what I need? I need one of those for Camp House breakfast.
Yes.
Because you saw the stuff I have to go through on Camp House breakfast.
it.
It's a game changer.
I got pans and pots everywhere.
Yes.
And it's an easy cleanup too because it's got in the back.
I love
you just,
Camp House
you just
breakfast.
push all the juices and grease and everything. You scrape it off just like they do in a restaurant into this tray that you throw away and put another one there.
Is it sad that
Nice.
that Camp House breakfast has become more exciting to me than actually deer hunting?
It is.
Yeah.
No, it's not sad. It's
But when I think about we're going to go down to the farm and hunt, and we're going to do more than just one afternoon, I start getting excited about Camp House breakfast.
Yeah.
And I think I'm more excited about that.
Yeah.
And if you watch me, I won't commit to the morning hunt because I'm afraid that I'll be rushed on Camp House breakfast.
I can tell you
You
this:
know-
the last hour of the morning hunt, I stopped looking for deer.
When I start sending those pictures.
I start thinking about breakfast.
If I ever catch a whiff of it out in the woods, I am done. I am so done.
House breakfast. It's just so doggone good, isn't it?
And a snack won't
Not
help.
good for you though. Not real good for you.
No,
but every now and then, just a treat.
Every now and then,
and we go to that surface versus the grill. We're coming down a little bit health wise, but boy, it's good.
Yeah.
You know it.
yeah. Yes.
Sure is. Yeah.
Absolutely.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
But Erin did get to the Taylor Swift concert and she got home. Everything was great. I'm selling Kevin and Franklin to pay for the Taylor Swift ticket. So if anybody wants the dog,
I'll tell you what, Greg and Lisa will take them.
Okay, good.
All right, we'll be back.
And maybe Ruby's scooter too. It was
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hurts.
It hurt.
Rick and Bubba.
Looking for peace.
Woo, girl.
Hey, Biggie boy. Talking to Calvin Parker, who probably would be like your first guest on your podcast.
Rick, I mean, he is classification point A when it comes to aliens and alien abductions. And, you know, I've wanted to talk to Calvin for my whole life. This is a bellwether day for me.
When he was 19, he and Charles Hickson were in Pascagoula fishing on the Pascagoula River in Mississippi, and they said then an alien ship appeared. They described in detail what they saw. The door opened, robot-like creatures came out, and two grabbed Charles. One grabbed Calvin, who we're talking to, took them onto the ship. They were examined by some other being. Then they were then set back where they were, and then they watched the ship fly away. And then they have been talking about this, very little over the last several years. But now Calvin Parker has finally decided that he will put his story out in book form. My Story, Calvin Parker, Pascagoula, The Closest Encounter, available wherever books are sold. And Calvin has agreed to talk to us. If you're just joining us, we've already had 2 segments with him. This is now segment number 3 with Calvin Parker. And so, Calvin, let me ask you this. After this, this happened to you guys, and you decided you weren't going to talk about it. Then Charles said, "Well, let's talk to the Air Force." They said you need to go talk to the sheriff. You said that even in your first thought was maybe this was some experiment the Air Force was doing, and Bubba, Greg, and I can relate to that because we also grew up near a military base. And anytime something would happen that no one could explain, we would all just say, "Well, it must be something going on out the military base." That was a really common thing we would say.
It's kind of catch-22 for anything we couldn't figure out.
But you soon realized that that's not what was taking place. Do you think, Calvin, is there any thought you had in your mind? We understand the thought of alien beings. That's pretty easy to look at that option. Did you ever think this might be something in the spiritual realm that you were experiencing, like maybe demonic forces in a spiritual realm, not in outer space?
Well, I have, and I talked about that a long time ago. Somebody wanted me to go on a little tape and say something, and back then I didn't care what I said, so I got off on this spiritual realm thing and told them I believe it was demons from hell and all that. But, and I guess in a way, in their own way, they were. A lot of people that have these cases say they all out here for the good, and they might be, I don't know. But I seen good and bad in them. The first good I seen them, they didn't go ahead and kill me and eat me like a cannibal or something. And the bad I seen in them, they abducted me and threw me on there and took me aboard that. And I'm still not over that, And they said, "Well, would you fight them if you could?" Well, yeah, if I could, I would have. I'm a redneck. I was brought up in barrooms fighting.
Understood. But the no way you could overpower them. No way.
No way. You couldn't do anything. It's like if a doctor give you a shot, gonna do surgery on you, and you didn't get totally knocked out, and you're sitting there listening to what they're doing.
Understood. Like you're paralyzed, but you could think and you knew what was going on around you, but only what they would allow you to see and hear.
Calvin,
exactly.
Yeah, Bubba here again. As far as the tests they were doing on you, anything stand out that you thought was abnormal at the time, or would it be very much like a physical you'd get from an earth doctor?
Well, it's kind of like a physical, I guess. Back then, we didn't really go to the doctor that much. You had to be really sick to go. I think my appendix ruptured, and I went one time. But other than that, you didn't really go to the doctor, so I didn't know that much. We didn't have no TV. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have computers. So our world was pretty much captivated right there about work and what you did. And I don't have any education to amount to anything. And that don't bother me because I've done good in my life. I've actually made more money than a lot of educated people that think they're really smart.
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show coming up Mother's Day next Sunday. Have you been to rickandbubba.com? Clicked on the store. Some great gifts there for Mom. If she's a Rick and Bubba fan, we got some really cool stuff like the iron skillet we just talked about. Got the Rick and Bubba logo in the middle. Also things for going to the lake, to the beach, to the pool. That waterproof. Keep all your stuff you want dry. Maybe out on the boat. Got one of those with the Rick and Bubba logo on it. All kinds of specialty items that would be great for Mom. And then Father's Day coming up in June. Of course, we got great stuff. Somebody help Daddy for Father's Day. And then, of course, continuing this week, if you want to give Dad an autographed copy of the new 31-day devotional Transformed, just look at the link in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. If you want one to be signed, you got to use that link. So just FYI, and that's for a limited time. And a lot of you responded to that yesterday, but it's still there again today. All right, so we have some celebrity news that is available, and this is an ongoing saga about
loved everywhere
using
we go.
songs that sound similar.
Sing about, and we sing about to.
When you get your picture on the cover of the Rolling Stone, I wanna see my picture on the cover. Wanna buy 5 copies for my mother. Ed Sheeran faces the Marvin Gaye, would you say his trust?
Yeah, I guess so.
So this Marvin Gaye's family, or whoever is in charge of making money off Marvin Gaye music now, who gets that, his estate, they are saying Ed Sheeran, the song Thinking Out Loud, that he used parts of Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye, and they say they should be paid for royalties on this song. Ed Sheeran is saying it's a chord progression that is not unique to anyone. And I don't think Marvin Gaye's estate can claim a chord progression.
Yeah,
we've been here before.
Yeah, they're in a court case.
We've been here before.
Ed Sheeran actually played songs on the witness stand yesterday using the same chord progression, Rick. He played 2 or 3 different songs.
Right.
And said, see, it's very common.
It is common.
So will he win in that argument or not? I don't know. The jury has been listening to both songs, too, which I always think is dangerous.
Yep.
Because to me...
Well, especially if you listen to the lyrics to Let's Get It On.
Yeah, well...
and now you're boxed up in a place with some people.
You know, we had talked about this with Mark Phillips before, and he was talking about how many measures could be the same and all this kind of stuff. You go into the chord progression thing now. I don't know. Ed Sheeran has been visibly aggravated with the whole thing and said at one point coming out of the courtroom that if he loses this, he's going to give up music.
And that's a bit of a pouty thing. That's like when you throw something down and break it. That's not going to happen. But I see what he's saying. If we start, it's one thing for rappers and other musicians to use samples of an artist's song and they didn't properly pay them. We've seen that over and over. He goes, when you're starting to stake claims to chord progressions, we got problems. So here they are. These are the 2 songs. A little clip from each one side by side. So we'll give that a listen.
Ed.
That's Ed.
Baby, man, trying to hold back this feeling.
Back to Marvin.
So long.
Back to Ed.
Heart could still fall less. Heart at 23. And if you
Back to Marvin.
like I feel, baby.
Back to Ed.
I'm thinking about how.
Back to Marvin. So it's clearly the same chord progression.
Yeah.
And
I'd like to mix that.
Yeah, right. Well, there it was.
I think it's going to come down to the argument: can anybody stake a claim to a common chord progression, and again, as I said, Ed Sheeran took the stand and played 3 or 4 different songs that had the same chord progression in it. So he's saying nobody can own these. This is music. You can't own that.
Well, you go back to Sam Smith, and I confuse these two, Ed Sheeran and Sam Smith, for some reason, but I do.
They're not the same, Rick.
They're not. No,
Ed Sheeran,
really
Ed Sheeran doesn't appreciate it.
Yeah,
No,
really not even close.
Let me be clear. No. I was about to finish my thought before I was shot dead in the streets. But what I was going to say, but I no longer am confused by the way Sam has been behaving. That gap has been clarified for me. Yeah. So I no longer confuse that. But Sam Smith.
You were taking a breath, Rick.
Yeah,
You jumped in.
Right. It's all right. If you do, you lay dead in the streets. But he lost to Tom Petty. You know, he was trying to say that I won't back down. He didn't take that song and sing new lyrics over it, and he lost. And they played I Won't Back Down with what he was singing and said, sounds like you're just singing on top of I Won't Back Down. But again,
that's the thing. What is the actual law, and what will a jury do? Will they follow the law, or will they just go, yeah, it sounds alike, so we're going to give ruling?
Well, it's going to be interesting.
His favor.
I understand the sampling versus the same chord progressions, but I mean, if somebody put that right there, what we just listened to, I'm not on the jury and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, as you, Bubba, I don't know how that lays across current law, copyright law, but
it seems like it ought to be some clear-cut standard, not just, hey, it sounds like.
But there's no question that Marvin Gaye and Ed Sheeran are singing over the exact same chord progression. And when you do that, I guess what Marvin Gaye's bunch would say, well, your phrasing also is going to sound similar because you're making lyrics fit inside that chord progression. And because of the chord progression, those lyrics and the phrasing sounds like he's just singing different lyrics to let's get it on.
It is similar. The boom, boom. That thing. It helps that Ed Sheeran doesn't go, I'm thinking out loud.
Right.
Let's get
That's
it
true.
on.
That's true.
It is slightly different melodies.
It is.
This is
Well,
crazy.
What could happen though if Marvin Gaye's bunch, if they win this, you might have somebody else come back that had a song with that same chord progression in it before his song and claim that Marvin Gaye has ripped them off.
Yeah. Well, what's going to happen?
So don't you open a Pandora's box on chord progression?
But Marvin Gaye's estate and all the others out there, if this stuff, as you said, Bubba, if they don't put a stop to it, they probably have a group of people that does nothing but go out there and see how many songs you can find that sound like Marvin stuff.
Right. Oh, yeah. And with AI, now you can even do more.
Well, there was that Blurred Lines song with Robin Thicke and Pharrell, and Marvin Gaye's estate won $5 million in that.
I know. So they've got a win on the table. They've got a win. And you think that didn't spawn this one?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it did.
The first time I fished, I caught a $5 million fish.
Yeah.
Let's
back
go
to
fishing.
fishing.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get that lure and throw it again.
And I told you, I saw the special on George Harrison when he lost the case.
Yep.
That he said, he doesn't know how you can regulate this. He wanted there to be a clearinghouse before you ever published a song, that it be declared it's original, and then nobody can sue you after the fact.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Calvin,
I'm in touch with that.
When they examined you though, did they like move your arms and legs around, or do like reflex test, or what kind of things did they do?
Well, she or it run their finger down my throat and back to the back of my nasal cavities, because I remember getting choked up and all. They grabbed my face and started pulling on my skin and pinching on my skin. But I didn't feel no texture in their hands or really no feelings. But I go into deep detail what they tell me. I don't know in that part where Bud Hopkins hypnotized me. I get into a whole lot of detail in there about it. Now, everybody thinks this hypnosis stuff is bull, and I did. I didn't think I could ever be hypnotized. But there's a lot more to it than people think.
Calvin, did you notice any other things like strange smell? I mean, you've talked about the way it looked and everything. Was there any other things that it impressed on you? Maybe an odd smell or any smell at all?
No, I didn't have any smells at all. The only other thing I noticed was I was trying to see why the lights were so bright. So I was looking for light fixtures in the craft there, and the lights was just coming out of the walls. It was illuminating out of the walls. And I've never seen lights that bright in my life.
What about in the ship? Anything else you could see in the ship other than the lights? Is any detail you remember about the inside of the ship?
No, the only other thing that I remember is when they had me laid out on that table, examining me. There's something that come out of the wall about the size of a deck of cards, and it come down right between my eyes, and it started clicking, and it rotated around my head, and it clicked 4 times, and then it went back up into the wall. And it kind of reminds me of an MRI today. Now, back then, I didn't have no idea what an MRI was, but I had heart surgery, and they put me in one, so that's what it kind of sounded like to me.
Calvin, since this incident, have you had any other encounters, or do you know, a lot of times we were talking about how humans will do with animals. You know, they'll go out and dart them and tag them and examine them, and in some kind of way it sounds like what you and Charles went through was that from an alien standpoint. A lot of times when they do the animals, they'll go back and check on them or put a tracker on them or something. Have you had any other experiences like this since then?
Well, the closest I've came was back in '93. I went out going to go fishing to Cat Island, and I told my wife, I said, I'll be back by, early this evening before dark, because I don't want to be out there after dark. So I got my boat.
Done with that.
I left. I'm done with the night fishing, I thought. I left and I went out, and she had made me a lunch, and I was sitting there thinking about eating my lunch. And the next thing I knew, it was 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and there was a lot of missing time, and probably 12, 13, 14 hours missing time there.
So do you think possibly they came back to check on you again, and you just don't remember?
Sure they did. No, I'm pretty sure they did, and that's the part where I went to Bud Hopkins and had him hypnotize me. I wanted a professional to do it, or he had a book out. Really, it was called Missing Time, and I never had heard of it. But then somebody told me, well, that sounds like what happened in Bud Hopkins' book. So I said, well, I got to go see him. So I got in a car, met a friend of mine, and drove to Florida. And I told him, I said, he's in a conference in here. Go in there. I don't want him to know I'm out here right now, or nobody but him to know. So go in there and tell him I'd like to see him. And he told me to go to his room. He'd give us his room number for us to go up there, and he'd be there in an hour. So we went to his room, and he taught me, and that's where this hypnosis session come in. And he went into quite detail. I mean, it went on for hours, me being hypnotized. And to tell you how good it is, I called a tag number out on a car that was actually out there at the first abduction site. This couple was parking, and I remembered the car being out there, but I couldn't have told you if it even had a tag on it or not. But I called out that tag number on the car and all. So that was another witness that had been able to come forward on this. But it was several witnesses. The Coast Guard.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to ask you. Did the people you said you were looking at a ship or a boat, and now there was somebody out there parking. Did any of these people come forward and say, we saw something as well?
Well,
Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Phones. You can join us right now. Speedy's taking phone calls right now. We'll find out what is on your mind. Comments, question, anything that is on your mind today. Just bring it in. This is your time to chat. HelloFresh.com/Bubba has been with the Rick and Bubba Show for a while now. And, man, am I glad I found out about this. You talk about simplifying grocery shopping, meal planning, and also, getting out of the rut of just eating the same old things all the time. You ever get to the point, I remember I got to this one time with, for some reason, we got on some kick of eating salmon, and I finally said, hey, I can't eat any more salmon. I'm not against salmon. I just got to have a break from salmon. But what it is you go, okay, what are we gonna do? What's something new we could eat that is still delicious and we love it? Well, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Their chefs craft 40 different items every week. Hey, we need some snacks. They got that. We need some on the go, some desserts. They got all that. If you're trying to do a little bit better, they can give you an entire meal plan that meets what the goal that you're trying to achieve on, the type of foods you want to eat, the ones you don't want to eat, the calorie count that you want, you name it. They make it very simple, and it comes to you. You got the ingredients and the recipe. You make those meals yourself, get them on the table. Over 100 different add-ons to complete the meal. It's America's #1 meal kit, and we'll get you 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba if you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
And Rick, I'm sorry to cut in here. With HelloFresh, I took home the box that they
Yeah,
brought
I
for
saw
the
that. Yeah,
staff.
you got the last one. Yeah,
I did. I took it home, so I feel like I need to at least weigh in and pull my weight here for taking all that food because it was very good. I made it for my family. It is so great. And something I love about HelloFresh is that you can decide exactly what to put in it. So you can get some of their regular meals. Maybe you don't go with the super light
Customize
stuff,
it.
and maybe you don't put in all the butter that the recipe calls for. Or
Customize
whatever.
it.
You know exactly what's going in it, and you can cook it exactly how you like your food, saltier, a little spicier, or less butter, or whatever. So that's one of my favorite things. You can cook it exactly how you want it and make it a little bit lighter if you want to, too.
And with you guys right now with little ones, how great is it to know we got our meals planned and done, and it's all right there, and you just make them?
We ate it for dinner that night, and Aaron and I both had lunch the next day.
Come on with that.
With leftovers.
To the show listeners we go. Jeff has a question out of Huntsville. He's got us on 100.3 The River. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, boss. How you doing?
We're great. Good, Jeff.
Hey, I was wondering on some of the songs that y'all do, you change the words but it's got the original music, sounds like. Is there a process y'all go through to get that approved or something?
Yeah, see, but back when we were doing parody songs, the publishing rights to that song had already been paid for. So, we you can do a parody. You have to be clear that it's a parody, which you've heard our lyrics are quite clear. But these are we can only
satire.
We can only use songs that we already had paid a license fee to have access to. So yes, you know what you can't resell them for profit if you there's some people get around that by making it more original. But you do pay a license fee to
a lot of times too. You can change the original by a certain percent, and you're okay.
Yeah. So and we keep trying to get a license for YouTube, but they're yet to come up with something that we would be glad to pay. They just, unlike broadcasting, who got it all handled,
they have a blanket agreement,
and it was simple to do. Streaming still has not figured that out. I don't know why, but they haven't. Let's go to Dylan in Coleman listening to ZZK. Dylan, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good.
How are you?
Pretty good. Heading to Montgomery.
Yeah, I hear you. Sounds like a country song.
That's right. I was wondering if y'all been keeping up with American Idol.
Have not, no.
All right. Well, that's it.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Well,
anybody watching?
I was going to give us an update.
No, I have not.
We're the judges now.
Lionel Richie,
Katy Perry,
Luke,
and Luke Bryan.
All right, the reason I asked that is because last night I walked in the living room and Caroline, Maddie, and Amanda had that on. So evidently it was on last night. Now, I don't know if they were really watching it and paying attention and it just happened to be on and they had background noise, but I saw some country guy throwing it down. It was pretty good.
Okay.
I stopped it. It stopped me. I stopped and watched a minute and then walked off.
Well, those shows are one of those shows. What is today the day of fishing analogies? I guess it is. But those kind of shows, if they ever throw the lure out when I'm feeding, they can bring me in.
Yeah.
But I don't go looking for them. But if they ever get me, I'll usually start participating in it and kind of get caught up in it because I like the competition. And plus, I enjoy music.
Yeah.
But you have to. I don't sit there and go, when's the new season coming out?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I have to happen upon it, then kind of get into it. And some of it's gotten so strange because all these singing contests, they feel like like Disney, I guess, that they have to check certain boxes. So you have to sit through that. There's going to be some story with some singer that is trans or has come out and her parents are mad and they want to be themselves and. And I'm like, okay, here we go. Can we just have people sing?
Let me ask you this. I know for King Charles's coronation coming up that Lionel Richie and Katy Perry both have been asked to perform.
I did not know that.
And they are going to have replacement judges for them on American Idol because they're going to be gone a week. If you're Luke Bryan, are you butthurt there a little bit? You didn't get invited?
If I'm have cashed the checks that Luke keeps cashing, I probably think, good, I don't have to travel to Europe and get in the middle of all that mess. And the new king is not a country music fan apparently.
Well, apparently not.
It is odd that he likes Katy Perry and Lionel Richie. I find that odd.
When asked who is going to fill in on American Idol, Luke said, it's big time. People that we have filling in, contestants have used their song many, many times, and a lot more than mine. And but they did not announce who they're going to be yet. So it sounds like, if I had to guess, they don't have them yet, but they're trying to get as big a name as they can get.
Luke, don't be too specific. Just kind of talk around it. Let's go to Destin, Florida. Chris, standing by. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I didn't know if you knew this, but Vanilla Ice was on the jury there for the Marvin Gaye trial, and he said those songs don't sound alike at all.
That's good.
That is fun.
Let's go to Stephen, Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Stephen, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Great show.
Thank you.
Enjoy most of what y'all do anyway.
Thank you. Well, I don't enjoy all of it myself.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, when y'all were talking about that a while ago, the first thing that come to mind was, the attorney, Alexander Sonora. And, here in Alabama, when he first started, he would actually play Sweet Home Alabama, and then it kind of changed to a different version. But then even for a while down in Florida, he was advertising, and I didn't recognize the song down there in Florida, but it makes you kind of wonder, originally it was actual Sweet Home Alabama song, and then it changed, and it's a little bit different now. But
yeah, you're more committed to the Shannara commercials, I guess, than I am. But I will say that it is possible that he was flagged and said, "Hey, you're gonna have to pay to use the Sweet Home Alabama from Leonard Skinner," and he may have decided he wouldn't pay for it and went with something that sounded similar.
Yeah, all the copyright laws are based on what people want to be fair and a good idea, but the implementation of them gets absolutely crazy.
It does. Amy, and I'll tell you, the reason why you're seeing it be more ravenous now is it's harder to make money just selling music than it used to be. And the checks that are coming in are smaller, especially if you didn't write it. And that's why everybody's on the road again. Let's go to Amy in Sweet Home Alabama. Amy, go ahead.
Hey, no, I'm calling from Starkville, Mississippi, but that's okay.
All right, well,
Thank you.
And you would have thought of all people, Speedy's taking the calls, that he wouldn't have confused a Mississippi person with Alabama person. But go ahead.
It's okay. Well, y'all just said that American Idol did not know who the judges are, but they announced them, and it's Alanis Morissette and Ed Sheeran are going to be the two judges.
No, you're making that up. Ed Sheeran's not. After all he's gone through?
They showed him last night. I'm there.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, especially with him being in the news right now.
Ed's got a lot going on.
Right, yeah. Let's go to Curtis, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. I didn't know if y'all did the story or not. Speedy said he didn't hear it. But anyway, on national news yesterday on CBS, they're saying that climate change is affecting how many home runs are being made in college leagues and national leagues. And they're going to have to revise things so there's not so many home runs as it used to be. Now, this is on a 10-year study, supposedly.
Climate change?
I'm wondering what y'all... Yeah, climate change.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this about the climate. Right now in our state, excuse me, temperatures on average are 10 degrees cooler.
Correct.
The highs than what we normally have.
I got a long sleeve shirt on today
global warming?
Because it was 47 when I left for work this morning.
Yeah, I put sleeves on. It was cold. Yeah. So our part of the country, we've had a much cooler spring than we usually have.
Absolutely.
So that doesn't mean there isn't a hotter spot somewhere else. I just don't. buy into it. Now, how is it affecting baseball? I guess if you're in some places it might be, but if it's cold in other places, how's that helping it?
Look, from what I've gathered, and I'm certainly not some baseball genius, let's see, just like with any sport, if you're using a ball and using bats and equipment, whatever the weather is doing on that particular day makes the game different than if the weather's different on another day.
And
I mean, that's been around for how long?
Yes.
Ever since?
Yeah.
Are the players bigger, stronger every year? Every year.
Yeah, absolutely they are.
And I don't know.
If they can show higher temps, and I'm not saying it's global warming and we need to change, but if they can show higher temps during the baseball season for a 10-year period, that would affect it.
Yeah.
But I don't have those numbers. I don't know.
Yeah.
And altitude.
But doesn't it affect everybody all at the same time?
You would think so, yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had a good deal of them come forward then, and somebody asked me why the bridge tender didn't report it or see it, but the sheriff department went back up to talk to him. Well, when they got there, he was in a recliner, sound asleep, leaned back, listening for the radio to wake him up in case the ship wanted to come under there.
Yeah, understood.
Good night.
All right, so y'all want to do one more? And then
then we're going to let you go fishing. I know
we'll
you
let
got plans.
We got one more thing, and we had one more question that we wanted to ask you, and then we'll let you get back to fishing. But daylight only. No more night fishing, Calvin. That's enough of that.
Believe it or not, I've been doing a lot of night fishing here.
Calvin, I mean, my good, you're shaking hands with danger.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The review. We've now talked to Calvin. It is it's been a long time.
I enjoyed that.
I did too. The
very interesting story. Interesting guy.
He's a character too. I like
he is.
it.
He is a character. I love the thought that crept in his mind that our Air Force had developed some sort of new ship, and some of the rednecks that got a hold of it were just riding around.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
You got to consider it.
That was an honest response.
It was.
And
rednecks and got it. Was
he must hang around the same people we grew up with.
You know, the thing about him and Charles both, they brought a lot of undue scrutiny on themselves by reporting this initially. They didn't profit from it. I mean, Calvin has waited. He's 60? How old do he say he is now? He's waited, 45, 50 years to even talk about this, much less put a book out, compared to, say, how a publicity hog would go about it, like Omarosa. See, look at the difference in the way they.
That's right.
I think she's been abducted.
That's great. They'll never abduct her because she'll talk too much.
That's a fact. They'll bring her immediately back.
Drop her back out.
I've had people.
There's no doubt to me that something happened to Calvin that he, short of them making it up, which I don't believe he did, that something happened to them. Now, I don't know what. But once we get to that category, then we have to decide what really happened to them. And it really puts you in a place that's tough to go.
We call this the Rick and Bubba star format. What we do, anytime we get to a topic, you take a star and all the different points of the star in front of you, and you go to every point. You say, here's all the things that are possibilities. There's on one point that this has been made up from the very beginning, always has been. That's one.
I like to think of it as a flow chart, Rick, but I understand what
you're saying. Well, I won't tell you how that started. We actually we were discussing something one time, and one of the stars were out there on the doors. It was on the door, and we started going over to it saying, well, now these are the things to consider. And so we had that visual.
You got a point. Yes,
and it was easy to follow. But and then you have that. You have they actually were abducted by alien beings.
Or abducted.
Are abducted. You are correct, Greg. Those are the two extremes, and then there's all those in between.
For somebody that doesn't have the tools to pull this off.
Right. Just something. I did get a text from Gary Vines and says he's almost certain that he's kin to Calvin and that they have never met.
Now, they said they were not under influence of alcohol, although his buddy did have a bottle of whiskey and he had taken maybe one knock off of it.
Right, one knock, but not a lot.
That was not. That's just to get ready to fish.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's just a little.
Everybody does
that.
Yeah. So let me get me a bump before I throw his first one out there.
Right. Yeah. Just kind of settle the day there.
Yeah.
Or maybe he had some cough medicine he was putting together. I don't know. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show back today. Thank you for being with us. We'll give more opportunity for a little time to chat on the phones later in the program. Right now, Bubba, we come back. It's Biden time. It is Biden time. I'm Biden time.
Where'd it go?
Everybody.
Anybody know Basement Joe?
All right.
Basement Joe.
So, Adler, we got a couple of I like one you had for us today, and I've seen others talking about this, and it's entitled "What is Biden Doing?" Again, he seems to be confused as the band plays. Some people said he even got maniacal and did some hollering, like he lost his mind again too. We got another clip we'll show you, but here's the first one. This one is simply entitled "What is Biden Doing?" All right, so the band's playing. Oh no! Now I go, and he's saying, "Do I go now?" And he literally just asked, "Do I go now?" Okay.
Oh, the handlers are just panicking.
Look at the lady with 2 cell phones.
Oh, she's like, please. I'm sorry, guys.
Look.
I didn't know. Is that what he just said? I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know. What is he doing?
What is he doing?
It really should be entitled, "What is he doing?"
Rick, look at the lady behind him. She's on 2 cell phones, one in her ear and got one in her mouth. Watch how she'll.
Look, she's trying to talk to him cover her mouth with that phone. You know it. I didn't know.
I don't know where to go.
I don't know where to go. I didn't know. What am I talking about?
Ya.
By the way, here's the guy I feel bad for. Watch Speedy right here. Watch this guy. This guy.
Is he Speedy or is the girl Speedy?
Well, both. But this poor guy looks like, oh my gosh, I don't know what this. Why did I commit to this? You know what he's thinking? So I finally get to come here and serve with the president, and I get this one?
Oh, I know. Oh. Yes, Rick, yes. That is so real
That's
right there.
his face. He's like, so this is the president I get? I've been dreaming about this my whole childhood.
And then this guy talking into his sleeve is like, we don't know.
We don't know what he's doing.
He's confused.
We don't know what he's doing.
Alert. Red
We've
team
got
go.
to get some age restrictions on the presidency. I think, we love the Constitution, but it has been amended over time. And like the vice president, they're picked by the president. Used to be the runner-up, and so we've changed some things to make it work a little better.
Yeah.
If we make pilots retire at a certain age, we got to make presidents step down after a term once they hit a certain number.
My dad, sadly, is farther advanced right now in the battle with Alzheimer's. But I spent yesterday with him, getting him to one of his appointments and everything yesterday, and spent some time with him. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. There were moments it was like I was with President Biden. It's eerily similar. And moments like, reaching for words that you and it's sad, but trying, I know what I want to say, but I can't think of the word I'm supposed to use here. Of course, we do that. But I'm talking about. But I'm not talking about to a mild deal. I'm talking about like I'm literally saying something that I know doesn't make sense, and I'm frustrated that it doesn't make sense, but I can't correct it. And just the whole moving, the way the body moves, spend some time with somebody that is in those stages, and then watch him. If you're in denial about this, you just don't know what you're talking about. All right, so then the other one, Adler, what's the other one?
This is from the National Correspondence Press Dinner or whatever.
Right, that we played the other day, yeah.
Yes, and this is kind of just a nutshell of his speech, and it shows that when Biden is surrounded by the press, this is the same speech that he would give at a rally.
Right.
Amongst his supporters.
Right.
And these are the people that are supposed to be reporting on him and holding him accountable.
Right. Yes.
And I just thought this was amazing. There are just so many terrible things in it.
Okay.
So here he is. Here's 1 minute.
Let me start on a serious note. Jill, Kamala, Doug, and I, and members of our administration, are here to send a message to the country and, quite frankly, to the world. The free press is a pillar, maybe the pillar of a free society, not the enemy. But the truth is, we really have a record to be proud of. Vaccinated the nation, transformed the economy, earned historic legislative victories and midterm results, but the job isn't finished. I mean, it is finished for Tucker Carlson. What are you wooing about like that? Like, you think that's not reasonable? Give me a break. Just give me a break. Look, like I often say, don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative.
What did he just say? Don't compare me to the Almighty. Compare me to the alternative.
All right, if whoever
he always says that. By the way,
Yeah.
that's what he said. I always say
whoever we get,
that's
going to be the Republican nominee. Whoever finally ends up there, okay.
Whoever.
And we can speculate on who that may or may be. I got to pull out the clip. I vaccinated the entire country.
Nation. Yeah, he said he vaccinated the nation.
Did he say we or I?
We have a record to be proud of.
We vaccinated the nation. So his administration vaccinated the nation. I'd hang on to that one. As more and more lawsuits.
That one may live in infamy.
Yeah, more and more
I
lawsuits.
want to know who's comparing him to the Almighty.
So he says, I mean, I don't know what he's saying.
Don't compare me to the Almighty.
But if I
Compare me
listen
to
to
the
it the way
alternative.
it's said,
Yeah.
so I shouldn't compare you to the Almighty because I'll be disappointed. But if I compare you to Satan, I'll think, well, this isn't so bad. I mean, what are you saying?
No, he's saying the alternative, which
Meaning
I think
the other
would be
choice.
Trump.
Yeah, the other choice.
But who's the Almighty you want to be compared to?
Well, I think that's just part of the saying.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay.
compare me
He's
to,
always said it, Rick.
to a
That's
God.
what he said anyway.
Compare me to the
That's
alternative,
it.
which is Trump, which would make me look better in his opinion, was the joke.
Yes.
Right, yeah. I see what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not the best communication of that point.
And then he talks about how the free press is a pillar of society, but then he also celebrates Tucker Carlson being removed from the airwaves.
Yeah. Well, they'll be a little inconsistent with
Which
their
it-
emotional worldview.
What?
Yeah. Which is sometimes an opposing view to you.
Right.
So what he's saying is it's a pillar as long as they're spreading my propaganda.
Amen.
If they work against me, then,
Not a pillar.
Threat to democracy.
Not a pillar, then, Bubba. They're a threat.
I'm going to give him a pass because he's trying to be funny and give jokes.
Yeah,
So,
well-
you knew that was an easy punch.
Sure. Yeah, that's it. It's crazy inconsistent, but it is funny.
What a joke.
But it goes back to the thing we've said 1,000 times. The left has only one thing they do not allow, and that's disagreement with them.
That's right.
Everything else they claim you ought to be able to do.
Instead of comparing him with the Almighty, I would compare him with Mr. Magoo.
Sure.
Now that would be a fair comparison, wouldn't it? I remember you love those cartoons. He about to step off something all the time.
I think Magoo takes it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got to think that's got to be the most non-creative name of a band in the history of music, The Band. So they're there. You think that was, hey, you know what? Let's just be The Band.
You know what that was? That was a group that couldn't decide, and they had about 8 votes,
Yeah.
and they said, if we don't decide right here, we're going with the band.
If we don't decide the next few minutes, we're just going to call it The Band.
That's it.
So we do have a lot going on, and we did mention that Monday, I know there's all sorts of things going on technically to get this shifted over to CRTV. That'll be fun for a lot of you. Of course, anytime there's change, with technology, there's growing pains, and we certainly will go through those and get settled in. But the side of it that I always enjoy when something like this happens, you see what's going to happen with the people that already support the show, and they're making their adjustments, and that'll all happen. But the part that I enjoy about this most of all is there's people that CRTV is already their norm, and they're dialed in to all the programming that's already there. And they have no idea what's going to happen to them on Monday when all of a sudden, if technically everything's like it's supposed to be and it's all coming together. Of course, it's down to the wire. But if it all works out and we're there on Monday or Tuesday, whichever one happens, and you're a person and you don't have any idea anything about this, I don't even know what you call us. Okay, just this
program.
How about this pack of goodness?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and suddenly you're going to get up and you're going to be getting your coffee, and you probably, because of the way streaming TV works, you probably are watching normally some archive of something,
right?
Because they don't have a live AM show, or we wouldn't be,
right.
But
They have one in the afternoon,
right?
Yeah.
But now we're going to be live for those of you that don't know, because some of you are listening in the afternoon right now, and Some of you are listening middays, and you're like, well, the show runs live in the AM. And most of the affiliates, that's how you get it. But,
right.
So,
but not always.
But not always. But for CRTV, we will be their live morning show. Right. And then it'll be archived to watch anytime during the day. You won't do like all the other streaming TV. But there's somebody that's going to have their coffee, and they're going to look. They're going to click on their CRTV app, and it's going to come up on their TV, and they're going to have their coffee, and they're going to look and see this for the very first time with no warning of any kind. You know, now they might have been watching some of the promotions that have been going on, but it's not real till you look up and go, what is going on, and who are these people?
Yeah, there's a certain shock factor to it. I
always enjoy that.
We have radio stations that add the program that go through that all the time.
Especially if it's somewhere in a place where we're not known at all.
Right. And, it is shocking, and I got that. Sure, but hopefully, we always used to say, give us 30 days, we'll put on the weight.
Right.
But
well,
it's, it's acquired. It's actually a throwback to the old days. And we'll have to introduce everybody and set everything up again.
Well, the thing that gets me too is the one thing that is behind the scenes that a lot of you and all of you are part of it. So we're taking you with us. We're also taking y'all to new places. But let me tell you what's funny is the one you don't know about behind the scenes is always, and whether they admit it or not, there's also going to be the point of somebody who was the person that said we need to put them on. And that whoever that person is or persons. And then that person or persons also is listening if it's a radio station or watching if it's this. And they start thinking, "What have I done?"
Well,
you know what I mean, and now
Rick,
that's also a nice little feature.
I think what happens more than not, people are in just a dire situation,
right?
And they go, "We can't get anything,
right? Yeah.
What are we going to do? Have dead air?"
Yeah.
And then they go, "Well, we'll just put this on. That's all we got." And sometimes I don't think there's pressure on those people because they had absolutely no choice.
You just gave me a new liner. The Rick and Bubba Show, programming's last resort. I mean, people go to us when they've tried everything else.
Look, if you look down the list of talented shows, and you come way down, and I don't know how many they are, but you get down here and you see Rick and Bubba. The one right under us is color bars are static. Okay.
That's so good. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, programming's last resort. I like that. That's good. So we'll talk about it today. I know, look, there's changes going on, and we'll even adjust some of the things we're doing too. Because one thing about our show that's a little different than everybody else is we put out a lot of content. Hey, we got a big old show. There's a lot of show out there. So we'll work through it and take some steps and get this thing on the ground next week. It'll be a fun week. 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. He was brutally handsome. So you heard the gang is all here. It's a brand new hour. We thank you for being with us. However you get the Rick and Bubba Show, either live or archived, all those options can be found at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. So Bubba, it's been 15 years, if you can believe that.
Doesn't seem like it was that long.
No, you and I remember this, and this is when we had a writers' strike in Hollywood. The writers went on strike, and all these that write comedy and stuff for all the late night shows and Saturday Night Live and all that, they were they would not work, and so now it's happened again for the first time in 15 years, and it's over low pay. due to the explosion of, we mentioned this on music earlier, streaming services. Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, Seth Meyers. They don't list Saturday Night Live, but I guess they may not be in production right now. They may be running reruns. I don't know. But anyway, they're all not going to be able to do new shows because 11,500 Hollywood writers announced they were going on strike as of midnight Monday.
Rick, the last time they did this, 15 years ago, the strike lasted 100 days and cost Hollywood an estimated $2.1 billion.
Billion
in 2007 dollars, which was a lot more than now. So here is the thing, and I was reading this. They said a massive issue disgruntling Hollywood writers, the issue of streaming, and how they have affected the economics of the business, causing people to make less money and working under more strained conditions. And I don't know exactly how that plays out day to day if you're a writer, how that would play out. But do you remember, too, and they brought it up in this, during the 2007 strike, late-night hosts eventually returned to the air and improvised their own material.
All right, that's what I was just about to ask. So,
Jay Leno wrote his own monologues, a move that angered union leadership.
Okay, you're answering my question.
So you can't even go out and make up your own jokes?
Well,
they get mad at you?
You just, that was going to be my follow-up question, so good you're there. Let's land there a minute. So I also found it interesting that in Daily Mail, you see Fallon gets mentioned down in the small print, but he's not in the headline. I thought that's odd. So Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, and Seth Meyers get a bigger headline than Jimmy Fallon with The Tonight Show? But anyway, Fallon is involved. Yeah. So when you go back at that time, I was just about to ask, and you just asked, these are comedians, a lot of them, they've been working for years. Don't they have the ability to write their own material? And you're saying that Leno did, and the problem is if they come out and keep doing their shows live with their own material, you've angered the writers' union.
Yes,
and that's what it says. And they're coming after you.
And to your point,
you've crossed the picket line.
Saturday Night Live, Pete Davidson was pictured Monday night at the Met Gala. He's in New York, and he's due to host Saturday Night Live this weekend. It is unclear if the show, with one final episode in the season, will go ahead.
So they had one more.
Season finale.
They had one more.
Saturday Night Live, a spokesperson told Deadline that we have to think about our crew too. Absolutely support the writers, and I want the writers to get what they deserve and need, but I don't want our crew to be out of work. We can't make this art without each other.
So the issue of streaming services and how it's affected the economics of the business, which we've talked about, that people are now making less money, and you mentioned working under, I don't know what they mean by the conditions. I don't know what they even mean by that.
They said the decision was made following 6 weeks of talks with Netflix, Amazon, Apple, Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal, Paramount, and Sony. Now, I guess that's the people that my question to you in the break was, who can drop the hammer and say, okay, we'll give you more money? Mm-hmm. Does it, because it's a union wage, would that be across the board with all those companies?
So we know who it says here. It is really the main issue. I think they're throwing in the bad working conditions. I think that's just a throw in. It's overpay in the streaming era. Now, remember this, Bubba. You and I are old enough, sadly, to remember this. When radio stations started streaming their programming on streaming and on terrestrial radio, the voiceover people that voice commercials and voice any voice work of any kind, they started going, whoa, whoa, whoa. You paid us to be on the terrestrial radio stations. We're not getting paid for the streaming. And remember the argument began, if what we voice for you is on streaming, we should get paid again because that's a different platform. And, of course, you remember all that. I don't know how that ever hashed out, but somehow they either had different voice people do the streaming or they paid them more. I think's where it landed. I don't really recall, but it sounds like now these writers are saying, all right, we get paid for what everybody sees on TV and on cable, but when people continue to have it archived and streaming available, the shows, we're not getting paid for that. And because the streaming has a lot of viewership, but it comes in a lot of small checks versus these big checks, we're not getting compensated for all the people that are seeing and hearing our material that we write in the streaming world. That's what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
And and that is going to have to catch up. They said the decision was made when these writers, and you asked who was doing it. They talked with Netflix, Amazon, Apple, Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal, Paramount, and Sony, and said the negotiating committee trying to negotiate these writers' pay from these entities that I just mentioned, that it did not go well.
Yeah, I'd mentioned those a minute ago.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
So if they, I mean, I don't understand if they have to negotiate with each one of them separate.
Yeah, that's
Do they set a union wage and then everybody has to pay it? And they may be saying we're not going to pay that, or.
And so back to your original question too.
Who are they negotiating with?
Right.
Or against?
And it sounds like these things that you listed and I listed there, because at first I thought, well, if you're on these shows we mentioned, you get paid by that network, right? And so you're not mad at them. You're only mad at the streaming services. But didn't the people you work for make the deal with the streaming services?
Well, I know.
See, I'm confused.
It's very confusing. Yeah. It is confusing.
And I'm digging, and I'm trying to dig. But it sounds like, based on what we're reading here, the problem is with all this list of people that do streaming.
Mm-hmm.
But if I work for the network, didn't the network negotiate with the streaming for that content to be on the streaming?
You know, when it goes back to the voiceover people, and the musicians dealt with this too.
Mm-hmm.
Early on, the streaming, I don't know that anybody was making any extra money on it. You know, when
Napster was doing
now with these other streaming services that charge, they are making money. So
they are.
So like they had a deal with the union before all this other stuff was available, and now they got to go back to the table.
I guess so.
And I guess they went back to the table, and they didn't like, to Bubba, your point you just made.
They didn't see
because they said representing them is the board of directors of WGA West and the Council of WGA East, acted upon the authority granted to them by the membership, have voted unanimously.
Well, that's the Writers Guild.
Yeah. So are they negotiating with the streaming?
I don't know.
Yeah. Is it that bunch versus this other list underneath?
I don't know who they're actually sitting down with. And
right.
Do they have to make a separate agreement with all those different streaming services?
Well,
or they have one person doing it?
Yeah. So the guild is a union. And if I am in a union, I have union reps that negotiate for all of us.
Right.
So
what about the streaming side?
Yeah. So it sounds like the way the story's written, that they had the audience of all of them at the same time. But I'm with you. If I'm one streaming service, I'm not going to let the other streaming service negotiate my deal. Right.
Right.
So you almost
because they could cost you money.
Right. So I guess
Amazon may say, "Heck, we'll pay you so much more," and Netflix go, we can't do that.
I guess they'd have to negotiate to whoever, I know some of them may be in groups, but
right.
But if I'm Apple and you're Netflix, I'm not going to let you negotiate.
It seems like they would go back to the network that they had an agreement with and settle with them, and the network have to share with the royalties from the streaming side.
Well, that's what I was wondering, but it sounds like they went right to the streaming services. So that's where this really gets confusing.
Boy, it does.
My favorite part of the strike last time around was when Conan was on the air. And he honored the strike, so he didn't have his writers or anything like that, or hire any other writers, but it was just him. And he was doing things to fill time on the air, like just seeing how long he could spin his wedding ring on his desk. At one point, he just rode a zip line into and had like a bowling ball head on, and just rode into a bunch of bowling pins. And that was great TV. It felt
That's
more
funny.
Yeah, it felt more real and raw and just less polished. It was great.
So Leno, the writers didn't like what he did because he got up and said, "I'm a comedian. I can write my own stuff."
Yeah, he went back and started doing jokes.
Yeah, because see, that would be my move. If I felt like that everybody was keeping me from working, I'd be like, "Well, look, I'm glad y'all are here, but I can do this on my own if I have to, and I'm capable of writing my own stuff." But
as part of the agreement with the union, I guess they agreed that they're going to provide the material.
Yep. But I mean, if you don't come to work, you're like now you put me in a bind.
Yeah, with these late night shows going on hiatus, it's who's going to. I guess we're just going to have to get the White House talking points from Karine Jean-Pierre.
Yeah. It just right those.
Just straight from them. Yeah.
If I was a Leno type, I'd say I'll just go on tour.
Yeah. You'll hit Vegas for a week.
Y'all can't stop me from doing that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I know the kickoff hour mentioned it to you if you get the kickoff hour, but celebrity death, Burt Reynolds dies at 82.
You know, I got to looking on the IMDb database about things that Burt Reynolds had been in. They list him with officially 186 credits, but some of the things he was in I forgot about. And I got to looking at some of these and just got to laughing because we were all talking about Smokey and the Bandit yesterday when we were texting around because of how good it was.
Right.
But all the things that he was in, and I was a fan of the movie Gator, and I know Greg was
Absolutely,
too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But you forget things like WW and the Dixie Dance Kings.
I remember
that.
I do remember that.
And the list is just unbelievable. I go back to the first one they list. First thing he was in was a TV series called Flight in 1958.
Yeah.
So that is quite a career, isn't it?
It is, and like Greg's already said last hour, and y'all talked about it. And at our age, when you were a middle school, junior high school kid, there was nobody cooler.
Nobody.
In our era than Burt Reynolds.
Well, let me say
he was the king of cool.
He was the king of cool.
Listen to a couple of these TV shows that he was in. Played a character in an episode or something. Perry Mason, The Twilight Zone, Gunsmoke, Branded. Remember, I'm partial to Branded.
He was on Branded?
Yeah.
Remember, we finally helped Adler realize that his dad did not have an original song about the toilet bowl. It actually came from a show. Remember, he thought his dad made up stranded on the toilet bowl.
Love American Style. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that shows nothing but being a kid not understanding things.
Yeah, I know, but wow, what a presentation. Just a couple of those. It's so funny when you go back and look at these movies he was in. Hooper. To me, Hooper, Gator, and Smokey and the Bandit the characters were almost the same character.
I loved Hooper.
Yeah, it was good.
Greg, you said it this morning.
But it never got to hype Smokey and the Bandit.
No, nothing touched
That's
that.
where he was a professional stuntman, wasn't he?
I love that movie.
And Gator, I love Gator.
Oh, Gator and White Lightning. Gator's still character in it.
Don't overlook White Lightning. Because that's Gator again, the same character, different movie.
Yeah, he's still Gator.
And really the same movie, but I mean, very similar.
Was he still married to Lonnie Anderson, or was that just at one point?
I believe that was over with.
Yeah, I don't remember how long that lasted.
He also was in Stroker Ace. Don't forget that.
Oh, Greg, we love Stroker Ace.
We watched Stroker Ace over and over. That's when we were in college.
I bet I saw Stroker Ace 100 times.
Clyde Torkel.
Let me throw another one at you. Sharky's Machine.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
That's a good movie,
y'all have
by the
forgotten
way.
about all
Hey,
these.
that's a good movie. I completely forgot about it.
I forgot about it too, Greg.
And The Best Little Something in Texas. Y'all remember that one?
I don't like musicals.
Yeah.
My grandmother wouldn't let me watch it.
I ain't into musicals.
I mean, he was in an episode of The Golden Girls. It was an incredible run. I mean, he turned
Boogie
up. Don't forget B.L. Stryker, the TV series. You didn't like that one, Greg?
Nah, you didn't either. Bubba, you didn't like that.
Now, wasn't that? I'm trying to remember what it was. I remember the name.
I refused to watch him when he wasn't in movies.
You didn't do TV series? The Larry Sanders Show?
I guess we're just going to not mention Cannonball Run, I guess.
Well,
I never really liked that.
What? Never liked it.
I didn't like Cannonball Run.
I love Cannonball Run. It was just Smokey and the Bandit with more stars in
Smokey
it.
and the Bandit is where it began and ended. When I was,
Greg, now they're featuring that he made an appearance in Smokey and the Bandit 3. Now that's almost blasphemy.
Yeah, that was a horrible show.
Did he show up in that or something?
I don't know.
They list him as playing the character, the real Bandit.
Part 2 was terrible. Smoking the Bandit 1, you might as well take the other two and just throw them away.
Well, 2, Jerry Reed was in, but not Burt Reynolds, right?
Or was that 3? That might have been
3. I think Burt was in 2. Remember, and you had stupid Buford T. Justice supposedly had twin brothers, and
oh my God!
Remember, and they were
I'm gonna go ahead and
ruin the Buford T. Justice.
Well, listen, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you all this right now. Thank you, Greg, for bringing that up. I may have said this before in the last 24 years and change. If you want to turn me off, and whoever was the first person to start doing it, I cannot stand when an actor or an actress plays their twin in a TV show or in a movie. If that's in there, I won't watch it.
Just to bring them back?
I cannot stand that. I mean, when they're playing two different characters, they're supposed to be twins.
Absolutely.
I hate that.
Oh, I do too. The whole time they're in a scene together, I know that's the back of somebody's head.
I tell you what you're not going to like. I'm not a huge fan of these comedians that put on different prosthetics and play all these different people in movies. I ain't a big fan of that.
The clumps. I like the clumps. That's about it.
Well,
when Eddie Murphy played all
I
the
got to
clumps.
tell you,
You don't like what's the one that
I don't really like
that Perry plays?
Tyler Perry. No, I don't.
What's
Medea?
Medea.
I do not. 22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Here we go. All right, so Bubba, we hadn't talked dust storm yet. Wild dust storm.
I mean, that's serious dust storm.
And, you know, and it's leading to multiple deaths. And so it's a pileup on I-55 in Springfield, Illinois. And they've closed the interstate, nearly 30 miles of it, blowing dust off freshly plowed fields. Led to very low visibility, and people just kept crashing into people. Have you seen some of the footage?
Oh,
from
yeah,
this?
the
Adam's
footage
got
is
some of it. Yeah.
unbelievable.
He's got some B-roll videos of all this, but I mean,
Look at the visibility.
I mean,
there is
can't,
none.
You can't see. I mean, in front of you at all, and so cars are just piling up, and they think it's nothing more complicated than it's been real dry there, and they're describing it as 6 dead, 30 injured, horrific conditions, 72 vehicles in Farmersville, Illinois. And sadly, as I said, there were some deaths.
Don't you know you can taste that in your mouth, too?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you can just taste the grit.
Yeah, they said the people who were injured or killed, the surviving victims, were from 2 years old to 80 years old. They are survivors, but they are hurt. They've all been transferred, and then 6 people were killed. And it said that the cars, when they couldn't see, as you can see some of the photo, I mean, they just kept piling up as they ran into each other. Wow. You know, we've seen this happen before with ice, but never really for dust.
I know.
I mean,
well, you kind of have that white out condition like you do with snow, and people don't slow down, and before you know it, you're up under somebody.
Is there any more of a creepy, scary feeling that when you are in an automobile and for whatever reason you lose visibility completely?
Yeah, that's
completely.
It is a really
it's not good.
That is not a good feeling.
Look how many tractor trailers there
look at that
on fire.
Bubba, look at that.
Plowing into each other.
Looks like the highway of death.
Look at those trucks right there stacked up.
They said the interstate was backed up for over 30 miles.
Can you imagine?
30. It's still going to be closed for several days.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to get around an interstate. You know, we only have them so many at certain latitudes, and you know that's going to be hard to.
That's.
I mean, if you got to get from A to B, and it's going to be shut down for a week or so, I mean that's hard.
No, awful. Bubba, continuing to update the life, and we will use this the 6B too here. But anyway, we'll come off this story that Bubba, from being born a man, biological man. The headline to Queen of the Mountains. Trans cyclist romps to victory in elite women's race, sparking new anger at the sport's transgender rules. So here are these women. They have this treacherous trail of cycling. And, of course, because we've just decided to let biological men declare that they are women and compete against biological women, we now have a biological man that is now claimed to be Queen of the Mountain because he went to this cycling trail and dominated all the women in his first run at it.
Unreal.
I mean, what are we doing? I mean, honestly, what are we doing?
Do we have video of it?
Yeah, it says that that he finished 89 seconds clear of the
I bet
of the nearest person, and
about a half a head taller than everybody.
And went ahead and took the jersey Queen of the Mountain and just put it right on.
Golly.
Yeah. So there's the new Queen of the Mountain. It's a man. Does this
drag Queen of the Mountain? Or just Queen?
Is this bothering anybody? I mean,
that's just amazing.
And
I can't believe in 2023 this is our discussion.
If this cycling doesn't bother you, this I hope will. This video, it's terrible. So remember, this is the thing you have to. When you got to think this all the way through, which we don't do anymore. Apparently, we just don't have the ability to do that anymore. We all, I thought, hated, rightfully so, a righteous anger against any man that would physically harm a woman. Okay, a righteous anger. We consider that to be absolutely unacceptable. But now a man beating a woman, if he declares that he's a woman, it's a chick fight. But biologically, It's not. So here is right now. This is a trans activist, which, by the way, as we've been mentioning, this is a biological male that identifies as a woman, and who would have ever thought those males would become violent? Is now beating up a girl at some sort of protest of some kind.
Yeah, and this has been happening more.
Right. Well, we had the Riley Gaines.
Yeah, it was a vicious one not too long ago, I think, at a school because one of the girls said they didn't want him in the locker room. But here's KTLA with a little piece on it.
Involved a female student and another student who was born male and identifies themselves as a transgender female.
Look how big he is.
Turns out, according to Riverside Police, both have fought before. Video shows another altercation between the two, and many people have taken to social media, specifically parents, to voice their concerns, some of them saying that the transgender student is much larger than the other student. Now, that fight was eventually broken up by school staff.
But listen to me again. At one time, you would say large man hitting on small woman, but then the man says, "No, I'm just a woman. It's just two women fighting."
Rick,
but it's not.
He was almost 2 foot taller than her and twice as wide. And it took two of them just to get in the fight. Two females versus the trans female. And I mean, he still is dominating. I mean, it's just
what.
There's no way.
May I ask a question? And I live under a rock. Okay, I don't watch the news.
Sure.
I get my news from y'all.
Yeah, I do. Well, I do too.
Where are all the women at speaking out against this?
Well, that's something we've been asking.
Well,
I don't know.
one tried to and got punched by a trans woman. That was Riley Gaines.
Seriously, we have some pretty important women in our country, politicians, business leaders. Where are y'all on this? Why are Why are they not speaking out?
They're afraid.
It's very strange.
They're afraid.
The feminists who have historically been Democrat will not take a stand in this. They are absolutely turning and looking the other way because I think they feel like if they ever tell anybody no, that doesn't make them a good liberal and a good Democrat.
Right. And what they're hoping, Helms, to Bubba's point, is that they want to win over the trans movement for voting, and they're hoping that the women who were once progressives will not go vote for the right no matter how they're treated. So, and they picked the trans movement to cater to more than a women's movement.
I think, Rick,
and they're hoping they'll get the women anyway.
I think their simple way of deciding is they always pick yes. They say there is no except disagreeing.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll tell you, the first one I saw, I laughed pretty hard at. Now it kind of got old. It was the same old routine. But when that guy's trying to carjack, and she whoops him in the back seat. That's pretty good.
It's just a personal taste thing.
I know where you're going. Some of the clumps is the only one I can watch.
Well, and again,
it's about as done as you good as you can do.
Let me ask y'all.
Here's what's weird about me. I realize there's extremely funny lines in that.
I know.
There's just something about that I don't like.
Right.
I don't like the same actor being multiple people sitting around a table or in a room. I just don't like it. Right. And I don't like when comedians think it's funny for them to dress up as like a woman character they've made up. I hate all that.
All right, let me ask
I don't know
you
why.
this.
I just hate it.
You hated Big Mama's house.
I did.
Yeah.
I hate all of that. That's exactly that might be the best example. Those kind of movies I can't stand. I won't watch them. They're just something about it. How about this? They're so predictable because you always got the man dressed as a woman. You can see every single bit they're going to do. They're so predictable. You can see them coming a mile away. There's going to be something to do with now that they're supposed to be a woman now, and it's just so predictable.
Let me ask you this,
and I just can't stand it.
Back to Burt Reynolds. Everybody liked The Longest Yard when they did.
Oh yeah. Well, now used to come on TV.
I'm like Greg, and I don't even acknowledge the Adam Sandler remake.
No.
Even though Burt was, but he was in that one, right?
Well, yeah, but not as Paul
But
Crewe.
you didn't like that one, the 2005 one?
No.
I loved Burt Reynolds' original Longest Yard so much I couldn't accept that one.
What about
the original one?
What about the movie? What about the movie Dukes of Hazzard where he played Boss Hogg?
I done lost him by
I
then.
didn't watch that.
Once Burt got kind of old, I kind of lost him.
Yeah.
Hey, how about the roles he turned down? They say he turned down Star Wars. He turned down all kinds of huge roles.
What was he going to be in Star Wars?
Probably Han Solo.
Yeah.
And he turned down, of course, everybody knows this, Indiana Jones.
Sure.
That's
everybody
another
heard
one.
that.
That's another one.
He turned down playing Roy Hobbs in The Natural.
Hear it all here first.
That's right. Y'all know what else he turned down, don't you? Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, heard about it.
And I'm not even bringing up Deliverance. I act like that movie was never made.
One, he didn't have his mustache, and that kind of hurt.
I'm with you, Bubba. I've got to the point I've just removed that from memory.
Yeah, I just deny its existence.
I think, and you and Ned Beatty both probably do feel the same way about it.
Yeah, I know.
Golly, I know you want to be an actor and all, but I mean,
Rick and Bubba.
Sexiest fat men on the planet. Rick and Bubba. Coming there, son.
Oh, that's big right there. Jerry's gone. Snowman's gone. The Bandit's gone.
Yep.
Harley Ermey's dead. And I don't feel so good myself. 35 minutes.
Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr. as priest.
I don't know if I've ever watched it.
Rick,
I'll say this.
Was that not one of their greatest performances? And you know they had fun making it.
It may be silly, whatever, but when you take Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Burt Reynolds, Dom DeLuise, Roger Moore, and you got if you can't find
Bridget Bardot, wasn't she in it?
If
too?
you can't find some way to get something out of that movie, then Greg, I
don't think I've ever seen it.
What?
I don't think I've ever watched it. It just something
Rick,
about it.
I'm not asking you to watch part two. I'm asking you to watch
but
two.
honestly,
Rick,
I don't think I've ever watched it.
I couldn't imagine.
Who are you?
They
I
had
don't know.
all these headline stars in one movie. I don't know how they ever made it happen.
I think I was too busy watching Stroker Ace over and over.
Greg, you watched that to the. I mean,
I knew every line. Clyde Torkel. I knew every Clyde Torkel line in the whole movie.
Greg, give me one.
Let me think of one I like. You think about buying them out too, ain't you?
Speedy, is there any video of Cannonball Run? We can just look at his B-roll.
Adler's got it in there. He's
866 We Be Big is our number. Now I don't know why do you think why someone would need to be anonymous to talk about Burt Reynolds?
Well, I know.
We're not doing some Secret Service story or something. Or corrupt FBI.
Well,
maybe they have a weird story.
I think you need to go to it.
Maybe it might be an affair.
Okay, buddy.
If it's a female, then I'm gonna. You're right.
I'm just guessing.
That may be a good
And the
call.
location makes it even stranger.
It does.
Yep.
Let's try.
Anonymous
caller. Go right ahead.
Anonymous is here. No, it's nothing like that. Back in 77, 78, we were, as the guy said on training days, we was knee-deep in cinematic history between Walker and Jefferson County up there, because that's where they jumped the river for the stunt scene in Hooper. Did y'all know that?
They did that in Walker County?
Yeah, right there on the little river between Door and Graceville. The bridge was out. They had that somewhere where the bridge was out, and that's where they come to because they were filming the plant scene at the very end of Hooper.
Oh, that's true. 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Phone calls coming in now. We'll open up all 10 lines. Whatever's on your mind, make a comment, ask a question, bring that information to the table. We'll see what you have to say based on stories you've heard or stories you want to bring up, or could be about the show, could be about anything. As you are doing that, I'll point you to ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com has been with us for a while. I've already had my first dose today. And one pack as I get up and start the day. I take another as I go to bed. And if I got something bothering me, I'll take something in the middle of the day. I'll do 3 of them. Would you like for this to maybe be considered at least today if you haven't joined the rest of us that are seeing the results naturally with these 4 botanicals? Meg in Hattiesburg said my right hip had been giving me so much pain I was losing a lot of sleep, which caused me to be grumpy. My husband didn't care for that. Well, the past 2 weeks, I've actually slept through the night without pain waking me. Thank you, Relief Factor. And certainly I feel rested and I feel much better. I was skeptical in the beginning. That's fine. I was too. I honestly say that Relief Factor has done the job. My pain is reduced considerably. I guess I need to move on to the MyPillow 2.0. That's what Meg says. Yes, LOL. So ReliefFactor.com. 3-week trial, $19.95. In the 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is working for you or not. And for the majority of the people that order Relief Factor, they have come to the conclusion, like me, that it does make a difference, and I hope it does for you too. So try it today by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors or to relieffactor.com directly. We'll start, Bubba, it's anonymous call, and we got an email on the break, but could it be? Could he find a... Uh-oh. Did he find? We'll see. Anonymous, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just wondering if y'all had ever discussed much about Walmart and the fact that practically every product that could possibly be woke or transgender or anything whatsoever, if you want it, they got it.
I know there's been a lot of retail places that there's various products, sure, but I don't think they're the only ones doing it. But no, we've talked about when these retailers. I know Target got they were targeted at one time, and I'm sure if.
Well, they started the bathroom thing, didn't they?
Yeah, they started the bathroom thing. But we've also done updates where certain toys, they wouldn't do a girls and boys section anymore. And I don't know, if that ever happened. But here's the deal. When it comes to something like Walmart, it's kind of like what we say about all boycotts. If the retailers, which they put on their shelves, are making decisions to put out woke products, and they have the shelf space that they pay Walmart for, unless Walmart decides that, hey, we're not going to have these products, I guess, is it Walmart or does it represent the current state of retailers?
I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of that.
But I don't think.
Sure, it is.
But I haven't heard anything from Walmart that they've made a commitment that they make any sort of stand for or against these things. I think they're just saying, "Come here and buy products," and
would probably be wise of them to stay that way.
So we'll see.
Unlike Bud Light.
Let's go to Penny in Andalusia, 1077. Penny, go ahead.
Hey, I'm calling about women speaking out about the trans ordeal, and we can't win for losing because you speak out about it and say, hey, it's not fair, it's not right. Well, then you're a homophobe.
Yeah.
And so you can't, that's why no one speaks out about it because, we need to be inclusive. Well, okay, what about the rest of the women, And so that's why no one's speaking out about it.
Yeah.
I just find it very ironic that we had Title IX to give us equity between the genders in sports and other things dealing with school, and that now it's being used to protect biologically born males who have transitioned to female. Right. And again, there's really a couple of issues here. We're talking about society, one, and the other, and really where we're landing on this is about fair competition.
Yeah.
You don't let the 12-year-olds play down on the 8-year-old team because it's an unfair advantage.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know how much clearer and logical that can be to anybody.
Right.
And I don't, again, if you go back, I think the strong desire from the left, progressives, is to say yes to anything.
Exactly.
Because if you say yes, that means you're with us and you're against the other guys.
Right.
And the only no that we have is what we give the other guys, and that is you disagree with us. And that's the only sin you can have.
Well, and to your point, I understand, Penny, what you're saying. I really do. First of all, I'm getting a little tired of us letting people use the word phobia.
Yeah.
No, nobody has a phobia because they disagree with you on something. That doesn't make it phobic. Mm-hmm. And we've let people get away with outlandish exaggeration. You're phobic. No, I have no phobia. I don't live in fear of people who think differently than me. We're just disagreeing. So that doesn't make me phobic anything. Now you don't even understand what phobia is about.
Well, they've hijacked the language. Why not to steal that word?
But I'm trying. Here it is. Yeah, this is the quote. So you remember this, and this is at the Holocaust Museum, and you've heard this before. The famous quote about "I didn't do anything." When they came for a certain group, I didn't say anything because I wasn't part of that group. Then they came for this group, and I didn't say anything because I wasn't part of that group. Then they came for this group, and I didn't say anything because I wasn't part of that group. But then they came for me, and I turned around, and nobody was there to speak for me because I never spoke for anybody else. And so eventually, you say, I just don't like, I don't like to be put in this position. I don't like people upset with me. And you certainly can take that road. And I'm not saying you go looking for trouble, but at some point, if somebody is not bold enough to stand up and say, I'm not going to let this go. Now, they may be destroyed. And that's why it's called boldness. It's not bold to stand up when there's no chance of repercussion.
Right.
But at some point, someone has to say this is wrong. And if we don't, and you go, but what do I care? I don't have a daughter that's trying to compete in anything. All my things are settled. It ain't gonna affect me. But one day, a topic's gonna come up that does affect you, and the fact that we've developed a trend of not speaking up and not stopping it,
callous to the whole thing. It's gonna be too late.
Yeah.
And just like those of you that love to see people get censored, you're not gonna love it when you get censored.
Yeah,
you're not gonna like that at all.
And you see Brittany Griner and pink-haired soccer player Megan Rapinoe, both of them, after they've made their money and they've been able to come up competing against only women, now they're coming out in support of trans athletes competing with women. And it's just, do you not see that you are where you are because this was protected? Women are a protected class, and men don't get to be part of that protected class just by putting on a dress. It's just, that's wrong.
Well, it goes back to what we've said 1,000 times, and when the Jim Carreys of the world or any of these people that have created a lifestyle on the free market and capitalism, then they decide after they've benefited from it to turn around and try to rob you of having it. And that's what, to Adler's point, Greg's made the same point, and Brittany Griner said the same thing. Oh, it's convenient for women who have already retired from competition with all these accolades and medals and awards. It's awful convenient for y'all not to stand with trans women because you didn't have to compete against them. So, yeah, that's awful convenient, and it is not bold because you didn't have to sacrifice anything. Now, I respect, though disagree, with any biological woman that says, I think that I should compete against trans women, and that's the way it ought to be, and good luck to me. Well, I disagree with that, but at least you're being consistent. Right. But these people that want it for other women, but they didn't have to deal with it, I got no respect for that. And I got no respect for people that demonize capitalism after it made them very wealthy. But they don't want you to have the same shot they had. We continue. Let's go to Tommy in Hueytown. Tommy, go ahead.
Tommy.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So I know y'all have watched the Skinwalker Ranch and talked about it. My wife and I just kind of watched it, the series. So how do y'all see y'all's crew as the characters on the Skinwalker Ranch? Who is who?
Well, Bubba's clearly Travis. I mean, that's easy.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
I'm
easy.
sorry, Travis, for that comparison.
Yeah, and
that comes on tonight, by the way. You get to see the last episode and then the new episode.
Yeah, and I don't know the other characters well enough to hand those out.
I don't either.
All right, so
the security guard, is it Dragon? What's his name?
Yeah, something like that.
And he's kind of a stick in the mud a little bit.
I kind of think that either Helmsy or Speedy is the guy sitting in the room with all the screens.
Yeah, you got that guy.
Yeah.
I would say that's Speedy.
Yeah. I'm the guy that owns the ranch.
Okay.
You're Brandon.
You're the owner.
You're Brandon.
I'm coming in going, okay, I got an update. I'm back out. I ain't staying out here.
I don't know where Adler may be the guy in front of the screens.
Yeah, he could be. You're right, because he's got screens in front of him literally as we speak.
All right, so here we go. So you're Brandon.
All right. So
Bubba's Travis.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bryant is the security guard.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas is the guy that's been there. I think he's the local that turned right. Is he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know what his. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think Speedy.
Eric is
Thomas.
I agree with that.
Eric is Adler.
I agree with that. Is Bryant
Greg?
is
Helms.
Is Helms? Okay.
Okay.
And so
Jim Morris.
We're making Jim Morris Greg because he's not here.
I don't know.
He's more of a Greg character.
No. He's Candace and Tom because he and Lisa are raising animals. Look behind there.
Yeah.
That's who Greg and Lisa are right there.
There they
Right.
are.
I like that.
You remember the episode when something got after that?
And Jim Morris, isn't he the the ops manager there? I think he just oversees the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, he wears vests like Bubba.
He's kind of the old local guy with all the local knowledge.
He's dressed like Bubba
with a vest on. That's
I've
a
never
killer
had
vest.
one of those. That's more the Indian blanket look.
We'll look at anything. He's wearing Shaun of the South's beard. It's an Indian blanket. We'll take the rest of your phone calls and things we might have missed when we wrap up another hour, Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Tuscaloosa.
I remember that. That's
So
fact.
when I was a little kid, we would watch Hooper. So this would probably been about 1980 or 81, and we watched the movie. And my daddy said, "Yep, they jumped the bridge right up there." We go out there and get in the old Bronco right up there and say, "Yep, it's right there." We'll
You're
cross
right.
the river.
I remember the story because them smokestacks when they
Captain
fall.
Chaos.
They had them
That's right,
smokestacks falling at that factory as they went through, and they really did. They claimed, didn't they, really jump the car over the gorge? All kidding aside, for the movie.
Yeah, but I think it had dummies in it. Now, no joke, my daddy was up there because everybody knew about it back then. You'd go up there, they'd go up there and watch them film and do stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he was there when they jumped it, but they would go up there and see him doing all the filming stuff. But no, I had to be anonymous because I'm at work, and I think, is it Green Acres when you're at work?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you don't want your boss to know it's you.
Right, and here's the good news.
I remember that story now. It was filmed.
The good news is you sound exactly like Tommy Lenore, so everybody's going to think it's him and not you anymore.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Well, see, I'm down here in the pit waiting on the rock truck to come back, and if they see me down here running around the loader and on the phone, they'll frown on me. So
Yeah, that sounds really a
You
lot
sound
like
a
it.
lot like
It's like
Tommy
Tommy
Lenore.
with a slight cold.
Thank you, buddy.
I think
Appreciate
it's a
it.
local dialect.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people
you're
got the
you're
Tommy
probably right.
sound. Yeah.
You're probably right.
Right there. Look. Please look at that scene
There
right
it
there.
is. Maybe I need to revisit.
I want to see
Sammy Davis Jr.
We forgot about Terry Bradshaw and them driving the Hawaiian Tropic car.
Rick.
Donnie Allison used to race.
Rick, there's so many. Look, was that Bruce?
Bruce
Bruce
Lee's in
Lee
it.
was in it. I mean, there's so many stars in this movie. It's unbelievable.
What was funny, if you remember, Roger Moore in this movie is delusional that he really is James
Right,
Bond.
right.
And he thinks he
But
can
he-
beat people up. And everybody keeps beating him up because they're like you're just an actor. You're not really James Bond. Oh, there he is. The great
Greg,
King
now I've
Farrah
heard you.
Fawcett, you forgot. I forgot she
When
was
did you
even in
watch
it.
it? I can't picture you watching.
What do you mean? When did I watch Cannonball Run? When every other boy my age watched it.
I don't know where I was.
I mean, Greg, we went down to Chi Hall Cinema. You didn't go.
When I saw
What,
the-
you still have your Gus ears on?
When I saw the previews to this, Rick,
Greg, we all went to Chi Hall Cinema and watched
I
it.
wasn't there. I
You
must have been
went.
sick. I must have
You
strep
saw
throat.
it.
I must have strep throat.
By the way, Jamie Farr.
yep, Klinger is in it as a sheik
And
from the
pro-
Middle East.
I promise you, they were not politically correct about the Arabs in this movie.
No,
No,
they were
they
not.
weren't. No,
Or how the female drivers got out of a ticket.
I will say this: these movies were so non-politically correct in every way, shape, and form. If you can think of anything now that you're not supposed to say, they said every bit of it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You're right. You're right. Greg, I don't know if it's legal for you.
Look,
to-
Mel Tillis is in the pool.
It's
with
Mel
Terry
Tillis
Bradshaw.
and Terry Bradshaw that's in the Hawaiian Tropic car.
I'll watch it later.
When I saw the previews of this movie coming out, I thought, well, this may be the last movie ever made because I don't see how they can get that many
It's a lot of
stars in one movie.
Can I tell you this? I don't understand you on this. I don't know what happened.
Well, I don't
really
think it's. I don't think he can complain about something he hadn't seen.
Or I blocked it out or something.
Why would you not go with us?
I don't
Because we
know.
all went.
I have no idea. Rick.
And then we watched it on cable for
Well,
1,000 times.
Greg's slightly younger than me and you, and we were pretty young, so he probably still had his Gus ears on.
That's right.
that's it.
I don't know.
Gus the
I just
Mule.
can't believe that you had to go
I
down.
think I was just somehow the storyline just didn't grab me. I don't know what it was.
But yet you like Smoking the Bandit. It's the same thing.
No.
There's a bunch of
Rick,
driving, a
don't
bunch of
dare
wrecking,
do
and the
that.
police
Don't
after
you
us.
dare say that.
Greg, we're trying to drive cars across the country, and we're not supposed to be racing.
I'm
So we
watching
all
it
come
tonight.
up with covers so that we can speed. Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise went with the ambulance idea. You know, the Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr. said, well, we can tell them we're priests and we got to go somewhere. The women do what women do.
Yeah.
And then you
It
have
was Jackie Chan, not Bruce Lee.
Was
but-
it? Okay,
But
well,
still, it's
Bruce Lee's already dead.
Same
again,
thing.
Jackie Chan.
It's a very tiny Jackie Chan,
Young
very
Jackie
young.
Chan.
But Greg, what I'm saying is, it had a very Smoking the Bandit feel to it.
Yeah.
Because you still have
I'll just have to watch it, Rick. I didn't watch it.
you have law enforcement.
Either I
after us.
watched it and I don't remember it.
I think no way you didn't watch it.
I may have had a
gonna-
concussion right
I'm gonna
after
go
that.
this far. There's no way you didn't watch it.
You know what happened? We went and then we played backyard football when we got home and I had a concussion.
Now that's possible.
probably what-
That matter of fact, that's very possible.
Here's another one I forgot about. WW and the Dixie Dance Kings. You remember that one?
Yeah,
I mentioned it.
Yeah,
love that.
Here's one I missed a minute ago. Evening Shade, the TV show.
I didn't
Remember
watch
that
it.
series?
You know what? I forgot.
A
all
lot
about
of
it.
people love
That was actually a pretty popular show.
I didn't
was.
watch it. Why didn't I watch that?
That I
Wasn't
forgive
about
you
a football
for
coach?
because at that time we've kind of abandoned Burt to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But how you didn't go see Cannonball Run? Is
Rick, I'm the
beyond
same way. Cannonball Run
I can't
is
even
a,
grasp
is a yardstick that movies are measured against. You know, because even when a movie comes out, we'll go, well, how does it compare to Cannonball Run?
See, I
you know, I
can't-
mean, we always say.
Well, I can't even ask Greg why he hated the sequel because he didn't even see the original.
Yeah, right.
My
Now,
gosh.
Speedy said his favorite role was when he was Jack Horner in Boogie Nights.
No,
I knew eventually.
come up
Somebody-
twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all he's talking about this morning.
Well,
he
loves
was
that.
waiting. He wanted
Speedy
to work
said maybe
it in.
one of his best.
Now, let me tell you why Greg is doing that because he's trying to think. I got to come up with a movie that's going
going.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Phone calls still with us. I want to bite the hand that feeds me. I want to turn the tide. So phone calls still coming in. Looking at anything that we may or may not have missed. Not a lot out there. I think we hit all the big ones today. The rest of it's just almost driving home the same point of how the world's completely lost its mind. So anyway, unless you want to hear Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre make a statement that is, the Biden administration is not, we don't have an illegal immigration problem. They've actually handled it. Did you know that?
Rick,
have you heard this
they
statement?
said down
Well,
90%.
Listen to this.
Compared to what?
All right,
Mexico City?
Video 3. Sometimes I think it's a dare. I literally think it's a dare. Somebody says, all right, I know that you can say anything you want to because you're black, female, lesbian. Let's see how far we can push it. Go out and say this and see if you can get away with it. So here it is.
He has tools that he's used to make sure that we do this. We actually deal with the immigration system in a humane way, and in a way that is that actually deals with what we're seeing at the border. And that's why you've seen the parolee program be so successful. It has when it comes to illegal migration, you've seen it come down by more than 90%, and that's because of the actions that this president has taken.
It has come down 90. I mean, if she could have thrown out 10%, 15%, I mean, I might have let it go. 90.
Can she walk that out?
Walk it out.
How is that?
Where is the follow-up question? Whoa, go back to this program.
Hold on.
Yeah,
wait
where
a
did
minute.
you've cut illegal immigration by 90%? I just saw a line of Chinamen coming in. I said, so what now?
Rick, have you seen what is at the border right now? You know,
they're in cages, Bubba.
The Section 42 is about to expire. And we're going to have a mass entrance into the country like we have never seen.
Well, they've cut it by 90%.
Yeah,
90?
They have.
Do you realize if you cut something by 90%, you're like, well, that's not even a big problem.
5 million over the past 2 years.
Have come in?
Yes.
But no, Bubba, they've cut it 90%.
From what?
What, a gillion?
Yeah,
I mean, a gillion.
From Mexico City? What are you talking about?
What are you saying? Yeah. Why does no one say, whoa? Not trying to be rude. Now, where's that 90% come from? Tell me where you came up with that number. Show me what you mean.
Yeah.
Continuing with phone calls, Cindy out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Cindy, go.
How are y'all this morning?
We're good, Cindy.
Well, I was doing well. I was calling about the transgender things until I heard her ridiculous 90%. Bless her is all I can say. She is delusional. But more women do need to push back, and I'm one of those women. I grew up with 3 brothers. I mean, I had a husband, son. I've got daughters. Women need to start standing up and say, "It's enough. Enough." Now, Maybelline's picking this little guy to put makeup on. I mean, if he wants to wear makeup, fine. But get some women. The women, like my mother that bought Maybelline, you know, what are they going to do? They're going to be just like Bud Light.
Well, you go back. And we're not asking, like you said, I'm not asking for there to be some, legalistic lines that we're drawing one everywhere. Can't we all agree biological males should not be hitting biological females or should not be competing against them athletically and shouldn't be in their dressing rooms and their bathrooms? Does that seem unreasonable?
You would think.
I'm not telling anybody they can't wear a dress. I'm not telling anybody they can't have surgery, take hormones. And if they want to take their private life and live it the way they want to live it, that's fine until it affects other people. None of us, when we make choices in life, get to tell everybody that they have to cater to what we want to do. We all have things that are boundaries, and boundaries are a blessing. And these are, when I never thought I would live long enough that a biological man being in a sport against a biological woman or being able to walk into, with still their male anatomy, walk into dressing rooms and bathrooms and showers with biological females. I never thought saying we probably don't need to do that would be found to be unreasonable. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's really mind-boggling. It really is.
To Jack and Coleman. Jack, go ahead. Also listening to ZZK. Jack, go.
Yeah, I've got a guy that's been speaking out about this, and I'll submit to you, Tom McDonald. He's on YouTube, and he writes songs and talks about all the lunacy that's going on in the world. And he is quite accurate with a lot of his analogies. He makes one song that's called Welcome to the System, and it is horrifyingly accurate. If you've never heard of Tom McDonald, he's a little bit of something to look at, but what he's saying and what he's getting at is dead on.
Thank you, buddy.
Hadn't we had that? Didn't we play some stuff from him before?
We have
Rick?
talked. Yeah,
Have we? I thought.
I
we
mean,
did.
he doesn't look the part that he
you're
he had a rap song about something that was really ridiculous. What was that we played?
Oh, I remember that.
About racism,
Yeah.
about everything. He
Yeah.
raps about everything.
Let's go with Eric, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go.
Morning, boys. How are y'all?
Fired up and ready. It's all we know.
I'm going to read you a quote from Dave Chappelle from a few years ago.
Oh, boy.
He
Is
says,
it
"Our
clean?
culture-"
Is it clean?
It is.
Okay.
It is. Yes. Our culture has accepted two huge lies. The first is that if you disagree with someone's lifestyle, you must fear or hate them. The second is that to love someone means you agree with everything they believe, say, or do. Both are nonsense. You do not have to compromise convictions to be compassionate.
No, you're right. I mean, I don't know if y'all had the same experience I had. I had something they were called parents, and my parents love me to this day. My parents disagreed with me several times. My parents still loved me, and they didn't hate me when they told me I don't agree with you on that. And many times it was one of their greatest acts of love.
Yep, really was.
Let's go to Mark in Montgomery. Mark, go ahead. I-92 WLWI.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Great. Hey, just wanted to just chime in on what happened over in Dadeville not too long ago with the shooting and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would have to teach my 12-year-old about an active shooter.
You better.
This day and age.
You better. Yeah.
So I am.
Yeah. It's a sad situation, but unfortunately it is reality.
Mm-hmm.
And we're having to have a lot of conversations with our 12-year-olds and younger that at one time would not have been necessary yet. And it is sad because we've got a lot of children that are being forced to be exposed to things that they're not quite, they don't have the skill set to handle yet. But you don't really have a choice. It's been forced. Top of the hour, if you're leaving us, have a great day. We're thankful that you spent some time with us. Means a lot. If you got more Rick and Bubba content coming your way, then stick around. You may have more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.